The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zapped!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is gonna come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama-lama ding-dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my god.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our number 1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back to back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
1 truck, 1 jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's #2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the #2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our #1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing.
Hello. Welcome, boys and girls, everyone. Welcome one, and indeed, welcome all to the TGM26 online qualifier #1, cycle #1. We are just getting started. This is the road to the Grand Major 2026, and it is paved with glory. I am here with the amazing, making their respective online debuts for the finals, Dread and Dianic. Dianic, I'll come to you first. How are you feeling?
Listen, I'm feeling excited, especially about the games that we're gonna have, and I'm just happy to be here. Dread, listen, we're both the upcomers here. What are your nerves? Because I know my nerves are through the roof.
Oh yeah, definitely up there, but super excited to be here as well, especially coming from EMEA guy, being on the EMEA stream, get to meet my EMEA homies and learn more about the EMEA players. So super excited about that too, Jerry.
Fantastic. There's no need to be nervous here, guys. We're going to make you feel right at home. But the players, they might be feeling a little bit of nerves today. They've got a lot on the line. $2,000 on the line for the victor. A $4,000 prize pool just for this cycle. So that's what's happening today. And we've got tasty series points to dish out. But we'll get into the nitty-gritty of it all later on. Or how about right about now? Because we've got a lot to get through. So first of all, what's happening? How have we got here? Well, today we are in the top 8 in the EMEA region. That means we have 8 teams that are competing. And we got here through a big old Swiss stage. As mentioned, 123 teams signed up. That's, 369 contestants? Quick maths. And then we whittled those down to a top 16. They battled it out last weekend. Reggie were there to commentate some of that action. But here today, it's all about the top 8. And we're whittling those down to 4 before grand finale, which will decide our victor. So, Dianic, perhaps you could talk us through what's at stake.
Listen, you already talked about it a little bit. You said it, $4,000 in total throughout the whole prize pool. And when it comes to the points, well, the first place earns themselves 100 series points, and of course that then graduates down slowly but steady. As you guys can see, the first place over every single cycle at the end is gonna have a direct invitation to the Grand Major in November. The other ones are gonna have invitation to close qualifier, and the other ones will have advanced in the open qualifier. So for every team here, they definitely want to make their best to be on the first place. But Dread, you had the honor to cast the top 16. What are your thoughts about that?
Oh man, it was an absolute movie. And just a little backstory here. This layout right here is exactly how the teams qualified coming into this top 8 too. For example, OnlyFins just barely not making it through into the top 8, getting 9th there. And similar to if anybody watched the AMER side, when Envy just barely made it in the very last slot of the top 16 coming into the top 8 to beat out OnlyFins and make it into the top 8 there. Maybe we'll see something like that again today. I don't know, but it's definitely going to be a movie again today too, Jerry.
It truly is. A tier spared here for Not So Secret or Team Atelco, who didn't even make it into the top 16. A real surprise. The roster that finished second at the Grand Major 2025 don't even have a look in the top 16, so they'll have to wait until the next cycle. But as you mentioned, some really big hitters. Biggest teams, I think, looking on that left-hand side, Boba Slurper, 5 Fears, and Takeo. They're the ones I really expect to be making it to the top 4 one way or another, but as we all know, it's really anyone's game. Dianic, let's have a look at the next slide as we see just how these points are divvied up at the end.
Exactly. It's already a little bit mentioned, the points are scattered. On the first place, we have 100 series points, then 70, 50, 30, 20, 15, 10, and 5. And when it comes to the prizes, well, every single cycle is going to have a total of 4,000. But the first place of every single cycle is going to get themselves 2K on top of that. 1,000, then 750 and 250. So if you can't get to the first place, at least be in the top 4 to get yourself some money and some points. And every single time you are in the top 8, you're already starting with an advantage into the next cycle, because at least you guys have some points, unlike the other teams who weren't quite able to make it, like my poor little OnlyFins. Man, I do miss them already.
We have OnlyFins queued up for every single one of your predictions today, by the way, Dianic. I hope you don't mind. You have no say in that. Let's have a look at the arenas, where we are heading for this wonderful day of competition. We have 8 maps in our map pool. Monaco, Skyway, Sis Horizon, Fortune Stadium, Banal, Las Vegas Stadium, Nozomi Citadel, and the latest edition, Fangwai City. We don't see too much of it, but when we do, it's a very exciting one. Any arena variant is enabled, so we could end up on suspended structures, we could end up with duck and cover on Monaco. All of these different wacky things that could happen are turned on, which is exciting. The map vetoes, we'll get into the details once we start a game, and it's going to be sunny all night. There you go. That's it. I've read this entire bit that's on your screen here. Do you want me to do anything else Well, you probably want me to talk about what's actually happening today. Here we go, the top 8 showdown, and this is what it's going to look like at the very start. We're going to have 2 cash outs back to back and then another cash out. It's plain and simple. It's just like ranked, guys. It's really easy. They're going to make their way through to a 3 versus 3, and that golden slot right there advances you to the finale. So if you win that 3 versus 3, it's only a best of 1. If you win that, you are waiting in the finale. You've already made the top 4 for the day. Now, you might have noticed this lower bracket here, this bottom line, you want to watch out. You don't want to end up down there because that first cash out game down there is an elimination cash out for the 4th placed team. So it's pretty brutal. You lose 2 cash outs in a particular way and you're out for the day. But if you end up in that lower bracket and you don't lose immediately, you then essentially enter a waiting list. And that waiting list will put you in a 1st, 2nd or 3rd place to re-enter the upper bracket. It's a little bit complicated, but don't worry, we'll be looking at this plenty of times throughout the day. Dianic, perhaps you could run us through this next bit.
Exactly, and throughout the most day, this is what we're going to be looking at. We're going to have cash outs into best of 3s. Now, if we take the 3 teams on the 2nd cash out on the upper side of the bracket, who then, one of the teams already went to the final spot. When we take those 3s, those are going to be in upper bracket number 1, and then we take one of the teams from the waiting list, as Jay already mentioned, the teams on the first cash out round who don't make it, they go in the lower bracket and are put on a waiting list. Of course, you guys saw at the bottom there was another best of 3, meaning the best team out of that lower cash out is then going to be the first team to be rotated in from the waiting list to start in upper bracket number 1, then another best of 1 3v3, winner goes to the finals, and then it moves on until the last one, bracket number 3, where if you don't win, you're eliminated and you end in the top 8 is done, because from that we have all 4 teams who go to the final stage, which Dread is going to be talking over.
Yeah, once we get down to our top 4 teams, we only have 1 more cash out game to play. And after that last cash out game, the top 2 teams coming out of that cash out will go into a 3v3 best of 3 this time. Winner of that will be getting the $2,000 and the 100 points. But all 4 of these teams are in the money at this point.
Absolutely. And that is the entire format broken down for you. Like I said, we'll be running through it plenty of times today, but essentially you've just got to win one of those cash out mini tournaments, win a 3 versus 3, and you'll get into that top 4. That's what every team has plenty of chances to do today. There's lots of chances to lose, there's lots of chances to win, but you want to win, obviously. That's how the game works. So, it's very exciting to be here in EMEA, and this is our first broadcasted competition for the year. And like I said, it's a long road to TGM26. That's happening in November. We've got so many months for all these teams to make their claims and make their stakes. But I just want to point to the fact that we have so many different people from so many different countries joining us here today among the player base. We have 14 different nationalities represented, and some of those are doing quite well for themselves. I want to point out that Germany, France and Russia have 3 players each, as well as Sweden. So congratulations, Embark. You have imposed your will upon the nation of Sweden. A very small nation in terms of population. So yeah, really impressive to see 3 Swedes make their way through to this top 8. Just want to give them a shout out while we are at it. Now, let's have a look at our first match. Cash out game between Monster Pig, Lights Out, Wing It, and Takeo. This is a pretty stacked lobby with some very different teams amongst them, Dianic.
Absolutely. I mean, on the right side, we have more experienced teams like Lights Out and Taiko. They have a way deeper grind when it comes to the competitive scene. They've been around longer. They've done more. On the left side, we have Monster Pig and Wing It. Both of these 2 teams are fairly new to the competitive scene. Like, this is the first time we kind of get a look at these 2 teams, even at the players. So it's really going to be a 50-50. Are the 2 more experienced teams are going to be able here to really outshine the other 2, or are we going to see some surprises? Because already we had some upset. I mean, Jerry mentioned it. One of the second best team from EMEA didn't quite make it here, and it's a little bit rough, right? Considering we have 2 really new teams, I think we're gonna see some crazy stuff. But also the map veto, Jerry, is going on, so that's also a little bit interesting.
Yeah. Well, Takeo coming into today, looks like they're banning Fungi Stadium. This is something we came across in the North American broadcast last weekend. It was very clear that teams came into the day with a particular ban in mind. So maybe we'll be seeing these teams ban these maps a few times today. Wing It taking out Skyway Stadium, a less popular map in the meta. Lights Out similar, taking out Monaco. And then Monster Pig wiping out Nozomi Citadel. Now that is an interesting one because that's a relatively popular map in the map pool, but they did have the last ban. And now we have 4 maps left in the pool, and the choice will be randomized, and it's going to be Bernal. So pretty well tested ground for a lot of these teams. Bernal is a very popular map amongst the competitive players, and in this meta especially, with a lot of heavy light comp dominated teams. Dread, Takeo being the only team coming into this particular map that are dead set on their HML comp, with a Telco leading the medium charge. He's basically flying the flag for mediums around the world today in this broadcast.
Yeah, he absolutely is, which is why I've always been a huge fan. I mean, Atelco, the name itself goes way back in the final scene, especially in the community scene. But yeah, as a medium player myself, really excited to see that. Going to be kind of curious to see how that's going to work out with, like you said, there's a lot of double light heavies coming into this, especially on a map like Bernal, which is so horizontal. There's not a lot of verticality to it. They can move around that map really quick. They can get their heavy around the map really quick. So we'll have to see how Atelco kind of plays around with that, Jerry.
Yeah, lots of height to play from, lots of nasty angles for those invis lights in particular to be gargoyling up on. You know, it's almost perfect that this is one of the best maps for gargoyling, and there exists a cathedral in it. It's like it just belongs. But yeah, expect to see a lot of HLL today, guys, and whenever you see a medium in lobby, give them a good cheer because they need your love right now. But it's going to be interesting. There's a lot less diversity in the EMEA region, and it's taken a long time to get to this point where the meta feels relatively solved. Let's just think that, like, this is about 3 months into an in-game season. So up until this point, it's been really diverse, and we've had a lot of variety, and now teams have finally kind of pinned down that HLL seems to be the play. But it's been a wild ride to get here, Dianic, and we still have, even today, a lot of creativity within the lobby. I'm thinking particularly Wing It. We've got Plopan with that bow.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have a lot of similarities when it comes over the teams, a lot of HLL teams, especially here in the EMEA stream. But on the other side, what still makes them different is how do they make it work? How do they play it? There's a lot of dash, a lot of invis, and each team is different, right? And that's where we're going to see the biggest difference in between, because you can't just take one team and compare it to the other and be like they're completely the same. One team might play more together, the other one be a lot more closer. So I'm gonna be really watching the teams today and see what is their team synergy, how are they gonna play together, even are they gonna play together, or are they going to rely on a lot of individual performance? That is what's gonna make the difference, and the better teams are gonna really push forward.
Seems like we've talked long enough, as I think it's time for our predictions to come on out. Now, there's going to be a favourite in this lobby, and it's going to be Takeo, and I'm putting my flag down immediately and saying that they should find their way through. But honestly, if I were to pick any other team, I'd struggle, right? The other three look really even. Lights Out maybe the more experienced. Monster Pig coming out of nowhere. Wing It are always a wild card. They've managed to go far in competitions before. So I don't know what you're going to say, Dredge, but if it's Takeo, then I don't blame you.
You know, I think the only thing we agree on is I don't know what I'm going to say either, because these predictions are so hard. I think, especially coming through the top 16, I think I only got like one of the predictions correct. I think it's going to be even crazier for this top 8. And there's one team I want to say, which is Wing It, because I love watching Ploparn with that bow. But I think the one that is going to run it is Monster Pig, because they took the first out of the top 16 as well. Dianic, what about you?
Listen, I'm going to make it plain and simple. Takeo, they have been my favorites for a very long time, and they're going to stay my favorites, especially in this cash out.
Nice and simple. So, Takeo, Monster Pig Takeo. Let's see how things shake out, because we're finally ready to get into our game. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We are here with the top 8, and it's Monster Pig, Lights Out, Wing It, and Takeo heading into cash out. Dianic and Dread, take us on.
Listen, Jerry, I appreciate you, and thank you so much for just sparing you and giving us your knowledge. As you guys can already see, we already have the first one, Monster Pig team, with their heavy light comp. Dread, our first cash out of today on Bernal as well. I mean, I myself don't quite enjoy Bernal, but maybe listen, there's a lot of other people who may like it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty popular in the comp scene just because of how, symmetrical and horizontal it is. These teams can move around here pretty quick, as we see already the gateways coming out with the double heavy lights moving around. But yeah, looks like we're going to be coming up right now with our first tap of the game, Diana.
It's going to be Winged against a Team Monster Pig. Or defining for the first cash-out box. That means Lights Out and Tiger on the other two sides. So the two newer teams are facing off each other, which could already mean the first cash-out to be grabbed. A little bit of damage being postponed here, both the lights, but the first one is going to fall. David is gone off from the board. Plopern is also taking quite a lot, so Winged, they're a little bit struggling when it comes to standing on their feet. One player remaining in this 1v2 scenario. He does a ton of damage, but it won't be enough.
Yeah, not quite enough. Team Monster Pig taking that first fight of the game. They're going to be able to move that box over now. Looks like they're heading towards A. And they're going to get this plug over here. But on the other side of the map, we still got a little bit of a showdown going on here, as it looks like both teams are fully up as this fight is taking a while. Looks like Perzone trying to hold that high ground here. Actually, a little bit of a flank coming in, but the gateway finally moving this box over. They want to get this plug going because they can't let this fight take too long. But here comes the winch, just barely doesn't miss it. And Rubinski is going to be able to throw that box in and get that plug, but it's immediately going to be swapped over by OG.
Tries to take it out, but they gotta be careful. Lights are playing this very safe right now. They do not want to engage. They're still trying to hunt down at least one of these players from the side of Takeoff, but he's just running away. Pika is doing his best to stay alive, and as for right now, Lights Out have regrouped, and they're ready to get back into this fight against Takeoff. Up on this roof on the Citadel. Look at it, so much damage. First one falls. Takeoff is now on the lead. The second one will be taken out as well, and Lights Out, they're really bringing the numbers back. All of a sudden, all up to Pika, the Light standing all alone in a 1v3 scenario, but as long as C stays alive, the cash out is still not being flipped.
Yeah, not quite being flipped yet. That fight kind of took a while to really take off there, but once it did, it was explosive. But Tycho already coining back in with their other two members. Pika taking a little bit of damage, going to have to drop back down. Donk Rage with a little bit of a flank onto OG there, doing a little bit of damage, and they're just trying to play kite right now because Lights Out still has control of this box here. But Takeo coming in from the high ground here, trying to land on top of him. Looks like Atelko kind of sniffing out one of the lights here. Not really sure where he is. Finds him, though, out of the invis, but he gates away. He's going to chase him right through that gate. Can he catch up to him, though? Almost able to get through that window. He is going to end up going down, Dianic.
Another one gone. Lights Out now in a disadvantage. They're really trying to stop this switch, but unfortunately they can't really get to it. Tycho, they've created a perfect little cover, meaning the box is back under their control and there's so little time left. All they gotta do is now protect it at their best cause, and then they're gonna have the first cache under their control. On the other side, Team Monster Pig have now secured their first box as well. And as for right now, Lights Out, they cannot bring this one back.
Yeah, looks like Takeo might be holding on to this because Lights Out has to play a little bit of a reset here. Donkray's getting that hand res onto Rubinski there. And they might opt to go for a fight here, even though I don't think there's any time left on this cash out. But they are going to try to take out OG here as he's trying to rotate out. They're all kind of stuck in the corner here in this building with Lights Out kind of fanning out around them to stop that rotate here. But as Vault 4 is spawning now, they are just going to turn around and go right towards that, Dianic.
Into the next cash out. They already have a gateway ready and set up. That means that plug is going to be quite quickly. There we go. And also it has been... No, it's been stolen! Oh. Look at it! Monster Pig just took away the cash out box from Winged. And they've got the plug. Very unfortunate. Winged now also losing one of their members. They're really not doing great right now. That gateway was set up for success, but unfortunately it did not bring them even the plug.
Yeah, and it was yoinked right out of their hands, but now we're coming down to a 1v1 between Monster Pig and David here. But Monster Pig opted to go for that body. He is going to get a hand res. Looks like David gets a hand res of his own. And now we've got a light-heavy matchup on both sides here between Wingit and Monster Pig. Box is still in control of Monster Pig, but Ploparn gets hand res by Wireless Jose as well. The steal is going to go through the goo is going to block them off, but the gateway above the head is going to stop that steal at the last second. David's going to have to hop off. He does go down. The dome shield coming out from Jose. Ploparn's going to follow right behind it. Jurg is going to get healed right back up. by Nuwak there, and he's going to jump onto Wireless Jose to get that wipe. Monster Pig holding on to this one.
Also, Pig doing really, really good right now. As already mentioned, guys, if you are in the bottom 2 in this first cash out, you're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. So they really do not want to be in that place. Lights Out on the other side, also losing 2 of their member personnel, being the last man standing, the heavy. At least Donkridge managed to use one of his coins to get back into the game. But Tycho, they're still holding on to that cash out and are fully equipped with every single member. OG, he's one of the best heavies that EMEA currently has, and he's standing strong with the support from his team.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I love looking at Telco, that solo medium, rocking that F card too. They're going to go for the steal here, but Donkrage hopping right onto Pika with that V9S. He's going to take him out there. Little barricade coming up from OG as he's trying to rotate out to get some health back as they try to reset here, try to get Pika's body, which it looks like a Telco did get the hand res off there. And now we're coming up just about on the halfway point of this box, still in control of Lights Out, but we have another team coming in, Dianic. David gets a kill onto Donkrage here.
Well, from the looks of it, Wing It, they know, unfortunately, they cannot get themselves onto that cash-out box from the side of Monster Pig, so they're going to third-party this party here, but unfortunately, they're coming a little bit too late because Lights Out, they only have 1 member left. Person taking so much damage. Donkridge now using another coin, so there's no more coins left for the side of Lights Out. They're really trying their best, but Tycho are just so strong holding onto this box. All they gotta do is whip it back onto their name because right now it is in the possession of Lights Out.
Yeah, still in possession of Lights Out here, but Winged might be able to hop on this at the last second, or they're just going to try to keep it in control of Lights Out to keep Tycho out of there. But it looks like we just have all these teams kind of rotating around here as Lights Out is just desperately holding on to this box. They ought to hop on it now if they want a chance at this. Looks like we're going to go for it. Wireless Jose try to get in there. I don't know if he mantled over that barricade in time. Donkrage coming in to try to stop it. He dies. I think they're going to get it at the last second. They do. Wing It at the very last second. Take his second place.
What an amazing place from the side of Wing, and that brings them all the way back. I mean, they were on 2K, and now they're on 17. I mean, my God, what a comeback. On the other side, Team Monster Ping, I mean, they're just running away with the money. 38K, not have been wiped once the entire cash-out game, and have already plugged the next cash-out box. Both of these two are very staggered out. If they want to go for number 6 or make it a double from the side of Lights Out, they would need a double to really be on that top, or even just one of them. It matters to be in the first and in the second place, and Monster Pig, they cannot fall down. So it comes down to Wing It, Tycho, and Lights Out. Who's going to be in the upper and who's going to drop down to elimination game?
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Lights Out here because they do have a chance to come back here, but they're going to have to play this really well, especially because Rubinsky and Donkrage, I believe neither of them have any coins left. So they're going to have to figure out how to play this, and these boxes did get split, and we've got quite a stagger on it like you were just talking about, Dianic, but we do have a little bit of a steal coming through on the side of Takeo to take control of that. We'll see if they can hold on to it.
As for right now, they can. There's only little time left from the side of Take to really keep that one under control. They're really good when it comes to the defense, but I gotta make sure this one does not fall off. And as we can see, Team Monster Pig, they're already here next to Taiko, but from the looks of it, where's Taiko? They're on the other side of the team. But they're also fighting Lights Out now. But both these two teams coming close. A little bit of fortress has been built in the meanwhile, as the whole building is now being exploded, and Lights Out are really desperately trying to bring this one back. But unfortunately, not a single winch is hitting, and they're just slipping away, every single one of them. Taika doing so much damage, staying alive somehow, but it's Alco will be the first one to fall. Pika and OG with a little bit of HP left in the box now being swapped. They really need to make a wonder here if they want to bring this one back, but there's so much debris. They cannot find the hole. And it's going to be still the box from the side of Taiko if they found just enough time to delay it.
Wow, that was so close. But Taiko able to hold on to that there, but we still got lots of action coming down in this game as Wing It is still holding on to this last box, but now every team in the lobby is going to be collapsing on this box now. Monster Pig getting a little bit of LH1 shots across the map there. And it looks like he's going to get the assist as Nuwak ends up finishing off the kill onto Donkrage. Rubinsky, though, going to get the trade onto Nuwak there. Monster Pig just kind of rotating around the map as he's in a pretty good spot. He doesn't really have to commit to anything on this box here, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos. Wing It still in control here. Looks like we're coming down just about on the 15-second mark. Teams are going to have to hop on this now. And here they come. We got a dome shield coming out of Jurg there, but he falls off. And we got to kill onto Rubinski. They're going to all be hopping onto this box. Here they go. The dome shield gets glitched out. The winch does hit. And that's going to be it. Wing It holding onto that box, but they wipe at the last second, and it puts them into third. Dianic.
2K in between. It only took so little for them to actually keep their place. I mean, Wing It, they really did their best, and they really did try their best there, but oh my god, that was brutal.
Yeah.
I am lost for words. I was just saying how lost for words I was. That you didn't even hear how lost for words I was. I'm losing my marbles here. Those final two cash outs went back and forth so much. And, I mean, Monster Pig were puppeteering everything. They got the first box out of the last two, and then they ran away from it knowing that they'd be third-partied because there was a massive stagger, stole the other one, stayed on top somehow throughout the whole thing, and then that wipe at the end onto Wing It, that was devastating, and Takeo knew exactly what they had to do to get through. That was so close. Dianic, I help. What happened?
I mean, it was a constant back and forward, and I think Wing It have done the right decision. Unfortunately, that wipe at the end completely threw them off, but the fact that they went in for that third party on that second cash shot, and then at the end still got that third one as well, really did push them so close to overtake Taiko. But that wipe at the end, that winch on the light, was the most brutal one I have seen. He dives in from the roof all the way down, snatches the last man standing from Wing It, who was trying to stay alive. That was absolutely brutal, but we have our first two in the upper and in the lower already decided. As you guys can see, Monster Pig and Tycoon are in the upper bracket. In the lower bracket with Wing It and Lights Out. I think something that we wouldn't have expected as much. Again, Monster Pig absolutely surprising me here.
Yeah, Monster Pig have really sort of come out of the woodwork and just amazed us in this particular competition. They haven't really been around very much in the competitive scene, but Monster Pig himself, a very adept ranked player. I mean, I quite frequently see him in amongst that top 20 on ranked, so no surprise that he himself is doing so well. But this Eastern European side have just come together and really made it work for themselves. They were the first team to qualify through from top 16 to the top 8, so is it really is it really that surprising given that record? You know, they've turned up out of nowhere, but they've been consistent since doing so. Dread.
Yeah, absolutely insane. That might be the only prediction of the day that I'm going to get correct there, because, I mean, as we saw during that match, anything could have happened. I mean, each team swapped around so many times, but now let's take a look at what's going to happen on the next match, as we're going to get ready to find out what the next two teams going to upper and the next two going to lower is, with Team Boba Slurper, 5 Fears, Golod, and Fake Cows, which, Jerry, I think is going to be just as crazy as the last one.
Oh, absolutely. So, a lot on the line here, of course. We've seen how bad it can be if you drop down to that lower bracket. 5 Fears, certainly the favourites in this lobby, but Fake Cows, I would say, also up there. Boba Slurper, another massive side. This is a really difficult lobby, particularly for Golod, who are absolutely potentially out of their depth here, I would say, Diana. This is a really horrible lobby to be a part of.
Exactly. I mean, Golod, they're gonna fight against 3 really experienced teams. All of these players have a lot of experience. Fake House is maybe the one with the most recent experience. They've been in the comp scene for a little bit, but not as long. But they're really good. So I would really say I agree with Jerry. Fears, of course, they have here the advantage, but I wouldn't say that the Fake Cows nor Boba Slurper are all too far away. I just have a few fears for Golod because, again, they're fighting in a very experienced lobby with not having much experience themselves.
And here we have the map veto just coming in fresh. You can see that we've got Golod banning Cis Horizon, Fake Cows taking out Monaco. Again, interesting that they're turning away a sort of non-meta map. Five Fears banning a meta map in the Nozomi Citadel, and then Boba Slurper don't want to see Fungi City. We've ended up on Fortune Stadium, which is about as even a playing field as anyone could hope for. Particularly, I'm thinking about Five Fears. They absolutely love Fortune Stadium, particularly when it gets through to 3 versus 3s. But this is cash out. This is a completely different thing. So let's get our predictions up on the screen, guys. I'm really stuck in this one, to be honest, because there's 3 fantastic options. The only thing is, I have to say, sort of good luck, Golod, and I'm going to choose, I'm going to go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's say Boba Slurper. I think Boba Slurper will make it through this.
Oh, man, yeah, this is, like you said, a tough one. I don't know. I think I'm going to have to go with Five Fears on this one, but again, I'm not super confident. It could be anybody here.
Listen, I'm gonna keep it simple as before. I'm gonna go for fake cows, and you guys are gonna see in-game why I'm going for the fake cows. So I'm just gonna keep you guys a little bit on the toes, especially for the ones who have never really tuned into a competitive the finals stream where fake cows was part of them. You guys are gonna see on in-game why.
Yeah, fake cows. Let's just talk about them for a moment, because they are sort of the ones that could surprise us here in terms of being that newer addition to the competitive scene. They have stacked up relatively well in cash out. They finished, second in Apes Classics in the league play, which was entirely cashed out. They've done really well in PHL. Their record is pretty good so far in this tournament in cash out. But it's always been when they've had Five Fears or Boba Slurper present in PHL, they have struggled. So it's a question of whether this different dynamic of cash out, where the top 2 go through, is actually going to favor them. Maybe Boba Slurper and Five Fears might see each other and think, oh, we don't want them to get through. So there's a little bit of sort of macro going on in that sense, whether they try and get each other through in the bracket. Now, we are very close to starting the game, guys. In fact, so close, but then it's already started. Guys, take it away.
And here we go, Diana. We are in already. Looks like we already got our first tap coming through. These teams are biting at the chomp to get in here, kind of like fake cows. Because are they cows or are they finals contestants? I don't know.
Man, they're fake cows at the end of the day. Guys, just watch their skin. When it comes to Skinergy, it's fake cows who bring that on the board. All of them rocking the exact same lineup. And somebody who likes fashion is gonna appreciate that. We all know you gotta win the fashion game if you want to win the entire game. That's just a saying. Keep it in mind, guys.
Yeah, definitely true, and we'll see if it comes through in their gameplay as well. And Nagiri just getting absolutely blasted there by the V9X from Yinks there on the side of Golod. And now that box is going to get moved over. Winch not really going through by Ali there, trying to chase him up. Look at them using that barricade to mantle up there. Nice movement tech, but it's jumped on by all of Golod as they collapse from the upper floor there. Boba Slurper is going to go down, and that box is going to be swapped over to Golod there, Diana.
I mean, Golod already doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, they got themselves the first cash out box under control and took out one of the favorites. I mean, Team Boba Slurper, as Jerry said, a lot of experience on the team, especially Cyborg. He's known to be a killing machine. As for right now, he shall remain and be a little bit patient before he can really get that crazy. But on the side of Golod, they've already started way great out. And 5 Years on the other side have gotten themselves also the first cash out box underneath their control. But look who's coming in. Fake House are now on the roof, invisible, waiting. But little do they know, there's somebody also waiting behind the corners.
Yeah, Yinks there, just like Jerry was talking about, doing a little bit of that gargoyling there. Look at the patience from that, too. Waiting as they all drop down, use some of that utility. RPG's going through. Look at the KS on the side of Glitch Cafe to get the kill there. Actually, Deadplate confirming that. They are double heavy light, Dianic. I'm just noticing that double heavy light from Fake Cows there, and they just barely don't get that swap coming over, and it's going to be stopped by Rose.
Glitch Cafe now the last man standing. He is the heavy. There was at least a little bit of a res going on. Code Draft is now the only one not in the game. But they really got to get themselves back up on that roof and then fight it all the way down. But unfortunately, there's so many flaws which you're going to have to watch out. I do really appreciate the cow skin. We're going to have to talk about that.
Yeah, that cow is wearing a pretty nice dress there, too. But looks like they are going to see that there's not a lot of time left on this box, and they're just going to opt to rotate out, it looks like. and go towards the middle of the map and maybe just get ready for those next vaults spawning, or they might be able to make it over to A. Looks like they got plenty of time as they're already here, taking that mega pad, coming in at the very last second as Team Bobaslurper has been wiped. And now they're going to try to hop on to 5 Fears. Treason going down. It's only Carnifex left alive, and we do have about a little bit less than 20 seconds on this box. Glitch Cafe is going to hop on that Carnifex, turning onto Dead Plate, though, getting the kill, but Kodaft is going to trade that, and Fake Cows stealing that box at the last second.
They got him under control, but look careful here. There's one more team coming in, and it's Godel, the team that they've just lost against. And they're trying to steal it away. They got the wipe as well, and they got a cash out. No way to get away with it.
That's insane. That box got swapped twice in the last 20 seconds of that box being active. And now Glow, they got the first 2 boxes. They're ahead. They have $21,000. Everybody else is less than 10K. They're in a very good spot at the beginning of this cash out to kind of control the rest of the pacing of this match. And look at Yinks there, just sitting invis as the rest of the team walks right by him, and he's going to get the kill right there onto Nagiri, Dianic.
He's really watching to get that kill. There's going to be a barricade right in front of his face. He wants to get in, but he can't. Golo, they're doing really well. Cyborg, no, the last man standing from Team Bobaslurper, but there's one more coming in. They're going to have to be careful because Fake Cows, they are on that other side of the building. So Golo right now being pinched in between 2 teams could turn out not so great for them. Have not been wiped once so far, by the way. So as long as they keep this going, they're in a really good place.
Yeah, they are in a really great place. Ali being the only one on that team, I believe, to use a coin there as well. But we do have Fake Cows getting that plug, taking control of that point. And here comes Team Bobaslurper trying to get in there as the sonar nades come out. They have found them. They're going to maybe drop down. We do have a winch coming out, though, on to Glitch Cafe. He just barely doesn't fall off the match, able to mantle at the last second to get back in there, not fall into the void of Fortune Stadium. But Cyborg is going to clean up Kodaf with the M11 there. Only 2 members alive on Glitch Cafe, and that steal almost going to go through, but the winch connects onto the box, Dianic.
The box was just pulled away enough, but look at it. Fake Cow still in a disadvantage. You're gonna have to be careful of that window right behind him, and there he is. There's so much damage going on. Nothing they can really do. Kodrap coined in at the perfect time, so no money has been lost because of a wipe, but he is the only man standing. But they might have a little bit of hope because look who's around the corner. It is Gold. They're just waiting for an opportunity to come in here and take it away yet again for Bobaslurper beneath their feet. Oh god, they're really keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, they're really keeping us on our toes and everybody else in the lobby as they're still holding on to this first place here. And like you said, Fake Cows didn't fully wipe, but those teammates that coined in, they're kind of coming in a little bit behind as Galad is kind of controlling the pacing of this fight here. And look at Fake Cows. Now it's their turn to just kind of wait in the corner as they've heard Golod and Team Bobaslurper fighting up on these higher floors here. And now I think this is going to slow down a little bit as it looks like Galad said, you know what, we have the lead. We don't really need to fight for this. It's almost going to end already. We're just going to rotate out. So now Fake Cows are going to go back in and they're going to try to take this at the very last second.
They're really trying to do their best here, but here again, it's Bobaslurper there. Nothing to mess with, and there's the first one, there's the second one. My apologies, I don't really know anything about this game. Apparently, the underdogs are really rising up to the top, and it's only one player remaining. He's up on that top in Nigeria. He cannot do anything, but look who's around the corner. It's Galar yet again. They're waiting and doing their best to steal this one away. They have the barricade set it up. They need an execute going in now. They're doing so much damage. The first one is gone, but Fake Cows, they're keeping this one under their control. They're not gonna let it happen one more time. Galad, I thought they have no experience. What is going on with this team?
Yeah, that play was such a high-risk, high-reward play, and it was so close to working out, but unfortunately, they did wipe at the very end there, and Fake Cows did control that box, so they're going to come into second place here, but these top 3 teams in this cash-out are very, very close together. 5 Fears on the other side of that map got their box as well. Now, they have stolen first place, but it's only a 1-kill difference between first and second place right now. This box did get tapped by Fake Cows, which is what turned that into the 1-kill difference. So they're going to be moving this box over. We're going to have another one on the side of that hospital point. But the box fell off the map, Dianic.
The box fell off the map. That means it's going to be replaced back into its original position. And there we go. We have the cash out as well beneath under control from the fake cows. They're really trying their best to get this one as quickly plugged as possible, but they do have a target on their back. Look who's behind them. It's Galad, and they just dash through. There's so much damage. There's the second one. The execution on a 2v3 scenario. Well, the teammate is all the way on the other side. All up to Goldrav being all alone now left as Galad now steal it back. Oh my god, this cash out is a pure mess.
Yeah, Kodaf doing a really great job at not wiping there again. For the second time, he's going to allow his heavies to coin back in, but they're going to have to cross over. It looks like they did already, and now they're going to have to link up and take this fight again. But there is plenty of time here for this, and it looks like we have Glitch Cafe with that KS. He did make it up to that top floor there, and RPG just kind of connects onto Rose there. He's going to back off a little bit, but Kodaf getting a kill onto Ali. Now it's only the two lights on the side of Galad. And Rose is going to end up going down as well. Kodaf making crazy plays. It's only Yinks left alive. That box is going to get swapped over. Now Golad is going to have to slow down.
But careful, there's another team coming in. Team Bulbaslopers right around the corner. Also now getting rid of the fake kills. Glitch Cafe is the last man standing from that trio. It's now Palmer's trying to steal it and make it his. But they do need the money. They're in 5k. They need both of these cash outs to really go beneath their favor and not get a wipe. But look who's back up on their feet. There's just so many teams hogging this box. And they're really trying to switch it back again. Team Bulbasloper, no idea where we can see him. He gets the winch. He gets the stop of the switch. And I mean, he's trying to do it again. Oh my god, he might get away with this.
This is going to be a crazy steal here. Just holding on to the very corner of that cash box, but he's going to get jumped on by Cyborg there. Cyborg getting a double kill and wiping Golad there. They're going to get dropped down into last place. Team Bobaslurper, they need to get that wipe on the fake cows. Glitch Cafe is the only one left alive, and Five Fears is here to try to make that happen, as well as Card Effects is trying to go absolutely crazy, but Cyborg turning on him again, getting 3 kills at the end of this game, but it's not going to be quite enough. Glitch Cafe is left alive. I don't know if they're going to be able to find him. There's only 1 second left, and he lives. Fake Cows holding on to first place by less than $1,000. Dianic, holy moly.
Oh my god, not only did we have a crazy start, but even crazier second game. I mean, what did we just see? My god, Galad is a miracle of a team. Jerry, listen, I'm confused. I thought these guys have no experience.
I've done it again. A different mute button this time, guys. I'm gonna do a tour of all the different mute buttons I own. They did do well, but clearly not enough. They wanted to be the main characters after that incredible start, sealing both of the first cash boxes, Golod. But then they couldn't follow it up, and I feel so sorry for Bobaslurper at the end there, having to hunt down the kills. You mentioned it, 2 kills short there at the end, Dread, of overtaking fake cows. But Glitch Cafe knew exactly what he had to do. He just hid. He avoided that wipe. Five Fears in the meantime had a stroll. They didn't even get that many kills throughout this game, but they were uncontested on the far side for that final cash out, racking up 45k, so they'll go through with no questions asked. But Fake Cows coming in here with the HHL as well. This is something we weren't sure about whether it would happen or not. We've got a lineup here that is unusual. We've got, I believe, Louis Huncho subbing out, who was their medium and light main for Deadplate, but Kodaft is a sub as well. So it's a bit confusing, but either way, it means that we've got a little bit more variety in our lineups today. Still not a medium in sight though, Dread.
Yeah, still not a medium in sight in this lobby, but yeah, you were just talking about the double heavy light on the side of Fake Cows, and I think it kind of worked out there. I mean, for lack of better words, they just kind of big-bodied their way into second place in that catch out. But now, taking a look at our bracket, Jerry, as these teams, now we have our upper and lower bracket kind of filled out here.
Absolutely, this is what it's looking like now. And we will stay with the upper bracket to see this little cash out tournament through to completion. But as you can see on that lower bracket, waiting will be Wing It, Golod, Lights Out, and a Boba Slurper. And of course, that is a dangerous one because the bottom place team in that cash out will be eliminated. But more importantly, these teams have a much harder route to the finale. As for the upper bracket, though, Monster Pig, Five Fears, Takeo, and Fake Cows all in the running to claim one of those first spots in the finale. This is a pretty cool looking lobby, I must say. Very excited to see it. We've got all sorts of animals. We've got pigs, we've got cows, Dianic. I bet you're excited. I don't know why. You just seem to love the funny teams, the quirky teams.
Listen, absolutely, man. I love all the quirky and funny teams. Listen, Fake House, crazy. Listen, they had a rough start in our last game. They're going to have an even rougher time here. But I think already in the top bit, we have a good difference of teams. On the lower end, in the lower bracket, I am confused what actually happened there. And I think all of these teams, I mean, Golo definitely deserve to be in the upper after what they have performed in the first round.
We don't hand out spots in the upper bracket for nothing, Dianic. Unfortunately, they've got to fight their way through the crocodile swamp. But before that, we will have, of course, the upper bracket coming at you right after this break.
One jump and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations.
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so fast.
A rapid reload and Taekwondo moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Taekwondo still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Taekwondo. Congratulations on being this episode's #1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're feeling well refreshed after that short break. I am not Oscar, I am Jerry. I know it's a bit of a surprise. Don't worry, Oscar just hasn't lost all of his hair in one go. We do have the hair quota, though, sufficiently met here by Dread and Dianic doing the heavy lifting between the two of them. We're still in the upper bracket. We've got some really big hitters coming up here, Dread, with Five Fears and Takeo both squaring off in a cash-out game alongside Fake Cows and Monster Pig. So, two monsters joined by a pair of animals looking to cause some chaos on the farm.
Yeah, and chaos is exactly what this cash out is going to be. If those first 2 cash outs showed us anything, it's just going to be absolute carnage here as we go into this. And the predictions, they're already so hard, they're only going to get harder as we keep going on, Jerry.
Absolutely. Dianic, how are you feeling about this? We've already seen some big hitters drop to that lower bracket. Think about Boba Slurper. Of course, these teams, if they lose here, they don't go to the lower bracket, they just head to the next upper bracket cash out. So it's not as treacherous, having got 1 win behind them already, but still, at the end of this cash out and the 3 versus 3 rather, there's a spot in that finale up for grabs. Who do you think is making it through here if you want to play your prediction card really early?
Ooh, if I want to play my prediction card really, really early, not gonna lie, I see a world where we might have Five Fears and Team Monster Pig on that 3v3 for fighting for the first spot. I love Fake Outs, I love Taiko, but they haven't given me enough, and I haven't really seen their shine that we saw in other games in previous competitions. I need to see more from them. They were already great, but Fake Outs had a very slow start.
Yeah, Five Fears looked indomitable, as they often do. But you're right, Monster Pig really did impress us in that first cash out on Bernal. So let's see how things treat them here. Fake Cows starting off the ban with Monaco out of the picture. We see another off-meta map in Fongwei City banned by Takeo. Monster Pig taking out Nozomi Citadel, and Five Fears taking out Fortune Stadium. So a couple of more popular picks out for the running there. Five Fears, interestingly, are very good at Fortune Stadium. They've just won on it, and now they're banning it. So perhaps hoping to shield some of their strategies from the other sides, or maybe just adapting to the lobby as they see it fit. And the random pick is going to be Skyway Stadium, having made it through the ban phase. This is a map that a lot of teams want to avoid, Dread.
Yeah, it's definitely one that they want to avoid because it could go either way. I mean, the map is so dynamic. It's so much verticality, especially with EMEA having a lot of those invis lights with those LH1s. Yep. They can sit up on the cranes and the rooftops and be shooting people with those LH1s, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a good day to be an invis light. There's a lot of really good ones in this lobby as well. I'm looking at these teams. I'm thinking, oh, Treason's going to have a field day here for 5 Fears. That is the one that stands out for me. With his tracking darts, his sonar grenades, he loves to just scout out the opposition and make it hell on earth to move anywhere outside a building. So, as we get our predictions going through, I'm off the back of that just going to say 5 Fears. I think this is absolutely their domain. If they can get momentum, then they will not stop. Dread, how are you feeling on this?
You know, like I said, I kind of just want to take my brain out, put it on the table, because we can't do any thinking with that anymore. But I think I'm going to have to go Monster Pig again, just because they are so crazy in cash-out games with their pacing, and I think they can maybe keep it up for this one, too.
All right, Dianic, have you got a wild card for us?
Listen, you guys know. I'm gonna have to stay truthful, loyal, just like the human I am. I'm gonna go again with Fake House. They made it to the upper side, and I think they just had a little bit of a rough start. I think they had the warm-up game, the nerves have come down a little bit, and now they're gonna show what they're capable of. And I mean, they already did at the end there. They showed what they're really able to do, and they have what it takes.
Fake Cow's got no beef with Dianic, that's for certain. Always backing the Cows. They just barely made it through. Let's remind you, they survived by the skin of their teeth, avoiding a wipe at the end of Fortune Stadium. At the expense of Boba Slurper. It was
very
great.
Smooth and clean.
It was clean, it was smooth, but it was dangerous. They were right on the edge until the very end. But that's how they like to play. Fake Cows, obviously, historically, very, very good in cash out as well. So they do have that going for them. They've been a really strong cash out side these past few months across various other competitions, and indeed on their way here. But that's enough yapping from me. Dread and Dianic, you guys are sounding lovely, I gotta say. It's really nice to have you here. This is these guys' debut, so let's get some love for Dread and Dianic in the chat. But more importantly, let's get some love for the players who are competing right now for a spot in potentially a finale booking 3 versus 3. Dread, Dianic, take us through it.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Jerry. I think I'm getting carried a little bit here by a Dianic, but absolutely blessed to be here alongside her on the casting desk as an American First side on the EMEA side. And it's been feeling pretty great, but these games, Dianic, are going absolutely crazy.
Listen, it's feeling pretty good. And listen, we're just going to have to EU-fine your brain and then you're good to go. Don't worry about it. We're still on that. We're going to have to brainwash you a little bit more for you to be on our board. But Tycho against the Fake House are going to be the first engagement here on this first Vault. Already just deploying everything that they have. In co-draft is a little bit split from his team, but that just might be what they need. They're gonna have to be real carefully to not get too split up and lose the first amendment. As we talk about it, both teams will lose each one, a medium and a light. So it's heavy and light for both these two teams, still standing strong. And I mean, look at the cash. It is right next to the Vault as well.
Yeah, right next to the Vault there, and it is going to get tapped by Fake Cows there, but OG with a big winch coming in, and a counter winch coming on the side of Dead Play, turning around with help of Glitch Cafe there, who is on the light this time. So even more flexibility coming out of the Fake Cows there. I don't know how flexible Cows usually are, but I mean, these guys apparently can do everything, Diana.
Well, Monster Pig can do also everything. They're on top of the world. They beat 5 Fears in a head-on 3v3 for that box. They're also now running it to A. Both of these two cash out going to be plugged kind of at the same time, so not too much staggering going on. But that also now gives maybe more opportunities for a little bit of a switcheroo, already focusing on one. What I would really love to see is both of these two teams, let it be Tycho and also 5 Fears, just focusing one of the teams and keeping it a clean 3v3, because third partying here does not make much sense. The cash shots are not staggered.
Yeah, not staggered, and on this map too, Skyway Stadium, it's a lot wider of a map. These points are completely across the map from each other. OG taking a big RPG right to the face, but he is going to get healed up immediately. They're going to take that jump pad right up there from Atelco. Still holding on to that heal beam on OG. Pika going crazy with that V9S. Kodap, though, is going to turn around and get the trade on to Pika there. Now turning it into a 2v2. OG 1 HP. Glitch Cafe also counted down to 1 HP, but these lights are going to get their regen back way sooner. Atelco is going to get rezzed back up. Pika is going to get rezzed up by OG there.
That plays also not back in the game. It is a head-on 3v3 and there's a little bit of chasing going on, but look at Fakehouse not losing sight of the objective and knowing that is the key thing here. Already kind of grouping it up back again, but they're gonna have to be very careful because Tycho just around the corner. And then we look at it, Pika losing his life, but it's going to be Glitch Cafe and Deadplate as well gone. They're trying to hunt down Codraft and he will fall. And meanwhile, Pika did everything he needed to do as a light. He got the kills and also the swap now happened for Tycho at the very end there. Fakehouse couldn't quite hold on to it. And in the meanwhile, on the other side, 5 Fierce got the cash out.
Yeah, somehow they did get that steal, but there is still a huge fight breaking out. Both dome shields coming down by both heavies here. Treason is going to go down by Monster Pig with some big LH1 headshots, and the steal is going through from Team Monster Pig again. I don't know if 5 Fierce is going to be able to hop down and stall this because Nagos is going down. Carnifex follows right after, and Monster Pig takes it back again.
Back in their claws. That was really well played from Monster Pig, but also from the side of Tycho. Both these two teams now securing the first cash out for their team. It is again only a best of one. The best two teams in this game are going to move to the 3v3, and then one of these two teams are going to have a chance to already move over to the final round and lean back for the next few minutes while our teams play. But now we're going to see a different lineup. It's going to be Team Monster Pig against Tycho playing now against each other, while 5 Fierce are going to face the Fake House.
Yeah, and Tycho OG is going to be kind of moving out of there, trying to reposition here, maybe get a little bit of reset because there's just a little too much chaos going on there. Carnifex grab the body of Treason. He's going to go ahead and get that hand res off. Telko gets his own hand res onto Pika there, turning this back into a fight on both sides of the map. And we still have a little bit of carnage going out because Nagos trying to get some shots in onto Team Monster Pig here. Yerg trying to make his way around, but those barricades just blocking everything. Nagos can't really get inside there. The orange barrel not able to really break all the way through that barricade, and the winch just barely not connecting there. He's going to opt to turn around and get that box, but all of Team Monster Pig is sitting there to wait for him around that corner. He's going to eat RPG. He's going to have to drop the box again. But it looks like it actually gets plugged because they do have that reverse gateway set up, Diana.
You do have it, but it was very, very close. He just nearly walked into the opponents, but at least he's right there. Both the winches hitting, but unfortunately, Nagos is taking so much damage. He will get the kill, though. Team Monster Pig losing one of the first. And remember, it's 2 lights now standing strong. Cash out not being tried to be swapped as well, but there's still some lights all around that cash out box. Is not yet safe to be secured. Winch is missing. He gets the kill. 5 Fierce is going to be wiped. In the meanwhile, well, this fight is now still somehow continuing. Carnage is alive and now wiped. My apologies. I thought he was dead because his health bar was on 1 singular HP.
Yeah, what a hectic fight there. But yeah, barely at the end there, 5 Fierce ends up going down. Team Monster Pig looking pretty strong. Already have their reses up and good to go. They're going to be setting up there. But on this side of the map, we still have some more carnage going out. Pika getting a kill onto Kodaft. Atelko end up going down as well too. And I believe both teams getting the reses off here. OG did get their medium back up. Glitch Cafe did get Kodaft back up as well. And we have a steal coming through from Tycho. That dome shield is out. Here comes the barricades as well. Glitch Cafe trying to hop in there and do some damage, but he gets turned on, absolutely blasted. Atelko is going to get the kill onto Deadplate and immediately turn a defib up. Pika turning this back into a 3v1. Kodaft not quite able to get some shots off there. Going down. Tycho taking this box.
They swap it back around to their name. Luckily for the side of Fake House, they still have 8k to their name, so they have at least a little bit done in damage. But 5 Fierce, can we just talk about this for a second? 5 Fierce are at the bottom. They're trying to now steal it. They desperately need this cash out. Monster Pig, they're going absolutely ballistic also with their kills. They only have they gotten trees, but Nagos and Carnifex so low HP. They only need a few bullets to be gone. They're trying to winch it again, take it away, but unfortunately it's not gonna work. Nagos, last man now standing against Monster Pig himself, the team named after him, and no, it won't be. Monster Pig and the team himself get that cash out, and they're on a 35k, while 5 Fierce are at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Wow, I mean, Team Monster Pig just putting on an absolute clinic on how to play cash out games here. They are absolutely on fire there. Might be turning into Monster Pork pretty soon because they are definitely heating up. But we do have another fight going on the other side of the map with Fake Cows here. And they're going to get some healing up onto Dead Plate as a big RPG comes through, but he's going to get counter-winched and turn onto Atelko with a crazy flick shot with that KS, but he's going to get traded off as well, and he does not have any coins, so they're going to have to get that hand res as OG is trying to get his hand res of his own, but he's going to get turned on by Kodaf through that little hidey hole there, and he's going to pick up that box, and they are going to get this plug. Fake Cows have a chance to come back and take maybe second place here.
They still have a chance. Here's the thing. There we go. The plug. It's a little bit more money. 5 years. They really need a lot here. But again, Fake House, as for right now, when it comes to a defense, it hasn't been the greatest. Kodaf bringing a lot of space in between he and his teammates. They might not try keep this all the way out, but they also that 6 volt is very close to a double. They do not want to double plug this one. I mean, for the side of 5 years, they need it. Oh my god, and the Fake House doubled it. Did they forget that there's a punishment if they don't get it?
I don't know what the strategy is here, but I mean, this is going to be a crazy high-risk, high-reward play. I mean, this is double jeopardy at its finest. They're going to have to really hold on to this. I mean, if it works out, they take first place out of here and secure themselves into this next 3v3, but they're going to have to fight every team in the lobby here, as there's still lots of time for them to collapse onto this box, Dianic.
What I love about Fake House is they're so scattered around the map, everybody in a little corner, but from the looks of it, Fake House have already lost 2 of their members. It's Dead Plate and Glitch Cafe now back up on their feet. At least one of the lines is up, but look at these team playing it so slow, trying to move this box somewhere around. Well, from the side of Monster Pig, they don't need to do anything. All they gotta do is not wipe. That is their key priority. Nobody can overtake them, but with that wipe, they might be in danger.
Yeah, they are in lots of danger here because look at Monster Pig just kind of holding off 5 Beards from getting in here, but I don't think they see Treason on the other side, as we do have one steal coming through. Tycho trying to take this in their favor. Deadblade end up going down, but here comes 5 Fears. They have made it through there, and that Dome Shield end up going out. Carnifex getting a kill onto OG. Nagos is going to get a Telco. It's just an absolute bloodbath. Everybody is going down. Who's going to hold on to this box? Kodaft is still alive. Pika somehow makes it in there, and he's just going to res right next to this cash out.
Oh my
is
God.
anybody going to be able to hop on this in time? There's 10 seconds left. Is anybody going to get on it? Tycho is hopping on it, but are they going to be able to take it? We do have Monster Pig in there trying to stop this. Fake Cows end up going down, but Tycho do take it. At the last second, they get the double taking. First place.
On the first place. Oh my actual god, what was happening? Tycho with a last second swap. Oh, this will never end today. I think the first 3 caches have already shown us where this is going to go. Tycho is the winner, Monster Pig is the second, and Fake House, oh my god, they couldn't hold on to it.
No, they really did gamble with that double jeopardy at the end, and it wasn't going badly, like you say, but there were just too few pieces at the end, and it seemed as though Monster Pig were acting, I don't really even know, they were killing everyone. I mean, I was going to say, they obviously, going into that last box, they look at that when they're in first place and know, well, a double works perfectly for us. They're guaranteed through, and then they can choose who they go through with, essentially try and manipulate the standings and try and get this 3 versus 3 in their favor. I don't think they'd have chosen Takeo if they had more of a say in it. We saw some unfortunate movements from Kodaft as well at the end, where he couldn't quite get into the level to deny the steal. But overall, let's just talk about Monster Pig, because they were unbelievable. I talked about how a Invis Light was going to dominate this lobby. I picked the wrong one. I backed Treason, but every single time Monster Pig came up against 5 Fears, they were incredible. They just won every single fight, Dread.
Yeah, it was going absolutely insane. They're getting double-digit kills. I think the first double-digit kills that we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
But, I mean, wow, what a crazy match. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, my brain is absolute slop after that, because it came down to literally the last 10 seconds, Jerry.
There's a huge fall from grace of 5 Fears as well, who will have to wait a little bit longer for a next upper bracket game alongside Fake Cows. But we have our 3 versus 3 booked in. It is Takeo and Monster Pig. Dianic, this side, I mean, we have to stop underestimating them.
I really do. Like, Monster Pig, no, I thought they had a first hot run when it comes to the cash out. That second one, the fact that they proved themselves so much against 5-Phase is absolutely incredible. Again, this is a team, they haven't been around long, they have known nearly as much experience as 5-Phase, but yet constantly they have the answer. It is the team synergy. You see them constantly backing up each other. They're not going alone. They're not trying to do individual plays. This is a team. We saw them multiple times against every other team standing strong together, one place, supporting each other, healing each other back up, and really doing their best to stay together. And I believe those communications in between the players are absolutely perfect because they have just pulled off. And I'm so amazed with their performance. But they're gonna have to prove themselves against Taiko in a 3v3. No more other teams that can influence the being or the whole game. It's a head-on 3 players against 3 players. So a lot more nerves and maybe a lot more space for them to think and do mistakes.
And the sole HML flag bearer is in Taiko, the only medium that we've seen today in Atelco, who is standing true behind his beloved class. I think it's going to be a different test for Monster Pig, right? In this meta, they're going to be very used to going up against other HLL sides and trying to pick apart, find those individual picks. It's not going to be as easy against a team like Taiko who prefer to either buddy up or ball up entirely and use that sustain, the heal beam, the defibs, the H+ infuser, all these varieties of gadgets, the jump pad to move yourself around, the goof protection. There's a lot more of a Swiss Army knife of a side when you have that HML comp. Just a reminder, of course, before we get some thoughts from Dread about how this might shake out in the 3 versus 3, the winner of this game progresses to the finale. They book their spot in the top 4 and they get a lovely few hours of rest to prepare and watch other teams and strat and synergize and do what they need to do, keep warm. So it's quite a reward for this 3 versus 3. Dread, how are you feeling about this matchup? We've talked a little bit about the HML versus HLL, but does it matter when you've got a player that is running on as hot a streak as Monster Pig himself?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to go pretty crazy, and I think the double light heavy does have a little bit of an advantage coming into the 3v3 as opposed to the cash outs, because these lights can kind of swarm around that medium, and if they take out that medium, it's a very important pick to turn the tide of the battle, taking out that defib for the side of Taiko. But I mean, Taiko, like we were talking about, is a storied team who plays those 3v3s really, really well. So this is going to be a tough one to see who's going to win it. But it'd be crazy if Monster Pig takes it, being the first team out of the top 16 to qualify for the top 8, and then potentially the first team to qualify into the top 4 as well.
It could happen. And I mean, Taiko, it is a really tough task. They're about as good a 3 versus 3 side as you can get in this region, and as we get our predictions rolling, it's going to be a really tough one. I think for me, looking at the way that last game played out, we never really saw Monster Pig square up directly against Taiko, so it's really difficult to say, but I think that on this map, the HLL comp wins out. So I'm going to put my flag in the ground and say that Monster Pig probably take this one. Dread?
Yeah, I've been backing Monster Pig this whole time, and they are quickly making a fan out of me. So I think I'm going to have to stick with them and say Monster Pig as well.
Dianic?
Damn. Not gonna lie, I really don't know where to go with this one, because Monster Pig, they have constantly shown how great they are. And I just think because we're in a different setting, in a 3v3, it's gonna end out being different. We have 2 teams who really stay together the whole time, right? You have the HML and everything. I want to go with Taiko here, because I've seen a lot more from Taiko than a Monster Pig, and even though they're really great and have had 2 amazing games, Taiko, I don't know, I just feel it in my bones. I don't know.
Well, we've got a pretty even split, as even a split as you can get with 3 of us on this, but Monster Pig versus Taiko for that first finale spot. Dianic and Dread, take us through it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jerry. And honestly, Dread, we already had some crazy cash outs. I'm ready for our first 3v3 and see how crazy this one might get, because now it really comes down to everything. And also, something interesting, we have a DMAT now on the side of Taiko.
Yeah, and I think that is a great heads-up play from Atelco there to kind of try to adapt around having those 2 lights, which are definitely going to be trying to target him as that solo medium. Nuwak already taking so much damage, and Atelco getting the first blood in amaze to all medium players around the world with that F-car, making all of us medium mains proud, getting that first blood. But we still have a fight on our hands as Yurg did drop down and get that hand res onto Nuwak there, Diana.
Careful, they're all back up again. OG not taking quite a lot of damage here again. It's only 3v3, nobody can really interfere, do some shenanigans. It all comes down to these 3 singular players involved, these 2. It seems New York now being removed from the board, the same as Yurg taking so much damage. Here's the second. OG is the one to fall from the side of Tycho. There is the quick res with that defib. That's something that Monster Pig might not have in the meanwhile, but there is another kill going on. Monster Pig now running for his life, trying to stay alive. He does not need to worry about money at this point. If they get wiped, it's not going to be all too much crazier, but we can pretty much call this one a success from the side of Tycho in the first team match.
Yeah, and Atelco was going absolutely insane there, getting a double with an elbow to the nose, and then getting a kill, and then getting a defib onto his heavy as well, already getting so much value out of the medium in this 3v3. But like we were saying, it is still anybody's game. This box did just now get plugged, and this is an objective-based game, so they need to get that money there. Tycho needs to hold on to it, and a huge RPG from Yurg ends up going out. All 3 of Tycho ends up really hurt off of that jump pad. Pika's gonna have going down, OG going down, Atelco, they all go down so fast. Dianic, Monster Pig is gonna swap this in their favor.
New York, what am I seeing? This guy just absolutely threw out the whole building. Give this man wings or and metal. Like, he was everywhere at the perfect time, doing so much damage. I mean, he took out 2 members and set the last one really, really low for Yurg to take out. I mean, that was absolutely beautifully played, and there we go. As you said, it's anybody's game. The cash out has been swapped in the meanwhile. Of course, from the side of Tycho, they're back in the game, so they still have at least 1 fight here, maybe 2 if they wipe very quickly, but 1 fight guaranteed.
Yeah, definitely. If that's the one upside to Tycho wiping so fast there, they might have 1 fight guaranteed here, and they are going to winch that inside there. OG, and we have an APS on the side of Atelco too. Atelco is throwing everything he can at this match to get this W. And they're going to turn around here as the barricades from both sides of them going out. Heal beam coming through, trying to keep OG up, and Pika is just dancing around these barricades, but Yurg ends up going down as well. Now Nuwak with just a bar and a half left up. He almost gets his regen up, but he takes a little bit more damage there, trying to hold on to this. OG hops on that steal. He does end up going down by Monster Pig with those headshots. They need to hold on to this. The LH1 is doing so much damage. The healing is enough, and Tycho takes it at the last second.
Not only did he heal up the teammate while he was stealing, but also at the same time he got the kills. Pika, definitely the MVP in that team fight. He got a little bit lost on that top floor. He saw the members left and right, only if he knew they were so low HP, but he healed his teammate up. He put everything above and beyond to make sure that OG was completely fully healed up for that swap. That was absolutely beautiful, and as we can see, they're already setting up for another fight yet again. Repeat it back there where the first one happened. Bring back the second one.
Yeah, I mean, we could not have asked for a better 3v3 for the first 3v3 of top 8, the final cycle. 1 for EMEA, and these guys are putting their entire heart into these games. All 6 of these players going crazy as Tycho is going to go down 1 more time in a team fight going in favor of Team Monster Pig. But this one doesn't matter as much as this box hasn't gotten plugged yet. Monster Pig just now setting up this reverse gateway, trying to get the money in the cash out.
There we go. Simple, easy, and done. From the side of Tycho, they still have a few more seconds left, but I mean, if we just look at that, we saw how quickly Monster Pig can actually wipe Tycho out of the game, and they're doing a very fantastic job. The one thing that they have on their advantage is if they're quick, if they get the first one, then they just overmantle the whole other team. But they really gotta get this first pick from the side of Tycho. As long as they stay together and play this as a team and do not get completely away from each other, that's where their strength is. Staying together, and from the side of Monster Pig, they need the first plug and then completely overwhelm their opponents like before.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Piggybacking off of your point with that APS staying close together, but APS just barely off on that corner, not enough to block that RPG, but luckily doesn't quite connect. not doing a lot of damage, but it is doing a lot of damage to that building as this whole thing is falling apart now. All the floors collapsing on top of each other. Monster Pig with the reverse gateway to get out of there. Nuwak, though, gets a pick onto OG. Tycho is completely falling apart as the Telco is the last one left alive with absolutely 1 HP. He goes off the jump pad, but Monster Pig himself taking him out of the sky.
Oh, damn. They get rid of Tycho so quickly. I mean, those are probably one of the quickest team fights we've seen today. Monster Pig, they want to make sure this is a quick one. So you can see a little bit of spawn manipulation also going on here. But it's also going up on the crane. Ooh, we might see some sniping going on here from Monster Pig.
Yeah, he's on a pretty good spot there with that LH1, and he's shown us he definitely can hit those shots from range. But here we go. We do have a little bit of time left on this box. Tycho does have time to take this. They are hopping all onto OG there, but taking some shots from the flank there by Nuwak and from that crane as well. They're going to have to stick this, and he ends up going down as OG's holding onto it, and it's another quick wipe for Team Monster Pig.
What are we actually seeing at this point? Monster Pig, they found the kryptonite from the side of Tycho. It just seems like that Tycho, they cannot compete with the quickness of what Monster Pig is doing. They're just constantly somewhere jumping around. And I feel like this is the perfect definition of you have the older generation and the new generation.
Yeah, I completely agree here. I mean, both teams are playing their respective comps absolutely perfectly. I mean, I'm kind of old and turning gray, maybe a little bit to dust at this point, and I can kind of sympathize with the difference between the old and the new as I get ran around in my ranked lobbies as well from some of these crazy lights with their movement. But, I mean, like you're saying, Team Monster Pig playing this double light heavy comp in these 2v3s absolutely perfectly. They never stay in the same place for too long. Tycho, on the other hand, too, are also playing their side perfectly. I mean, this is literally going to come down to the wire as we have another team fight breaking out here. This box isn't quite yet plugged, so this fight is going to be for which team is going to be able to move the box. Both dome shields end up going down. 8+ diffusers from both teams. It's just absolute carnage in this. We have an extra 8+ diffuser on the side of Team Monster Pig, but so much damage. OG and Telco going down, but Monster Pig and Jurg are also 1 HP, and it's another quick wipe. Nuwak getting a double kill at the end there.
Right, at this point, we gotta slow down a little bit, okay? Can we just tell Monster Pig that this is not a race for kills, but it's a race for the cash out? Like, can we relax a little bit here, guys? Like, this is absolutely crazy how quickly they're getting rid of Tycho. And every single time when we cut to a POV from Monster Pig, not gonna lie, I'm getting confused myself, because what do you mean this guy can do 300 360s and know where he is? I could not.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But, you know, on the flip side, I think this might be a pretty good point for Tycho to get in here with this DMAT. They might be able to make a lot of plays being inside of this building, trying to get inside. And here they are going off of the Mega Pad with that Invis. They are going to go inside right now. Here comes the DMAT play coming through. Pika trying to take a little bit of a different angle here as the box did get dropped all the way down. DMAT's closing the wall. Here comes the barricade. It's in a very good spot right here as the dome shield is going through. The APS on the roof. The steel is coming through, Dianic.
This is absolutely huge. He's still sitting in that corner. He's getting healed up as well. He could be able to get this swap beneath his control. He's still trying to stick it, and he got it! And on top of that, they're all three back alive. Team Monster Pig, they don't know how to respond. They build a fortress, and they cannot rip down the fortress. They do not have the abilities to deal with all that. And on top of that, get rid of every single thing that they've set up. Monster Pig not the last man standing. They're trying to hunt him down, but he just needs to stay alive for his team to come back into the game. And I mean, look at the cash out. There's still a chance for one more fight.
Yeah, and it was really, really important there for Monster Pig to stay alive, which he was able to do, because if he died there, that would have extended those death timers. But OG found a gas barrel, put it onto that box. He is going to shoot that early, get that gas ticking to make sure that they can't really hop onto that when they want to, trying to run this timer down as much as possible. And here they come in now, the dome shield from OG coming through. Monster Pig and Nuwak trying to find angles on to get into this building, but it's such a tight quarters fight, Dianic.
Oh god, the whole time jumping out of the windows in and out, and Monster Pig, they will just get the own medicine that they have given to the side of Tycho. I mean, they were wiped in 2 seconds. The history that they have done to Tycho the whole time, they have just received it. I mean, what a game. First 3v3 going to Tycho, and with that they've secured themselves the golden ticket all the way to stage number 3 of today. as they are now gonna be waiting in the finals with 3 more teams which still need to be decided. But they're the first one with the ticket. I mean, listen, guys, I don't want to say I was right, but I was right.
You were the only one who bet on Takeo. And listen, that is the victory that all medium mains around the world were hoping for. Rejoice, Itelco has made it to the grand final. And honestly, Takeo, look, take a bow, because that was just a masterclass in terms of strategy. Seeing that swap over to the D-map, but not just that, having OG on the lock bolt, bringing the APS to deny glitch grenades, and then just the way that they played every single objective. You saw it was about a 50% hit rate, not gonna lie. It was a very back and forth battle, but they had a strategy, which was get that steal, force the lights to flood in, and see if Pika can get a pick from behind one of them. As soon as he could, there was no stopping the longevity of the HML team comp. We saw points where Atelco was playing it like a light, jumping in and around, having that DMAT, able to go back in time and open up a random wall so that anywhere could be a threat. It felt like he was running Invislight, quite honestly. That was how deadly Atelco looked, particularly at the very start of that game. Let's have a look at the bracket, and I think, Dianic, I've yapped enough. I've gushed about Takeo, so maybe you can explain just what's happening here.
Guys, so what we just had, we played the whole upper bracket side. Takeo is now in the 3rd stage of the day. We're going to be seeing this team nearly at the end of today's broadcast, as they're going to be waiting for one of the 4 teams that have been decided, which are going to be playing in the final. Now, for the other teams like 5is, Fake House, and Monster Pig, they're now going to be moving to the 2nd stage and going to be waiting till we play out the lower bracket. In the lower bracket, now we need to decide which team is going to be eliminated. There we go. You guys can see on the very left side at the bottom says TBD, to be continued, or to be decided. I don't even know at this point. But like, from the lower bracket, we need to play the cash outs, then play the waiting list and decide in what order are we going to bring these teams in order to fill that 4th spot to continue them with the broadcast. Now, here's the difficult part, guys, because we're gonna also have to say goodbye to a team in the next cash out.
Yep, and Dread, I mean, we're about to head to a break, but it's pretty dire down there. Do you have any thoughts about who might be the early one to go home? Just as a little teaser.
Absolutely not. My thoughts are completely out the window. I mean, this is going to be absolutely insane. I think any one of them that go home is going to be an absolute heartbreak. But yeah, Jerry, just
yeah. Well, the good news is we've got a short break for us to figure out our thoughts. That was mean of me throwing that prediction on you. We've got a system here, and I just threw it in your face. So don't worry, we'll be back in 5 minutes with that lower bracket and an elimination cash out for the last place side. So don't go too far.
One jump and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwondo's still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
One team already booked their spot in the top 4. That is Takeo, and they'll be waiting and watching as we delve into the lower bracket. Welcome back, my name is Jerry. We are here with Dread and Dianic for the top 8 of EMEA for the very start of our road to the TGM26. Let's have a look at how we got here, what's going on. We're going to bring up the bracket here and see. We've already played out our upper bracket, as mentioned. Takeo just mastering Monster Pig in that thrilling 3 versus 3 with the spotlight on Atelco on that medium and strategy taking them through. But now we're here on the lower bracket. Wing It, Boba Slurper, Golod, and Lights Out as our 4 teams lining up here. Definitely a clear favourite in Boba Slurper with Nagiri, Palmer, and the recent pickup of Cyborg. Definitely a light player to watch out for on that team. But we are really whipping through here because there's not much time before we have our game starting. And guys, there's a map ban that's gone on, so we're going to have a look and see how that has gone down. Lights Out banning out Fengwai Stadium. Golod taking out Sis Horizon. Bobaslurper removing Fortune Stadium. So a couple of very favoured maps gone there. And then Skyway Stadium, Wing It have had enough of that, even though they weren't even playing it. They just watched a load of it. And yeah, it's going to be Bernal that we head to for the second time today, Dread, as we have a showdown here. All 4 teams, it's going to be scary. My money was on Golod dropping out immediately, being that 4th place team. But looking at this sort of lineup, Wing It, Lights Out, Bobaslurper, they've all had stumbles. And any one of them could end up last place, which is where you do not want to be.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. And, you know, I think they're probably pretty happy with the Bernal pick, honestly. I think all 4 of these teams, kind of a pretty comfortable pick for them.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely a comfortable pick for everyone. Everyone knows Bernal. Everyone loves Bernal. We're going to have a lot of heavy lights in this lobby as well. Prediction time. Guys, I have to say, I think Bobaslurper are the clear favourites to survive this group. I think they just outclass everyone else in it. But it's really difficult to say who's going to come last in a catch-out. So I have no idea. Bobaslurper, my team to pick here. Dianic, how about you?
Listen, I'm going to make it very simple yet again. Golod, I don't know what they've done. I love what they've done. The chaos that they bring is top tier quality, and that's why I think they're gonna be on the top, because you never know what happens, and we all know you just want to make sure your opponents don't even know what you're doing, then you can win. So Golod is gonna be my pick for this prediction.
They started strong on Fortune Stadium, I'll give you that, but fell off towards the end, so they have to watch out there. The same thing doesn't happen on Bernal. Dread, how are you feeling about this one?
I think I'm going to have to stick with Dianic on this one. I'm going to go with Golod as well. And, you know,
right.
I think it's going to be a pretty cool comeback story. I think if they make it through this, it's going to be really fun to watch. There are definitely some heavy hitters coming up in this lobby, but we'll see how it happens.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for those, but we are just about ready to go straight in. So, Dread, Dianic, take us through the elimination cash-out.
Oh, man, Diana, we're coming up on our first elimination of the day. 4th place coming out of this cash out is going to be our first one to leave us.
Man, already trying to eliminate one of the teams is going to be so brutal. But as we can see, Golod against Wing It are going to have their first fight. And Team Bobaslurper against Light Out. So the two experienced teams against the 2 non-experienced teams fighting against each other. Well, we can say non-experienced, but we saw what Golod did last time. And again, they might be here to create even more crazier stuff on Bernal.
Yeah, speaking of crazy, too, this building breaking in some crazy ways here. We got some big healing coming out from Nigerian Cyborg there, keeping their heavy Palma up alive as Lights Out is trying to kind of rotate around and get a little bit of a reset going through here. I don't know if they're going to be able to link up with Rubinsky's body. Donk Rage through a little bit of a escape gateway there. Getting some damage onto Palma as well. Both dome shields coming out of both heavies here per zone. Taking some big damage. He's going to have to pop back out a little bit as Rubinsky is still dead on this one, Dianic.
But from the looks of it, this is a very, very slow team fight between these 2 teams. While in the meanwhile, Golod have plugged the first cash-out box on the other side. This one, and they're still fighting for it. As we can see, Nigeria is now trying to steal this one away, and he's going to be successful from the looks of it. The second gateway as well, not quite reaching the top of it, but they're so close now to the plug-in. They've stolen it away from the side of Lights Out and Wing It. They're still in the waiting... Well, they're still waiting for 3 seconds to spawn back in.
Yeah, and I think that's a great play from Team Bobaslurper there to get that box out of there. Make sure it gets plugged. Make sure we're not staggering it too much, because the longer that gets staggered, potentially the harder it is going to be to hold on to it. But Nigiri getting an assist onto Rubinsky there. Cyborg ends up confirming that kill. Lights Out in a 3v2 situation again for Zone. Getting winched, but turning the fight over with the help of Donk Rage there. And they turn this into a... 2v1, but now it's a 1v1 as Cyborg is the last one left alive, still holding onto that box. Per Zone is just going to hop over to that body and get this hand res here, and he gets his regen up too. I don't think Cyborg is going to be able to connect to him in time to stop that res as the rest of his team is coining in.
You just saw it in the perfect time where he was. Fortunately enough, from the side of Bobaslurper, everybody's back in the game. Donk Rage still waiting to be rezzed or even coin in. There he is. He's back in the game. But he needs to also get now very close. Still a lot of time in this cash out. Both these two cash outs are very staggered away. So third party from the side of Golod is possible. And we know exactly what happened in the first cash out box. It is not unlikely that it might happen. Everybody on the roof. Beautiful witch right there. I mean, that was absolutely beautiful. Lights on will lose another one. Dunkwich now is the last. He's gone as well. Wiped from the board. Golods will secure their first cash out box. Now the real question is, are they gonna try to make their way over to this other cash out?
Yeah, they could potentially make it over there, but they did just now wipe Wing It on the other side of the map there. So they're going to have to start moving now if they want to get there. It is pretty far away, but Lights Out is going to be spawning back pretty soon. They could potentially spawn in this box as well. And we have Nagiri already setting up an escape gateway to get out of here and rotate out the second this box is ready to finish. And it looks like that's coming up now as they maybe have spotted Golod there. They're going to try to cut them off as Golod does get the tap onto Vault 3.
Oh, beautiful. Look at this. And boop. Wonderful. That was very, very well played from the side of Golod. Their second cash out box has just been plugged, and the other one, number 4 vault, has just been opened. So there's a lot of staggering going on, a lot of third parties that could be happening because of this. And as we can see, there's already 3 teams just on cash out number C. It's Wing It, Boba Slipper, and Golod. We're gonna try to keep it under their control, but there's already a steal going on. Wing It, they're trying to get it under their control. And they will, from the side of Boba Slipper, they really need to make a little bit of a stance right now. They're just floating in the middle of these two teams, not really doing anything.
Yeah, there's just not a whole lot going on now, but a little bit of shots coming out from Cyborg, and he's going to opt to not drop and follow that, holding onto that high ground there, getting some big shots on the alley as Alley ends up going down there, and I believe that's Yinks down there, I believe, going to maybe get that body. It is there. Palma taking that gateway, trying to jump on him to see if they can get that team wipe. Finds Rose hanging out on top of that little parapet there. He's going to end up jumping down and repositioning as they did get their heavy back up. But there's still 3 teams here, and Wing It still wants a piece of this pie.
This being the other cattle box has just been plugged. From the looks of it, Lights Out, they're just going to have a chill time on the other side. They can slurp at their own boba as much as they like. Nobody's contesting them right now. From the side of Golod, as long as they stay alive and don't get a wipe here, they're still on pretty much good sides here, but they're gonna try to do their best here. Boba Slurper now getting into fight with Wing It. They're gonna lose the first member, aka Palmer, as the first one. Oh, that goo is so deadly. He just wanted to get in, but unfortunately it's not gonna happen. Wing It gonna lose a member. Golod now also trying to initiate this one. Everybody's back up on their feet, back to 3v3, and still 3 teams on 1 cash out. Beautiful shot. Maybe a second one on the go. He does a lot of damage. He will die in the meanwhile, and Golod, they're waking up and trying to bring this one back to their name.
Yeah, they are trying to bring it back to their name there, but there's not a lot of time to hop on this box. I don't think they actually have time to get this. Wing It is going to be holding on to this one, and I don't know, Golod might be just rotating out here. I don't know if they're going to have going for the wipe. They might be going over to just fight Lights Out on their point, as I don't think they have really had any contention for that money quite yet. But I think I saw a purple team going towards the other side of that map, Diana.
Listen, if they do it... I mean, here's the thing, right? Everybody who was watching a lot, they're gonna be on their tippy toes, knowing that this team is going to do this. Now, Nigeria is the first one to fall. Cyborg taking a lot of damage. There's a steal happening on the other side, from the side of Golod, and they're actually just gonna be successful. But there is another team still somewhere around the abyss trying to contest them, and there we go. The steal is there. The money nowhere to be around because they were just a tiny itty bit too late. Every single team is on this cash out. With now no cash out being plugged, we're back in the normal cycle. But look at Golod. 35k. As long as they don't wipe, they are basically in a safe spot.
Yeah, they did a great job. Perfect timing coming in for that third party there to almost clean up both teams. Lights Out didn't quite wipe. They did end up spending some of their coins there, but they don't have a lot of money to their name quite yet. But it did buy them some time to go to the other side of the map and tap that other vault. So they could be putting themselves in a pretty good position to get a plug here, and they still have plenty of chances to skyrocket themselves into second place with a plug and holding onto the box. But Team Boba Slooper is going to be getting that first plug there And Wing It is right on the tail of Golod there. Golod does not want this to get separated. They want this to get doubled. They're trying to make it back to the other side. Flopbarn trying to land some arrows in midair to stop this from happening, but Dianic, they actually did plug it.
They've plugged the box from the side of Golod. I mean, Wing It was wiped in the meanwhile. Lights Out, they're just taking their distance. They're just just like, okay, we need to refocus here, guys, for a second. On the other side, we have Boba Slurper all alone, not being contested right now. So it's a clean 3v3 as it's going to be set it up. But we all know the third parties have been crazy so far. Every single time Golod is in a lobby, they're trying to make sure that this one stays as crazy as possible. But they have a lot of control right now, but they're going to be the first team to lose a member in between this 3v3. It's going to be Ali dying first. And now they have a chance for the steal, as they don't quite have the manpower to really fight against this.
Yeah, and Golod don't really need to contest this here. I mean, they were the ones who got that plug, which got them another stack of cash just for plugging that, and they're in such a good spot. Look at, I mean, Lights Out do now have control of this.
Wait.
They don't even pass Golod. But this other cash out, it's coming in on a little bit less time, and there could be another team potentially going to take that.
But here's the thing, right? Lights Out is at the bottom, so why would Golod even bother with them to hold it against them? So the only team that could be a little bit dangerous to overtaking their throne is on the other side, where there's currently a fight happening. And there is Golod! Oh my god, I told you they're gonna be doing this! I told you! Why should they bother with Lights Out? They have no chance no matter what! If they want to keep their throne, they need to get this cash out under their control, but there's so little time left. Boba Slurper, they really have a lot under their control here. And also Wing It, they're around this corner. They're really trying to do anything. Golod is just waiting around, and there's the swap trying to be happening here from wireless, but it's not going to be happening. And they stay on the front, they stay on top, and a little bit more damage, but 41k, you cannot really overtake this. On the other side, they just left the whole team completely be alone. It's sad, it's done, it's settled.
Yeah, that is it. Wow. Lights Out, holding on to that last box, and that's going to be it, with Golod taking the first place in this one.
Who would have guessed? Actually, a second, like, Golod is such a crazy team. Rose, Yings, and I mean, these two players have already shown what they're capable of doing, and Golod, they have shown me potential. I'm a fan. Sign me up. I want them more.
They were impressive, but unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Wing It after losing that cash-out game as well. Finishing fourth, they just couldn't hold it together. Did pretty well on the second cash-out. Not gonna lie, managed to third-party Golod and get the steal and hold off two teams as well, but that is it. Plopon and his beloved Bo has to make an exit. An 8th place finish in Europe is nothing to be ashamed of, though, so commiserations and congratulations where it's due as well. But, importantly, we see in 3rd place, that is Lights Out. So they will be granted only one more chance, essentially, at making into top 4. They're going to re-enter the upper bracket at upper bracket match 3. Whereas these top two teams, we've got Golod and Boba Slurper, they're going to battle out in a 3 versus 3 for some seeding to rejoin as early as they can in that upper bracket. Now, that was a crazy game. Dread, I'm going to come to you first. We saw some impressive plays from Golod, just finding themselves always on the right end of these third parties. They've seen the game in front of them and seen that they're maybe, you know, not outmatched, but it's definitely a very difficult set of teams that they're up against today. They've come in with a game plan, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be working. As you see them now, they are going to be the first team slotted back into that 4th place slot in that next cash out, and able to fight again on these teams in the upper bracket now, as the rest of the teams, Team Boba Slurper and Lights Out, are going to be put on that waiting list, and they're going to be rotated in through the rest of the cash out and final rounds that we're going to be having out through the rest of the day. Both of those teams respectively as well have a chance to make it back in. But
So here we have it. Yeah, Golod and Bulbasaur are up against each other in a 3 versus 3. And this will determine who goes straight back into the upper bracket, essentially. A 3 versus 3 for that first spot in the waiting list. In fact, you don't even have to wait. You'll be right up in there in the next game. So that's pretty good for them. This is a very different task, though. A 3 versus 3 between Golod, relative sort of new team in terms of coming together and forming as a side, up against Bulbasaur, one of the favourites for the entire competition, who have found themselves in this lower bracket, but are a menace in 3 versus 3's Dianic. Palmer, Nagiri, and Cyborg, that new addition of Cyborg as well, the Italian light player. I don't see them losing this, but what are your thoughts?
I also don't. As much as Golod have just proven themselves, they have a lot of success when it comes to the third parties, right? Every single time, even in the first game, of course they can win the 3v3s, but they do shine in the chaos. They like to bring the chaos in the 3v3, keep everybody on their tippy toes in those cash outs. We really need to see, can they bring the exact same amount of chaos in a 3v3 where there's no really third partying going on? On the side of Bulbasaur, they have good teammates. As you said, Cyborg, an absolute amazing player. And in 3v3s, he definitely shines more than in cash out. So it is going to be a little bit one-sided, but I'm not going to give my prediction yet. You know what? I'm going to leave it as a last, as a surprise.
I feel like you've already given it, but fine. Will you keep us in this sort of faux suspense then? I'm going to immediately say that this is Boba Slurpers all the way. I'll just say that they are the favourites. I'm going by the facts. Dread, do you have anything to add or any spice to throw into the pot?
Well, my brain wants to go with Bulbasaur, but every fiber of my being wants to go with Golod, and they've just been absolutely showing out. It's been insane. I know, I'm kind of playing the devil's advocate here because all the numbers, all the statistics wants me to go with Bulbasaur, but I'm going to have to go with Golod on this one.
It's such a hard sell. I understand the vibes argument when it comes to cash-out games. It's so difficult to predict, but if last week is to go by, my 3v3 predictions are pretty sound. So that being said, I did just get the Monster Pig versus Takeo one wrong, so I don't know, anything can happen. Dianic, yeah, you've stalled long enough. What are you thinking?
Listen, I am gonna make this very quick and sober. Listen, great both teams, but my body says Bulbasaur because they have a little bit more.
They got more Boba to slurp. Well, that's going to be it from me hosting this for the moment. Guys, take us through our 3 versus 3, the final one of stage 1. Dianic, Dread, have fun.
Another final, this time to secure the rotations of the waiting list. Winner is going to be the first team being rotated into the cash out, which is going to be stage 2 next game. And the second is going to be rotated in as a second. So he's going to have 2 tries. So you want to be the first one to get at least, if it really runs bad, 3 more cash out as a try to get yourself into that 3v3. So it's going to be a very, very important game.
Yeah, very important game indeed. And these teams know it because we are slowing down a little bit here as opposed to what we've been seeing in these cash outs, as it's just been absolute foot on the pedal. But Nagiri is going to get peaked there and absolutely go down. Rose is going to get that kill with the 93R. It only takes 2 full bursts landed to take out a Light, and Yinks on the other side is going to get taken out by Cyborg as well, turning it into a 2v2 type.
Back to a 2v3 as for right now. There was a little bit of a res that Winch is not going to hit, but they still have a little bit of a gateway set up from the side of Golod. There's still 1 man down, maybe even 1 more. Rose is taking so much damage. Ali is really bringing on the damage, and he tries so hard, but unfortunately he's not going to be successful. Rose is now the last man standing, and against the 1v3. Cashout has been popped as well. He tries to stay alive, but from the looks of it, he has been spotted, hunted, and eliminated.
Yeah, so the first fight of the match is going to be going in favor of Team Boba Slurper here, but this is only the vault fight, so they're going to be able to move that, but these cash outs are so far away. This is Bernal. It is a very flat map, and Golod is going to have a lot of time to come back. I think just about right as this box is getting plugged here, which is going to be right about now, and Golod is already back in, making their way to this next fight, Diana.
There we go, the cash that has been plugged on the top, meaning from the side of Golod, they're gonna have to make their way somehow towards that upper spot. Of course, they can use that jump pad in the middle or any of... Look at that. Only any of the other possibilities, but it's going to be tough no matter what. There we go, already a little bit of an attempt, and there it is. Beautiful Ray on the top. The first kill is up, and Nigeria is gone. It's a 2v3 establishment. Look at that winch. Beautiful, nearly dragging the heavy back down, but no, he will find himself in a 1vx scenario. Now Jinx also falling down all the way, but there's so many opponents raining on his head. He will lose as well. Galad yet again wiped.
Yeah, and what a great play to get up there from Galad, too. They used the jump pad to pad into the preset gateway to get some extra height coming out of the end of that gateway there to make it all the way on top of that suspended structure. But Team Bobasurfer was ready for them, and they were playing pretty close together, able to win that fight. But it was a fast fight again, so there is plenty of time for Galad to come back in here as they have just spawned in.
There we go, we see already from the side of Team Bobasurfer, they have a good idea where this team is coming from. Yet again, it's going to be the jump in a minute. Ali is taking so much damage. He's going to have to be real careful here. Not be the first one to lose out. But there's already some control being established. And from you see Palma, he's building a little bit of a fortress up there. He has a good vision on the bomb if really needed. But now look at that winch and a good security. Even more floors are now being open. That's really trying to bring this one back. But unfortunately, that winch is not going to do it. But it will create a little bit of chaos. Galad for now, they will stay alive. And they will get also the swap on this. How is that happened as quickly?
I don't know how they turned that fight on him so fast there. I mean, it looked like Palma was in a really good spot to stop that with the winch. And I believe he did connect onto that winch there, but the steel still, they immediately hopped back on it, and there was just so much damage coming out from Rose and Yinks there that they were able to turn that over, and Galad taking the first box after, I believe that was 3 separate fights on that first cash out. They were able to take it at the very last second.
That was a crazy amount of fights which they had to do in order just to get close, but how quickly they were wiped. I think Bobasurfer, they weren't quite expecting them to really go in as quickly. But now there are 1 cash out down. Again, it is a best of 1. It just decides the rotation. And you want to be the winning team here to get at least 3 cash out if it goes really bad on second stage to be having a chance qualifying to the stage number 3, which is going to be 4 teams max. There we go. The second one box is now being open as well. And both of these 2 teams, I think, need to reset a little bit here.
Yeah, you make a really good point there that this is still a very, very important 3v3 as no team gets eliminated quite yet from this, but puts them in a very much better spot for the rest of the day as they go into these next cash out matches. But we are slowing down a bit on these fights as, I mean, both of these teams are sweating a little bit here as I don't think Bobasurfer was ready for Galad to take that first box there, but Palma landing a really good winch there onto Yinks. He's going to end up going down alley trying to get as much damage as he can, but Palma is getting healed up by his lights there, and he's going to barely live through that trade, and Rose is going to go down with Nagiri getting the double kill at the end. And they're going to take another team fight, going to be able to move the box again, but we'll see if they can hold on to this money this time.
Here's the thing, right? From the side of Bobasurfer, so far they have been... Only once they failed the actual team fight, and it was the moment it was the most important one. It really comes down... The question that is needing to be asked from the side of Bobasurfer, was that just an accident? Did that accidentally happen? They lost that 3v3 as quickly as they did? Or are just they failing to hold onto that cash out box? Because every other 3v3, they were fantastic. They have the dominance when it comes into this 3v3. But can they really hold it down? Or is that extra side of we need to hold the cash out too much pressure for them to actually comprehend?
Yeah, absolutely. And a huge RPG ends up coming through. Unfortunately, it does as much damage to Ali as it does to the enemy team. He's going to get a trade, but he's going to end up going down quickly. Cyborg getting a double kill there as Rose ends up going down as well. And now Palma is going to drop down, get the res on, and Nagiri Cyborg setting up a reverse gateway to get back up to their box there, as Yinks is just going to have to slow down, back out a little bit, and wait for these coins. Both of these bodies in control of Team Bobasurfer.
That's a lot of time, though. Look at it. At least 7 seconds now. They need to wait for Rose, which is the longest one. Then they need to regroup. At least Ali is spawning in quicker. The Heavy, who doesn't have a lot of mobility and is a bit slower. But they're back in the game and they have one more fight. And I mean, we saw what happened last time. Can Team Bulbasaur just not make that one happen? But they see the body. That's a lot of good damage right there on the side of Galot. They're very split up and from Team Bulbasaur, but they have a good idea where this attack might be coming from.
Yeah, and then look at Cyborg trying to chase down, I think that's Rose over there. Trying to chase that down, and a Red Barrel trying to drop this box here as Ali's trying to winch it into a better spot to get this steal here. Putting it right on top of that staircase, setting up some barricades, trying to go for a steal. Cyborg getting jumped on by Yinks. They're able to turn it on him at the last second, winning with 18 HP coming out of that team fight. And this box is coming down to the wire. Glowed, I don't know if they're going to be able to hop on this. It's only Rose left alive. The timer is down. Bobaslurper taking it to a tiebreaker box.
And there we go, Galot were completely wiped, and I mean, we can say maybe the wiped early on was just a little bit of an accident. Team Bulbasaur had that down very much under control. I really enjoyed the fact that Team Bulbasaur opened up the roof and used the verticality to their advantage and did not really try to contest it as long as they had vision on the box. That was very well played, and Galot, they were not expecting that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Really showing the veteran decision-making on the side of Team Bulbasaur there to not give up that high ground, not chase for those kills, and know that they need to keep the advantage to hold on to that money. Because this is the finals. This is all about the money. We all want to get rich, and we all want to win TGM Cycle 1. And both of these teams are putting everything on the line here. Look at that throw. Throwing that box across the map. Trying to get this plugged here. And Galode slowing down a little bit. Might be able to just yoink that away from him. Maybe if they can collapse on this team. I'm not sure if they realize, Dianic, how split up Bobaslurper is right now.
Does not seem like, but they are very close and they're giving them a lot of respect from the side of Team Bulbasaur, but they're not overstaying. They also don't want to be pinged by that sonar grenade, but they definitely now have the information that Galad is on the other roof and also defending this one. Let's not forget, there is a whole other cash out if they do not want to plug this here, but bring this somewhere completely else. But as well, right now, what we saw, Bulbasaur, they have the advantage because they do like the verticality gameplay and having the freedom of mobility. And this is why they want to really be choosing this cash out box, because it's so open in the middle.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It is a very good choice, but this box isn't plugged yet. These teams really want to try to at least get one pick here before they plug this, trying to give them an advantage while they set up the defense. But Ali getting a little bit too extended there on the ground level. And he's going to get taken out by Cyborg. And now that is the plug coming through by Team Bobaslurper, putting them in a really good spot as now Galod has to play for the reset.
There we go. Galad still waiting for Ali to come back. They cannot res him. They're going to have to wait another like 5 seconds. And he is the heavy. He's going to have a little bit of time till he comes back. And also, they're very split up. Rose and Yinks on the opposites of sides. That could be a little bit of dangerous. But also, luckily, the casual box has just been plugged and under the control of Bulbaslurper. So there's enough time at least for 2 more fights if they wipe you very quickly. But they're also going to have to take their time. And look at it, Nigeria is the first one to fall. A little bit of damage. And we can see now the members from Galot moving in. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it just picks that corner where not a member is. And look at Team Bulbasaur all moving away from him. They're trying to give this cash out box now to Galot in order to come back stronger.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, too, Rose there with really good trigger discipline, not to commit too hard into that 1v1 against Palma there, because Palma still had that winch available. It was a very dangerous fight for a light to take against a heavy there, but he did delay that res just a little bit, and he was able to rotate out of there and stay alive. Now, we do have all of control going over to Galad as they're taking that high ground as well. Nigiri, Invis, now trying to get a little bit of info for the rest of his team. Looks like he spotted those barricades up there. And with one of the team members standing behind that, he throws a red barrel out that to try to get that out of the way. The RPG from Ali taking out the ceiling. Here comes the dome shield from Palma. He's going to go for the steal there. They're going to land on him. Ali, though, jumping into all 3 of Team Bobaslurper is going to get taken now. Rose down to half health, but Bobaslurper's really, really healthy on this steal. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this. He's tucked in right there on that little barricade. And I think that's going to be it. Team Bobaslurper taking the game. Yinks is just 5 HP. He's got no time left on this box. Dianic. Team Bobaslurper is taking the game.
nothing that they could have done in that moment. I read from the side of Team Bulbasaur, but they really took their time. Listen, my knees were shaking there a little bit because the second I saw them really taking their time and the time going down on the cash out box, I was like, ooh, whoa, guys, you gotta hurry up. I know you guys want to be methodical, but there is little time left. What a game.
The patience paid off, and it was a slow burner of a game. I feel as though Bulbasaur made it as difficult for themselves as they possibly could have there, particularly after that blunder on the first cash out. The less said about that, the better for their sakes. But really taking their time on that final cash out to make sure it was transferred well, and it was just excellently executed. They had the cover. Cyborg popped off. Absolutely huge game from the light on the side of the team that was previously known as Previous Gen G and are now Boba Slurper, which is, funnily enough, just what Nagiri's alt name is. That's why it's their team. It's just Team Nagiri. But he had a quiet game. He didn't need to do as much on that LH1 Invis. Cyborg, the newest pickup, really making us know where he is. Unfortunately, it doesn't book them a spot in the finale, as we'll get to look at the bracket and see what it does for them, because this was, of course, the lower bracket. Both these teams lost a cash out at the start of the day that brought them down here, but what it does give Golod, what it does give Boba Slurper, is the priority to rejoin the upper bracket in Stage 2. That is what this promotion format is all about. We have lots and lots of games going on in the upper bracket, as you will see here in Stage 2, and they're going to go through like this. Boba Slurper, as we can see, joining in upper bracket 1. Then next in the waiting list, we will have, of course, Golod after just finishing that game second place. They rejoin in upper bracket 2 after another team has already booked their spot in the finale, and we need to backfill. And then upper bracket 3, we will have Lights Out rejoin as they came third in this lower bracket. So only one chance for Lights Out to try and get through. 2 chances for Golod, and after that victory, Boba Slurper have gotten themselves 3 chances to reach the finale. So, Dianic, I feel like this has been a wild ride. This is possibly the most confusing part of the bracket. So if you're here with us and you still understand what's going on, well done. This is now getting a lot simpler. Just cash out after 3v3, after cash out after 3v3, after cash out after 3v3 until the very end.
Till the very end, where there's only one more spot remaining. So, as you said, all of these teams who are now in bracket number 1 have 3 chances to make it through, and you're gonna have to make use of them because only one team goes through every single round, and we have 3 PvPs, so that you guys know at this point. But guys, before we continue with stage number 2, we're gonna send you guys to a quick little break, and we'll be right back.
Truck Johnson is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Os Poos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that.
Welcome back, everyone. After that quick little break, we just made sure we prepared the whole stage to correctly for you guys. We are back. My name is Dianic. Next to us we have Dread and Jerry. And as you guys can see, there's been a little bit of a switcheroo. I'm on the other side now. Ooh. But guys, let's have a quick little look at stage number 2 bracket yet again, to just have a big reminder of how the system works. Our first upper bracket is going to be Team Monster Pig, Fake House, 5 Fears in, and Boba Slurper. They're gonna play one cash out, then a 3v3. Winner of that 3v3 is then gonna secure themselves a spot in the top 4, aka the final stage, which is stage number 3. On the meanwhile, we have 2 teams on the waiting list, as you guys can see on the lower end, bracket 2 and bracket 3, with Golod and Lights Out already placed in. That's gonna be their chances, so Lights Out have only one chance to succeed. But talking about that, we're gonna quickly already look at the upcoming teams. And Jerry, I mean, what already games we had, and I want to hear from you your thoughts on these 4 teams.
Well, we've got the top 3 seeds from the previous stage, the top 16, in Monster Pig, Boba Slurper, and 5 Fears, joined by Fake Cows, who are no slouches when it comes to cash out. And we've even seen today Deadplate coming in with the heavy, meaning that they can sort of flex between heavy, light, light, as and when they please. So it's going to be interesting to see what they come up with in lobby. 5 Fears and Boba Slurper, I think, are my 2 favorites still to make it through to the finale at some point, and they've, between them, still got plenty of chances to do so.
Listen, we have 4 amazing teams here, and we've already seen a little bit from them, but the real question comes at the end. It is a best of 1, and we're gonna have to see 1 map from them. At the bottom, you guys can see the map Vito, Boba Slurper banned out, Monaco, 5 Fears got, and Fake House. Wonderful. Everybody got their votes in. Guys, the last map is going to be randomized of a pool, and it's going to be Stadium. That a very interesting map. Dread, now that we've seen all of these 2 teams and we're going to this map, what are your thoughts? Do you think we're going to see something surprising? Do you have a prediction how this may be leading?
I think it's definitely going to be crazy. I mean, Fake House, we saw them make some crazy plays on Fortune Stadium earlier. Maybe we'll see the double heavy light come out again. Like Jerry was saying, they're definitely flexible. But, you know, this is a tough one. I mean, we got some really heavy hitters in here, Diana. If it could get any harder, this is where it's going to start to get harder.
Absolutely. Listen, we're already in stage 2. That means we already had to say goodbye to one of the teams. And now, the longer this day goes on, we're gonna also be getting closer to eliminating a bunch of teams at once. So this is just a little bit of a safety net, but you definitely want to be in those 3v3s. Jerry, give us your prediction. I want you to be the first one.
It's such a difficult one, because if I go by performances today, it's got to be Monster Pig, but I always have to be looking at the bigger picture, and I feel as though 5 Fears should make it out of this group. I'm going to go with them. They are, on paper, for the past 2 months, the strongest side. It's just that they've turned up, and maybe they're feeling a bit warmer now after an early wobble.
Okay, never mind. 5 Fears, you think maybe they're gonna come back here a little bit? It was just a slopping start of the day. I'm gonna have to say Monster Pig, they have convinced me fully, so I'm gonna go with Monster Pig for them to be the first place in this cash out. And Dread, I'm gonna give you the last vote.
You know, historically today, I have disagreed with Jerry coming into pretty much all of these predictions, I think. But this one, I think I'm going to have to agree with them, because Monster Pig have been going crazy, but my goat, not goat, makes some pretty crazy plays all the time. I think I'm going to have to go with 5 Fears.
Are you just trying to please me because we're now going to be casting together and you have to sit next to me? I can't berate you now.
I don't want the bald curse. I don't know. You might put a curse on me. My hair's all going to fall out, and you know.
I unfortunately don't possess that power. That would be a really evil superpower to have, though, Diane. I wouldn't wish it upon anyone.
Listen, I don't know what powers you have or not. That bald head is shining, and it can fulfill wishes or curses. So I'm not gonna mess with you. I like you, Jerry. You're a great person. But what also is going to be great is going to be this this next game, guys, because it is a cash out. It's gonna be a lot of crazy stuff, and from what we've seen today, I don't know if we actually can already overcome. We've seen doubles, we have seen third parties, we have seen everything, and at this point, what have we not seen? A very normal cash out where everybody stays on their lane. So, Dread and Jerry, take it away for this first stage 2 game.
Wow, Jerry, you know what? I take it back. Maybe it's not a curse, the bald curse. Maybe, you know, what if they made you a player in the game? You'd have a superpower. What if your head was just like a jump pad and you could just use your teammates?
I can't catch a break, can I? It's never ending. It's all good. I feel like I've opened up the door. It's all fair game. It's just really, really stinging when I have to take it from not one, but two incredibly lusciously haired Americans on the daily, it seems. Treason's going to open up the first blood here with a pick onto Nagiri. He's using the V9S, interestingly, on this map. He is still on that invis, but dropping the LH1. Nago's finding Palmer as well. This is a big battle between Bobaslurper and Five Fierce to establish dominance on Fortune Stadium, and if history is anything to go by, we know it's a Five Fierce playground. The team that were previously Alliance, mostly. That's the Major, and there is the wipe. Nope. Yes, that is the wipe. It just didn't show up very clearly in the kill feed for me because I'm just starting out. First play-by-play of the day, I get a free pass. That's how it works.
Yeah, you definitely get that free pass, and there's my free pass for saying flee. So, as we get this first box plugged, it looks like the box on the other side of the map has also gotten plugged pretty quickly, so we're not going to see too much of a stagger coming out here, but we're going to see how these teams come in and attack it. Monster Pig not quite wiping on the other side of the map, it seems like. And we just got Five Fierce kind of just setting up their defenses on this side of the map.
It's that way, and on the other side, you've got Monster Pig, who have managed to start their cash out up against Fake Cows. Five Fierce do sense Bobaslurper coming on in across the floor, and we've got Treason setting up on that cross angle. Taking chunks out of Nagiri, but Nagiri deals back as good as he gets. And all of this is in favor of Five Fierce. Having winched that out of the building, they can hold height, they can play time. Bobaslurper still holding distance, though. You can see Nagiri still on that far building. Invis with the LH1. He was a little bit ineffectual in the previous 3v3 we saw against Team Golod, but might find some joy here. And there's a good winch coming out from Narcos. Takes out Palmer, or at least takes him up, and Palmer drops down quickly with about half of his HP. Gets restored by Cyborg. Nagiri still a bit of a thorn in the side of Five Fierce, but again, must be said, Five Fierce, they love this situation.
Yeah, they definitely do. They're holding that high ground really well there. Bobaslurper has to find a way to really get on there, and they found a way with that gateway coming out on there with a little bit of an RPG, dropping them down a little bit, but not quite connecting to do too much damage. Carnifex does run right into Nagiri, though. He's going to get taken out by that LH1, and here's going to be the steal coming through. The goo is down, the barricades are down, so is the dome shield. Nagos is going to get taken out before he can go get that winch, but Treason from the top ropes with the V9S is going to get the kill on Palma before that steal ends up going through. Treason is the only one left alive here, though. Carnifex just now coming back into the fight.
Cyborg.
But Nagiri turns it at the last second. I think they have time to take this, Jerry. They do.
Wow. What a turnaround from Bobaslurper, wiping Five Fierce at the perfect moment. Nagiri's positioning throughout that was absolutely stellar. Found the first, second, and third picks at the perfect time. Always knew who the most important target was on the side of Five Fierce to locate them and end them. Really impressive turnaround as well, given his poorer performance against Golod earlier. So that's a much-needed confidence booster for him, especially against the likes of Five Fierce, who are usually so dominant on Fortune Stadium. I'm going to tune in, continue to tune in with Bobaslurper as they get that second vault tapped. And they have a very quick route here over to cash out D.
Yeah, and Monster Pig was able to get a few more kills coming out of this first box. Or actually, I believe they actually got the plug, which is why they've got just a little bit more money coming out of that first box there. But looks like Bobaslurper is going to be going ahead and plugging this over here. And then they're going to be trying to work their way up as a fight is breaking out between Five Fierce and Team Monster Pig over on this side, Jared.
Now, the last time we saw these two teams battle it out, Monster Pig came out on top repeatedly. So let's see if Five Fierce have learned their lesson and can deal with the fragging power and the tenacity, just the raw energy, it feels like, of Monster Pig. They're like wasps. They fly around at light speed, and you can't deal with all of them at once. That said, there's a bit of a lull in this fight as New York has managed to find the box and will get it plugged once he gets his aim sorted out there. Retreats into the safety of the side room, but lots of players on Monster Pig down very low. Narcos gets another fight, but it's a blessing in disguise as he's able to chase down the remaining lights while Treason picks up Jurgen. New York taken out as well. Monster Pig, the only one left alive, has to 1v3 clutch this out, but decides it's not worth even trying. Retreats and waits for an opportunity to try and recover as his team can coin back in. As time is expiring quite quickly, and actually only about 20 seconds having expired on this box. Not the worst loss for Monster Pig.
Yeah, great plays there from 5 Fears. Hold on to that, but it looks like Monster Pig himself did get caught out there. Winched over by Nagos, cleaned up by Carnifex. But Nuwalk and Yerg did coin back in. They're just going to have to wait for Monster Pig to coin in now, which is going to slow them down just a little bit more. And it looks like on the other side of the map, Boba Slurper is holding on to that box against Fake Cows.
Yeah, and their timer is a little bit closer. So Palmer with the SA-1216. I haven't seen that in my kill feed in a very long time. He does take down Fake Cows mostly, so it feels like Fake Cows' attack is hitting a little bit of a stunt. But you can see Monster Pig have now rotated over there. They sense that maybe the time is in their favor if they go over here. So a third-party attempt being made by them. 5 Fears, or rather Boba Slurper on the defense. They're going to have their work cut out for them, but this is a great spot to defend. Jurgen committing first with the dome and the barricade. A really nice spot. He's going to try and stick onto this. The question is there going to be enough resistance? The heals come through, but he does end up in the wrong side of the kill feed, and that box is still pink. Boba Slurper, they may have wiped, but it was before the cash was added to their bank account, which is ideal for them. No massive wipe penalty against their name. They sit in first place as a brawl will peter out on this side of the map. And yeah, it feels like 5 Fears have managed to get away with defending C completely for free because of that third-party attempt by Monster Pig.
Yeah, ended up working out really well for 5 Fears there. And honestly, like you were saying, a perfectly timed wipe on the side of Team Boba Slurper there. And now we have Glitch Cafe punching that vault over to get a little bit closer to the edge before it pops so that they can try to get it across that gap there to get it towards that hospital side over there to Bravo. But we do have 5 Fears coming right on their tail. Here comes the gateway going through. Yeah.
Can I just point out, I feel as though this might be the most weapon variety we've seen amongst heavies ever.
Yeah,
we've got
especially on the EMEA side.
Yeah, we've got KS-23, SA-1216. I think there's a Shack and a Lewis. So, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 2 Shacks. But either way, it's a lot of variety. Fake Cows, they have managed to set up here in their cow uniforms. I do love a bit of synergy. Great RPG from Jurgen, but juiced right back up is Glitch Cafe, and this double heavy loadout or lineup from Fake Cows is resilient as we see Deadplate going ham, takes out Monster Pig, but Jurgen trades it back out. The pigs outdoing the cows on this occasion as Treason finds the last member of the bovine community, but Team Monster Pig no, sorry. I'm all over the place. 5 Fears and Monster Pig are all here. It's a third-party situation, Dre.
Yeah, and I mean, understandably all over the place because it's absolute chaos in here as all 3 of these teams are going to be fighting for this, and Nagos is just coming out of that nullify there. It's going to be holding on to that point, but he does think, actually. He does, and he's going to hold on to that, but that reverse gateway is going to come through. They're actually not going to end up taking it. They're just going to mantle up and try to fight Team Monster Pig here as they rotate out now in control of 5 Fears.
That's crazy. 5 Fears have the box in their control, and if they see this out, then they're guaranteed first place pretty much, or at least first or second, the meaningful positions at the end of it. And we see another attempt being made here by Monster Pig. A defensive gateway set up by Carnifex to allow his team to retreat and then head back above the objective if they need to. But they have time on their side. Once again, 5 Fears, they've squandered their opportunity with time on their side at the very start of this game on the other side of the map. Have they learned from their mistakes? Can they deal with Monster Pig, who have been the better of them so many times today in these 3 versus 3s? And can they deal with the chaos of Boba Slurper and Fake Cows both arriving at the same time? They've got every team to have to fend off here. 5 Fears, can they 3 versus 9 is the question. 20 seconds left and they hold the high ground. That is what's most important. The winch is still available to them. Treason on the off angle finds Cyborg before he can even attempt to surface on the top floor. Kodarth going for the steal, or rather that's a different cow as Deadplate is felled and Fake Cows get wiped. Another wipe on the side of Monster Pig. 5 Fears are tearing the lobby asunder and they finish top.
It's just, wow. That is not how I thought that was going to go. But again, almost none of these matches have. I mean, wow. 5 Fears, like you said, Jerry, going absolutely crazy at the end. Diana, help us kind of collect our thoughts here.
Listen, it was a very slow start for 5 Fears, and I think they've definitely come back and shown what they're capable of. I don't think they want to take the slander that they have taken in the last 2 games and really show what they're made of. I mean, that was a completely different 5 Fears, not gonna lie. A lot more performance, a lot more sticking together, a lot more playing as a team, and it also shows in their kills. I mean, look at all the other teams, besides maybe Fake House at the very bottom. They had like kind of the kills going, but also not at the same time. You look at Monster Pig, also very, very rough game. Maybe the exhaustion is starting to kick in a little bit. And Boba Slurper, I don't know how they did it with 6 kills to be on second place. But we're just gonna let that stand there for a second. And if we look at the first team, I mean, listen, Treason, 7 kills, 1 death. That already says everything. He is definitely there Falcon up, and that is crazy to see. So let's have a quick little look at the bracket, because that has now decided which 2 teams we're gonna be seeing in the first best of 1 3v3 in the second stage. And it's going to be Boba Slurper against Vipers. I mean, Dread, would you have expected this?
I mean, it's hard to expect anything at this point with these teams in this top 8. But, I mean, Treason, I just want to point out, too, Jerry actually pointed out very early on in that cash out that Treason swapped to that V9S. And it seemed like it worked out really well for him. Instead of that LH1, he was able to get in there and get a little bit more aggro, with that V9S being a lot more versatile of a weapon as opposed to that LH1. He's able to go a little bit long range, but he's able to get in there and go really close range in your face too, and it seemed to work out for him.
It really mattered for that final point as well. There's no way to play long angles there without being completely away from the point, so really helped in there. Maybe to his detriment defending the first box, right? Because that's where they lost the money. They had that slow start against Boba Slurper. Boba Slurper, as you mentioned, Dianic, 6 kills. That's 2 team wipes in the whole game. They wiped 5 Fears at the start, got that box, and then I think they got 1 team wipe, or maybe not even a team wipe on their second box, because that was third party, so they didn't need to. It was a very low kill, high objective game for them. They just rode along and found that second place.
Listen, they got all the objectives, but let's have a look at, as already to mentioned, the next up game. It's going to be a 3v3 best of 1, and I said, stage 2 upper bracket match 1 when it comes to the 3v3s. Kani, Treason, Ghost, Najiri, Palmer, and Cyborg. I think something that we would have expected to be here. I definitely expected Monster Big to be way up there. Something just didn't quite function in that game. But we've talked about these 2 teams, we've seen these 2 teams, and I'm just gonna throw you guys right into it, because we're gonna have to make predictions for this game. I want to know where your guys on it. I just want to say, and maybe praise myself, I'm 2 for 2 when it comes to the 3v3s. So, Dread, I'm gonna give you the first vote here.
You know, I think this is definitely a tough one, but I think I'm going to have to stick with 5 Fears on this one. I mean, absolute storied team on EMEA, especially in the 3v3s. Not that Boba Slurper isn't, but I think I'm going to stick with 5 Fears on this one.
It's such a tough call, honestly. 5 Fears and Boba Slurper are 2 of the best 3v3 sides in the region at the moment. And there's barely anything to separate them, and no previous matchup between them 2 this season to look at either. So this is a real first, and it's a best of 1, which throws even more of a kind of chaotic element into the window. What map are we? Fortune Stadium? I've got to go with 5 Fears. It is their domain. I think that they should have this. We may well see Treason switch onto that LH1 as well. That's like a little extra prediction I'm making, Dianic.
Ooh, okay, you even given a comp switch up here. Listen, it is going to be a very interesting game no matter what. We have 2 teams, very strong, very close to each other, and we've just seen what they're capable of in that cash out. I could play the devil's advocate and go now for the other side, or stick with you guys, because we haven't had this on the broadcast so far. I'm gonna say 5 Fears, so everybody today on this game saying the exact same team is gonna win it. Because what does it mean to win in this 3v3? You're gonna book yourself a ticket into the 3rd stage, which is the final stage of today. If you're in the 2nd place, well, rinse and repeat, back to cash up with you, and you're gonna have a 2nd try. So if you're 5 Fizz or Boba Slurper, you really wanna get into that 1st place. And we can talk about these 2 teams all long over, back and forward. It really comes down to the team synergy and the exhaustion level. Let's think about it. All of these 2 teams have the exact same amount of games played. They're really coming back, and from the side of Boba Slurper, they just came back from a low bracket, way back up into the final, and it shows how strong they are. Jerry, are you excited to see this matchup?
Oh, I absolutely am. I can't wait to get it started, Dianic.
Absolutely. Well, then I don't want to hold you on too much longer. I'm going to say, Dread and Jerry, take it away for this coming match.
All right, we're coming down to it again. Jerry, this is going to be a crazy one because this one is going to determine our second team that is going to be fighting in that top 4.
Yep, it absolutely is. Boba Slurper, previously under the moniker of Previous Gen G. In case you're wondering about these players, they are definitely experienced. And these two teams have played against each other so much, but very little of it in existing competition at the moment. So let's see how they stack up. Cyborg, the newest member amongst these 6, taking the brunt of the first bit of damage, but of course as a light he can just heal that back up. We've got Narcos on the Lewis gun, gets dropped down, but not before Treason on that LH1. I want to call, I made that perfect prediction. Does take out Nagiri. Palmer trades it out though onto Carnifex as a 2 versus 2 with a heavy and a light on each side. We see Boba Slurper bunched up like this on the bottom floor though, and that's dangerous. They resurface through that gateway and bring the vault with them, but into a crossfire, and there's a deadly one at that. 1 versus 1, and Narcos is the one who comes out the lesser, as Cyborg collects both of the kills against Treason and Narcos, wiping up 5 Fears, the newest player on Boba Slurper, making his presence felt.
Yeah, absolutely insane first fight there too, and that is why you are the storied analyst that you are, making those perfect predictions. I mean, especially with these top 2 EMEA teams that you've known for a long time, and it's an honor to be alongside you casting here.
You talk me up too much, but thank you. Yeah, it's gonna work so well for him on this map. It should. Having lost that first fight, maybe I'm not feeling as confident. The M11 coming out from Cyborg is really nice in those brawly situations, so I imagine 5 Fears will want to try and keep Boba Slurper at arm's length.
Yeah, they might want to keep him at arm's length there because you really got to play that range. Like you said, as this fight is kind of slowing down just a little bit, as Team Boba Slurper is trying to keep them as far away from this gap at this point as we can, but Boba Slurper coming in hot with the pedal to the floor, running right into 5 Fears and running through all of them. And 5 Fears, they're going to have another chance at this box again, Jerry, but wow, that was a quick wipe.
Palmer's bringing back the SA-1216, it feels like. I haven't seen this weapon in a hot minute.
Especially against double lights.
Yeah, against double lights is really difficult to make it work. That's really why we've seen it drop out of the meta so much. But clearly, the M11 with that winch as well on Palmer, and you're looking at a Team Boba Slurper that are clearly wanting to brawl, wanting to take this into close quarters. And 5 Fears, this is usually the situation we see them in, guarding on Sector 5 against the spawn. But instead, Boba Slurper holding on high at the moment. And this is so difficult to push because you don't only have to push through Sector 5. It's a 2-layer defense. 5 Fears has to try and cross.
It is definitely that 2-layer defense here. This cross is tough, but they notice that there's not a lot of time left on that point, so Team Boba Slurper is opting to back up just a little bit to try to get a little bit closer to their point just in case any of these invises make it through. But that sonar nade, pinging 1 on the staircase there. Nagos trying to get in, get really aggro here, but he gets taxed on the push from behind there. Now Carnifex and Nagos both down, turning this into a 1v3, and Treason is going to end up just walking in there knowing he doesn't really have too much of a chance in that 1v3, and Team Boba Slurper pretty heavily taking that first box.
Yeah, and Palmer pretty clearly winning the heavy duels here. I do question the decision there by Narcos to chase down Palmer into a close quarters fight when you know you've got the Lewis gun up against the high rate of fire shotgun of the SA-1216 that Palmer carries. But time was a factor there, didn't have as much of a choice in things. They just needed kills however they could get him, or even to just whittle him down as low as possible and force a steal amongst the lights. Either way, we're on the other side of the map now with 5 Fears holding control, but look at this flank from Cyborg. He melts through both Narcos and Treason. Thankfully, Narcos manages to pick up Palmer on the response, leaving Carnifex in the 1 versus 2, but Boba Slurper are covering each other's backs, and they've got a totem on their side, so they have full control of this 3 versus 3. The vault is untapped, however, and it looks as though they're committing to trying to find the wipe. Carnifex is just going to wait. They have 3 coins for both Narcos and Treason, so not a huge loss for 5 Fears there. Carnifex almost always finds himself in this exact position, being the last alive and waiting for teams to coin. He's very smart at managing those situations.
Yeah, and it is pretty good to stay alive there, you know, even though, like you said, this is just a vault fight. But it is nice to try to win this fight, to try to dictate where they take this box, because like you've been pointing out as well, Team Bulbasaur, they are very close range oriented with that SA-12 and that M11, so trying to force them into a box that they can kind of play out more a little bit into the open is going to be more beneficial for 5 Fears. But a little bit of a slower fight breaking out here on the rooftops as the LH1 is not quite going to connect here, and 5 Fears are going to have to back up a little bit as Team Bulbasaur are in a pretty good spot, just kind of controlling where this vault is.
I mean, this is where Treason wants to be, is on Fortune Stadium with an LH1, with Invis, controlling the high ground. Nagiri is matching him on the other side with the same loadout. We're not actually seeing the tracking dart that Treason has made quite popular this season, and I feel as though that's a bow that's been lost to 5 Fears strings, and something that really gave them a lot of control on these long drawn-out fights. We're not seeing it exerted here, as Bobaslurper are free to kind of approach as they will, and there's the distance being closed down by Palme. Shuts the door behind him as the heals are coming in, unfortunately missing a bunch of incoming health. Cyborg does find a kill for himself, and Narco's now left as the only one alive on the side of 5 Fears. Even when Bobaslurper don't look like they've got it together, they still just have the upper hand, and they wipe the floor with 5 Fears for I've lost how many times count now. This is getting ridiculous. It's a very one-sided game, and we really weren't expecting that.
Yeah, we definitely weren't. I mean, especially me, but I mean, Team Bulbasaur, I think they kind of had a plan going in here against 5 Fears and really trying to force those close-range fights. And Palma and Cyborg are just playing so well together, and Nagiri just kind of holding those off angles while he lets his 2 teammates just kind of rush in there with that pedal to the floor, like I keep saying, and just really getting in their face and just shouldering them out of the way.
This reminds me of that Monster Pig versus Takeo 3 versus 3, where we had that adaptation from a Telco. The slight micro changes that really make a massive difference in these best of ones that can give you a massive competitive edge over your adversaries. And now, with about 1:20 left on this box, of course, 5 Fears now need to try and steal it. A massive blow dealt in the direction of Carnifex. He has to retreat fully, the whole building away via that gateway. You see Nagiri ready to pull the trigger, patient, but doesn't actually land the shots, unfortunately. His patience gets the better of him there. But Bobaslurper, they have time on their side, as mentioned. They can break down this goo that they've set up, create a new puzzle for 5 Fears to solve. Look at Cyborg. This is excellent ratting as he unloads that M11, one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, and they don't know where it's coming from. He melts through Carnifex as well. They just cannot keep a lid on Cyborg. Bobaslurper running away with it.
Yeah, like you pointed out there, great positioning. I mean, Cyborg, the newest in the scene of these 6 players, and he is showing up with a bang, literally, in this best of 1 3v3 here. And with that M11 too, kind of almost a staple gun for Carnifex that most people know Carnifex for, and Cyborg turning it into his own.
This is a lost cause now for 5 Fears, as we can see the setup that Bobaslurper have managed to establish. It's an absolute war crime what they've built around that box, and the timing just doesn't work. Not a good enough spawn for 5 Fears. They can't close the distance. Bobaslurper do it in 2 boxes, and in absolutely dominant fashion. Every single team fight won against 5 Fears. That is no mean feat, especially on Fortune Stadium. And they are the 2nd team to book their spot in the finale.
Wow. Dianic, I mean, absolutely insane.
I am absolutely speechless. I don't think there's anything I can really say. I didn't expect this game to be this one-sided. I didn't expect this to be a whole floor wiping with 5 Fears. I mean, for a second, 5 Fears are considered one of the best EMEA teams that we have because of their lineup and because of their success rate in other competitions. But it just wasn't work. They have 3 kills abroad. Oh my god, that is hurting. That is actually hurting my soul. Not a singular revive. They were constantly wiped very clean away, and we're gonna have to give it to Cyborg. He is alive, and we told you guys this. This is a player to really look out from. He is dangerous. The second he locks on, the second he locks in, he is not to be underestimated, and we have seen why. What an absolute dominance performance. I didn't expect this whatsoever, and I mean, Jerry, I think neither did you.
No, but the second we saw Cyborg stepping to the scene, honestly, he lit it up. He has been unstoppable in whatever roster he's been a part of. And people really did question dropping Wootem, a really experienced player in FPSs and performing very well in this trio. of Nagiri and Palmer. But, I mean, you can kind of see why. Big shoes to fill, and Cyborg has absolutely filled them.
That is an absolute crazy of a game. And now you can see it, a wonderful the bracket. Bubble Sloper now have secured themselves the second spot in the final teams, as you guys can see on the top. Now the second bracket is also soon around the corner. 5 years, Monster Pig, Fake House, and the second team on the waiting list, Golod, is now joining them in that cash out, which here again, top teams advance to 3v3. If you win that, you're then in the final teams. So by now, for everybody who hasn't understood the cycle, I will repeat this one more time. But before we do that, guys, I would say we have just a few more thoughts, because Dread, what are you expecting for this next cash out?
I don't know, because the one thing I do know, I think that was the first time that we've all agreed on a prediction.
True.
I shouldn't have.
It was wrong.
The
wrong direction.
I shouldn't have trusted you. I shouldn't have trusted you guys. I thought you guys know ball, but you have no ball knowledge. What you cost me my perfect streak. I just want to give this here.
How are we supposed to predict that Cyborg will go nuclear and
Cyborg could
they
hear
would?
us, I think.
And Palmer, honestly, as well, with the SA1216 on that map, was incredible. Like an inspired choice, almost as good as seeing a telco running the DMAT and the APS and having the lock bolt. Like, it's been a real strategic victory for all the 3 versus 3s we've had today, Dynic.
Listen, I'm not gonna listen to you guys anymore, and neither will the viewers, because I'm gonna send you guys to a quick little break.
Good.
Truck McJohnson is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build, and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
I hope you guys got yourself some drinks, some popcorn, and some snacks, because guys, we are just in the middle of the day. We still are in stage number 2 in our upper bracket, game number 2 now in the cash out, and we still have a whole 3rd stage still waiting upon us. Guys, from that little break, we have just seen an absolute dominance performance from Boba Sloper coming in, securing themselves a spot in stage number 3, and there's still 2 more golden tickets to go, and those are needing to be decided. This upcoming game now, as you guys can see, upper bracket number 2, 5 Fizz, Monster Pig, Fake Cows, and Golod are now waiting to play this next cash out. Dread, I mean, what are your thoughts on this game? Previously, you said the predictions weren't going too well. Again, ball knowledge was a little bit lacking from you guys' side. That's why I don't know why I went with you guys. But this second game, what are you expecting?
Oh, this is always so rough. Especially as the day goes on, it only gets harder. These matches only get crazier. And I don't know. I mean, 5 Fears could come back with an absolute vengeance. Shout out to Vengeance AMER. But I don't know. I mean, we've seen Golod go absolutely crazy as well, too. And there is a potential that they absolutely show out and come out in top 2 to make it into the 3v3 as well here, too. So I don't know. I'm going to defer back to you guys on this one before I make any actual set prediction yet.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy no matter what, because I think this game is going to be very, very uncomfortable. But Jerry, what map are we going to watch this crazy game on?
Well, it's not going to be Sis Horizon, it's not going to be Monaco, it's not going to be Fortune Stadium, and it's not going to be Nozomi Citadel. There's a lot of very meta maps going out of the roundup. Fake Cows not leaning on double light means they want to get rid of Monaco, I want to say. Fongwai City, a very interesting one. And as I was mentioning double light, that is a playground for any pesky lights. And you've got a hell of a lot of them in this lobby. You've got Monster Pig himself, who we saw tear it up on Skyway. He could do the same here, Dianic.
Listen, this is the first ever time we had Fang YCD being played on this stream today, so it is going to be a crazy game no matter what, considering we have Fake Cows and Golod, two teams who are living in the midst of the chaos. They want a third party, they're going to third party, and they're gonna make sure that 5 Fears and Team Monster Pig are very, very uncomfortable. With that said, of course, we're gonna have to give our predictions, guys. It is time before the game to give our thoughts. And I'm just gonna rip the bandage and be honest. I have 3 favorite teams. Listen, 5 Fears, they're amazing, right? But those are not my favorite teams. All the other 3, when it comes Golod, Fake House, and Monster Pig, they've really won my heart over. But before I give my prediction, Jerry, listen. You're the analyst here. You know these teams. I know deep down, maybe you feel some regret voting for 5 Fears. Are you gonna do it again?
Now, here's the thing, right? I've been voting with my brain for a lot of this, and it works out fairly well in 3v3s, or so I thought, because I keep getting those wrong. So at this point, I think I'm purely vibes. I'm sat here with my cinnamon roll. I've got my not quite coffee. This is basically fika. So I've got to back the one Swede in the lobby. It's Glitch Cafe. It's Fake Cows. The Moo Moo Men. The Bovine Boys. They've got my money.
Ooh, Fake House, not only with the style, but also now with the vote from Jerry. Dread, where is your heart going for this game?
I absolutely love that. You know, I think I was better at predicting what Jerry was going to predict than my actual predictions of the game. But now Jerry swapped it up too, and I don't know what he was going to pick. But you know, I have a favorite, and my favorite is I love Nagos. Nagos is one of my favorite players of all time, another fellow dad gamer. That being said, I think I'm going to have to go with Monster Pig on this one just because they've been making a quick fan out of me and they've been going crazy in these matches today. And Fangway, I think they could go crazy on. We haven't seen Fangway, and they move so fast they could fly around this map.
Absolutely. You just mentioned Fangway, a very interesting map. Again, we haven't had it so far in this whole broadcast today, so it's going to bring out maybe some interesting plays throughout the whole day. In this whole voting, we have no 5 Fears like before. I'm not going to vote for the 5 Fears. Listen, they have great performances, but after that last one, I just fear that maybe they're coming to a stop. I am going to put my vote on Golod because, man, I want the chaos. I love their chaos, and I'm all here for it. Guys,
wow.
Jerry and Dread, this game is coming, and I wish you guys very much fun.
We've clearly been hurt by the triple 5 Fears bet going against us because we bet every single other team, Dread, going into this cash out. But that's cash out, baby. Anyone can win it. And here, for the 3rd slot in the finale, we start this cash out and 3v3 series. Tuning in first with 5 Fears. Now in orange, have finally found themselves in the 1st seed after a very wobbly start to the day. But we're going to watch Fake Cows square off against Golod over on the ancient side of the map.
Yeah, and we do have those sonar nades pinging people out. Glitch Cafe with that LH1, trying to land some shots there, doesn't quite connect. But Ali finds one to connect onto Kodaft, and Rose has jumped up there and cleaned up Glitch Cafe. Now it's only Deadplate, which is back on the solo heavy as opposed to the double heavy light that they were running earlier. Did get that res off there. Definitely map dependent, I completely agree. But I don't know if they're going to come out on top of this one, as Deadplate is the last one alive on that team again, Jerry.
It's not quite worked out for them here. They've got Golod squaring up against them. Ali almost goes down. Some really nice work from the KS coming out there, but the Lewis gun just the more consistent weapon. And of course he had Yinks helping him out as they reset fully. Golod now have a clean run at Cash Out A on the far side. That fight between Monster Pig and 5 Fears is still ongoing, and as I say that, Carnifex picks up the last kill. So, it's going to be 5 Fears and Golod getting the first foots in the door. Foots? Yeah, sure, foots. I know English, it's my first language.
Yeah, lots of foots in here, and some hooves, and, whatever.
No, the animals died. We can't do that bit. Monster Pig and Fake House both lost their fights.
That is true, and that also saves me because I don't know what pigs have. So, are they called feet? I don't know. I don't know a lot about pigs, but we did. I don't know their hooves. And Big RPG taking out that zip line there, dropping all of Team Monster Pig back down to the ground level as they're making their way across. 5 Fears still holding on to the spots.
Well, whether it's hooves or feet or whatever the monster has, at the end of his legal appendages. They're making a lot of noise coming up through this building, and Five Fears do know about them. But of course, that sonar grenade just proves pointless. He gets killed by Treason anyway. So we have now Monster Pig trying to surge up through this building at a man disadvantage. They are going to try and reset here, but in fact they can't. Look at where that statue is. It's out in the open on the rooftop. Yeah, Jurgen has not died in a great place for his lights to try and rescue him here.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a pretty hard box to fight. I mean, they did winch that out right in the middle of that street there, and it is right next to that mega jump pad there as well. And Five Fears rotating around, kind of triangulating around this point as they can look down all across that street level there. As they're looking, they see a snow grenade popping off over there. Here's some footsteps underneath them, but on the other side of the map, though, Dome Shield ends up coming down. Rose getting almost a double kill, but Ali is
right there.
Up that second one. They found him right there in the invis. And Glitch Cafe ends up going down. Another quick wipe, and Jerry, it looks like Golod might hold on to this one.
Looks like we joined that fight right at the moment the fuse hit the powder keg, and on the other side, New York seems to be going nuclear for Monster Pig. In fact, it's 1 versus 1 between him and Narcos on this 20 seconds remaining box. And look at this, Golod spy an opportunity to third party. A full strength Golod surging towards the box, but now they have to deal with 2 players from Monster Pig and Narcos watching over it. The barricades go down, but it's not enough as Jurgen is felled. Narcos finds a kill onto Monster Pig himself. That is a wipe onto them. Golod are still standing, but Five Fears, they might have queued back in at the right time. No, unfortunately, Golod fall at the hands of Treason with 2 kills from the LH1, making the difference. I think possibly Golod were a little bit late on that steal as well. We can see the res coming up. Will he be able to stick it? No, the winch from Ali will spell Carnifex's demise. But importantly for Five Fears, they've got the cash in pocket.
Yeah, and the Carnifex actually almost made it out of there with some pretty crazy movement, but Ali was able to catch up to him there, and now waiting for the rest of Golod to coin back in, and it looks like they're going to opt to hold on to those, which I think is a pretty good choice. They're not in too much danger here, and Treason, though, I don't know if they realize that they're that close to each other as he goes back to get those bodies as well. I mean, these teams are holding on to those precious coins.
Yeah, it's not ideal for them, though. They're in this situation where they're both rezzing each other and trying to duel out between them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, vaults are being tapped, boxes are being deposited. Both the other teams are just getting started on the objective, completely for free. New York's going to plug here on D, and Fake Cows closing that distance. In fact, it's the 2 teams that didn't get anything out of the last 2 vaults. So if things stay unchanged, we enter a very exciting final wave of cash outs, but that's still 2 minutes away. Lots of defense to do here for Monster Pig up against Golod.
Yeah, lots of defense indeed, as they already got 1 kill onto Yinks there. And Rose is going to have to try to back out. Doesn't quite make it away from Monster Pig. And looks like Jurg has chased down Ali to get that wipe there. But like we were talking about,
chased Ali down the alley.
He did chase Ali down the alley. That sounds a lot cooler when you say it. I am the odd American out here. And it sounds way cooler when you say stuff like that.
I don't know. I feel like there's some things that sound way better in an American accent. I can't think of anything off the top of my head because they don't come naturally to me. Maybe next time you say something cool, I'll try saying it in my accent and it will just sound awful. That's what we'll do. This is an interesting winch. Bring it out into the open. It's not going to stay on the roof, but they're very near the mega pad, and that is a horrible place to try and steal from. So nice position for Fake Cows. They could be anywhere. Oh, but they didn't block any sort of winch into cover, and that's allowed Narcos to try and start a steal inside the opposite building. Fake Cows have to scramble to try and coordinate an attack to prevent this steal, but they're doing quite well. No damage in either direction, though, it seems. There's a bit of a false start on that fight. 30 seconds left on this box, and Narcos is just sticking it. Oh, that's some great damage from above. Dead Plate finds the killer blow, but Treason trades it out onto Kodar. We've got a 2 versus 2, both lights alive, but down goes one, down goes another, potentially. Where did Treason go? He's alive somewhere, but it doesn't really matter because he's 1 HP, and there's enough time here on the box for Fake Cows to just see it out. They should have this money in pocket.
Is that Treason or is that Houdini? He's got some extra special invis bomb there because he just absolutely disappeared. But wow, Fake Cows, I mean, Dead Plate. A lot could be said right there with him using the KS to his advantage. And I mean, using that to get the high ground and almost like a pseudo D-mat to break open that hole on the other side of the map that we almost have the steal going through for Golod. But Team Monster Pig says not today, and they're going to get that cash there. And now they're holding on to first place, but still, I mean, all this cash is pretty close, Jerry.
Yeah, it's relatively even, but Monster Pig picking up a whole load of kills and a wipe against Golod there has put them ahead in some meaningful capacity. Golod a little bit further behind as well. We've seen this from Golod before. They start strong and then finish a little bit behind the pace. Treason continuing his dominance with the LH1. Why did he ever swap off this weapon to begin with? He's been fantastic with it. Finding the kills left, right, and center as Glitch Cafe goes down now on the light himself. We've seen so much flexibility from the Fake Cows roster to move between heavies, lights, and mediums at will. Unfortunately, they are in third place as it stands. We get another winch outside the building for 5 Fears to try and hold this defense. It's a really tough point to push. I never seem to be able to steal these points in ranked. I don't know about you, Dread. This is the worst corner to try and attack.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, especially on this point, too, because look at how many rooftops are up here, and they're all angled so that each rooftop has some pretty good cover as well, but Fake Cows getting dropped off of the ceiling. I don't think Cows really thrive very well on top of buildings, but he's trying to get out of there. Deadblade shooting through with that KS. He does get healed, but the heal's not quite enough, as Nagos himself is getting some heals as well, and here comes Treason and Cardeffect to help out the rest of their team, and now Kodath is the last one alive, but he is stuck in a 1v2, and he gets tracked down by Treason to get the wipe.
5 Fears go cow tipping, and it's just a field full of silence. No moves left in earshot. Fake Cow's really looking rough sod here, and that 6th vault is untouched right now. It's being moved, I believe, now by, well, it must be Monster Pig, the only team out there with anything to do. Maybe Monster Pig and Golod are scrapping over it. It's being thrown all over the place. I see. It's been thrown towards this box now because that will benefit that will benefit Monster Pig. They want it to be doubled. They want it to be doubled by someone else and then stay ahead of 5 Fears on kills, and that will guarantee them a first place spot. So Monster Pig playing very smartly, but also a little bit riskily with this macro. Oh, Golod holding the trigger finger there, interestingly enough, as well. There's going to be a lot of moving parts here as we enter the final 30 seconds, Dread. 5 Fears need to hold on to this box, and Monster Pig are hoping that they do.
Yeah, very riskily indeed. But that box is going to get winched closer to the wall there, and Rose is going to run right into a Treason there. And they're both going to back off with 1 HP as neither one goes down, but here comes the steal almost going through. Fake Cows are on top of it. Kodath is going to get killed. All 3 of them end up going down as Galone is now there, and they're trying to stack in between all these barricades, but they're not able to go through. 5 Fears are going to hold on to it and hold on to first place.
And the wipe near the end from Fake Cows absolutely solidified Monster Pig's place in second. So really smart macro play coming out at the end from Monster Pig. 5 Fears booking a spot with them in the next 3 versus 3 dynamic.
Listen, at this point, I just believe 5 Fears is just the teenager who just always wants to disagree with the parents. Like, come on, guys. We have said you guys are gonna win the 3v3. You guys don't win the 3v3. None of us have voted for 5 Fears to get this win, and they get the win. I mean, at this point, it is hilarious. But 5 Fears, their strength lies within the cash out. Maybe we thought after that little bit of a dominant game against Boboslop, they're going to be a bit down, but I guess that just motivated them even more to be better and perform here. Now, if we look at the scoreboard, they've performed all over the place. Right here, yet again, you have Treason on those 8 kills, 3 deaths, and even on the second place with Monster Pig, 2 players on 7 kills, and after that, it kind of just goes down and falls down. Golod, what was missing for them was the boxes weren't staggered out enough. The first box was basically cashed in at the same time. The second box was cashed at the same time. And Golod as a team, they profit of staggered cashed outs when they can third party, when they can bring the chaos. Same as Fake House. Those are the 2 strengths of those 2 teams. That wasn't the case. And that's why the 2 teams who can hold on to a cash out box, so we can play better as a team together, Monster Pig and 5 Fears, were the team coming out on top. Very much shows out why. But let's have a quick little look at the bracket. And here we can see now that 5 Fears and Monster Pig are now in the next best of 1 3v3. And Jerry, what are your thoughts on that? You know what? I'm just gonna ask that.
I love this format. I just got to say that actually out of pocket. This is a really, really fun format, and I'm glad that teams get to play through it. This is one of the most exciting parts of it. Just the cash out 3v3s, all high stakes, not a single filler, all killer games. And 5 Fears and Monster Pig. I want to throw this back at both of you two guys, because I backed Fake Cows in that game. I'm not gonna lie. I clearly backed the wrong horse, cow, whatever you might say. Who was it that backed Monster Pig? I can't remember. One of you had Golod and the other one had Monster Pig.
That
I was Golod.
Was me. I was
well done, Dread.
the Monster Pigs fans.
Well, they made it through.
The support of that team. Exactly, they made it through, and that is absolutely amazing. 5 years against Monster Pig for this next game. And guys, we've already talked about these two teams. We've just seen these two teams, but something changes now. It's only 2 teams and not 4 anymore, so we're gonna have to talk about our predictions. I want to say it, okay? I will give them a second try. 5 years, you will be my pick this time. Do not dare to mess up my prediction, okay? I'm not following you guys. This is my own prediction. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna rely on my bold knowledge for this one, yeah?
I'm the only one with bold knowledge.
Oh, you said bold knowledge. You have the bold
You did that
knowledge.
to yourself.
That's true.
You said we're going after you. You just did that to yourself. Dread,
you didn't even say bold knowledge. You said ball knowledge, right? I'm just an idiot.
I was going to say, I've got
knowledge.
plenty I can donate to you, but I feel like that might nerf you. I can't really tell at this point. But, you know, I love 5 years Nagos, my absolute ghost. But I feel like I might curse them if we all agree on that one again. And I've been sticking with Monster Pig throughout every prediction that they have been in these games, and I'm going to keep sticking with that.
Okay, there we have it. I mean, that's pretty good. 5 years, Monster Pig. Jerry, you are now the decider. Where does it go? Which one of us is going to be cursing more than the other?
Now, I said at the start of the day that the 3 teams that are going to end up in the finale, no matter what, are Takeo, the other ones, what were they called? Boba Slurper. They changed their name recently. Boba Slurper and 5 Fears. However it happens, I think that's still going to come through. But Monster Pig are so good. It's a really, really tough call. I'm going to go with 5 Fears again. I think they make it this time.
Okay, this time it's not a full-on prediction on their bag. Guys, here yet again, it's the second time. Okay? Sometimes that's the time where you should end it and close it over. For 5 years, here again, 5 years is more of a cash-out team. They always perform good when it comes to cash-out. They definitely like the chaos a lot more. On the 3v3s, they need to slow down there a little bit and really calm more together as a team. But guys, we can talk so much more about this 3v3. Why I don't just send you guys into the game. Jerry and Dread, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dianic. We have another banger of a 3 versus 3 here. 5 Fears and Monster Pig. Monster Pig really put Takeo to the sword earlier on today. This is now their second chance, and 5 Fears' second chance to try and reach the finale. They spawned quite far away from each other, and it's going to be Monster Pig that have control over the vault to begin with, Dread.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they play on Fangway City. This is the first 3v3 we've seen on Fangway City, and both double light heavy teams coming through. Both heavies rocking that winch. We've got an invis dash mirror match as well. So I think it might be a little bit of a slower one, as it looks like kind of got a little bit of a standoff coming through on these rooftops. Some nice headshots coming through. Nobody going down quite yet, though, Jerry.
Yeah, if this is your first time watching HLL mirror matches, it's going to hinge a lot on these heavy battles. Nago's absolutely demolishing Jurgen. It's also going to hinge on whether either of these invis lights can get early picks or not. It's really just a case of who can find the pick, whether it's a heavy or a light. And then that dash light is going to be in there trying to do cleanup, making sure they're pairing up with their heavy, healing them up as much as possible. Narcos chasing down Monster Pig at the moment. He doesn't have the same level of mobility that Jurgen does, or rather that New York does on the dash light, but he's making it difficult. This is the ideal situation for Monster Pig. They're drawing it out. Unfortunately, the New York getting downed as well, just as Jurgen had coined back in, mind you. Means it's effectively a 3 versus 1 for the moment until Jurgen manages to race towards the objective. 5 Fears sense that advantage, and they move the vault all the way over to B and get it plugged.
Yeah, I mean, Nagos was like, yeah, I'm going to dictate the pacing of this fight. I don't want this to go too slow, and he came in there fast, right into Jurg's face, and I believe he was running the Shack as well, as opposed to the Lewis gun that he has normally been running throughout the day.
This is like watching chess.
Yeah, it really
Very
is.
slow-moving cards.
And if these are the 2 teams that are going to do it, it's going to be these 2 absolute titans of the scene, with Nagos, a huge Titanic winch coming through there to take out Monster Pig. But Treason does get traded on the other side.
Oh, no!
Oh, they killed each other at the same time! Carnifex and Nuwok both go down at the same exact time. But Monster Pig... Yeah,
I mean, Nuwok really should have had that. He was lifting shot after shot. At least they managed to get the res here. 2 versus 2 on the rooftop. Narcos whams that winch and finds the shots, but Jurgen and Monster Pig cleaning up. The LH1 getting the better of Carnifex, even at close range. It out-brawls the 93R, and with the Volt already plugged, that's a very dangerously timed wipe against 5 Fears. Monster Pig have control of this box, and they really only need to defend it for about 30 seconds of uptime.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely completely blew up my train of thought when they killed each other there at the same time. But like you said, 5 Fears, they're going to have to come in really fast here, and it did get moved out into a much better position for Team Monster Pig there. And here they come, coming in really quickly through that gateway. Sonar Grenades end up coming out, not really pinging anybody, but they do find them on the other side of those little archways there, and the barricades are going to go through. Dome Shield comes out. He's going to bait that steal just a little bit, but Team Monster Pig not quite taking the bait, Jerry.
Carnifex does find the opener, and a second against New York, and it's only Monster Pig left. He has the angle, though, and he may have denied the steal for long enough to prevent this being flipped. Has he? He hasn't, and the steal goes through for 5 Fears.
Wow! At the very last second on that box, too. I mean, Team Monster Pig were so close at stalling that out at the perfect time. But Treason able to body block just a little bit of shots and getting that one headshot in that they really needed at the last second. And, man, I mean, if that dictates how the rest of this match is going to go, it's going to come down to the absolute wire.
Yeah, I want every box to go the distance like that one. Shout out to Carnifex for the big 2-piece as well, opening up the floor for a really last-second steal. That honestly feels as though one that Monster Pig should have won. But as we see the jump being made by Jurgen, committing well ahead of his lights, interestingly enough, leaving them behind to maybe try and go for these long shots, tank a bit of damage himself, see how long he can survive. But Treason is wise to it. He's watching the head skirt around this cover. Very difficult shot to land, but he's landing them. And New York goes down. Treason, I shouldn't have questioned him. I shouldn't have doubted him. With the LH1 in his hand, he's a machine. Jurgen now taking the brunt of a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the lights to back him up as Monster Pig is far afield. The only saving grace is that this box is so far away from an objective. Monster Pig could go down here and still have a lot of time on their hands to resurge, but it feels like an inevitability here, Dread, as down goes Jurgen. And we see Monster Pig running away. Now, 5 Fears, they love to stall out deaths, but in this situation, it doesn't really help them. The box isn't plugged. They are going to chase this kill as far as they can. Looks like they've given up.
Yeah, and Nuwok did coin right back in there. Now, they honestly might have time to rotate around and get Jurg's body again, but the safer play would be to just let him coin back in, as now that box did get plugged, and 5 Fears are going to be setting up here, opening up a little bit of the floor above the box there, trying to work their way up to the rooftops as Jurgen did coin back in.
Some interesting flanking going on here from Monster Pig. They might catch 5 Fears off guard, but of course they have the sonar grenades on their side, the orange team. It's not helped though. Lots of damage flying in the direction of 5 Fears. They've already lost Carnifex. A 3 versus 2 now for Monster Pig, but both of their lights are down low, or rather their light and their heavy is down low. That's important. Monster Pig finds Treason with the LH1 though, and now Narcos, his days are numbered. Only 40 seconds or so have expired on this box, but New York is giving chase. He will reach him first. Now goes with a very good winch there, and he wins the duel. That is devastating for Monster Pig, who have Jurgen committed to the steal, and Monster Pig himself not finding the refrag. There he is. He picks up the statue. Can Narcos rescue this for his team?
He might be able to. He is now getting his regen in. I mean, that was the most scary part for the Heavy, is having that time to get that regen, but they opted to get the body instead of chasing him, and he is able to get that regen. And now both Treason and Carnifex, Carnifex going back in and did get the hand res onto Treason, so they are very in and close to this fight. And now Jurg's the last one back on the back foot, and Nuwok did coin back in himself as well. I don't think they're going to be able to stop this box. They do get a winch over onto Carnifex, but Nagos is there with the help to save his teammate. Now the box is back in the hands of 5 Fears.
They've turned it round. Monster Pig really not playing smartly there in the 3 versus 1. They didn't commit to either. They didn't commit to the steal. They didn't commit to the setup. They didn't commit to the chase down of Nagos. And it's cost them now a devastating team wipe. With only 30 seconds left, that sealed their fates. It's not going to go to the wire. Nothing like the first box we saw on this map. Narcos, he's doing kick-ups. He's training for the World Cup. Narcos, you can celebrate. You've booked your team a spot in the finale.
Wow. Congratulations to 5 Fears going into that top 4. Team Monster Pig not quite out of it yet, though. They do have another chance. Dianic. That's
I
huge.
mean, listen, you guys wanted a dominant game, and I think 5 years, they just wanted to make sure that something like that does not happen yet again like before. 5 years with a quite dominant performance, getting themselves the 3rd golden ticket of today into the 3rd stage. I mean, very dominant. We can say whatever we want. Yes, even that first cash out was very, very close, but at the end they stalled out just enough. And at the end, we can see that the performance was also way too much on the side of 5 years. Team Monster Pig couldn't quite get really on the board. Like Jörg, New York, and Monster Pig, both of them kind of struggling when it comes to the damage and even kills, and not even as much to the reses. I feel like just that wasn't really their map to play. Hopefully for them, if they want to qualify, Fangway City will not be part of the next upper brackets game, because it was very, very damaging for them to play this one. But Dread, anything else you've noticed in that 3v3 or even throughout the whole cash out from Monster Pig?
You know, actually, if I could, I'd like to give a shout out a little bit to Nagos, running 5 and 1 there, especially as a heavy. Being able to stay alive is so important on that double light heavy side of the teams. And normally, one thing he plays the heavy in that comp, because normally you have the heavy playing a little bit slower than his lights and really kind of playing that stall around the box. But Nagos being the aggressor in most of those fights there, really getting in there, Diana. It was really fun to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, you could call him the Na-goat, but you know, we can discuss that further when it comes later. But guys, as already mentioned, there's only one last cash out in this stage number 2. What does this mean? This is now the elimination cash out. The best 2 teams make to the final 3v3 for this stage, for the last golden ticket to the 3rd stage, which will be played right after this stage. So everything is played out today. If you're on that 3rd and 4th place, you're eliminated. You're done. You've gotten yourself that place when it comes to the top 8, but you know you don't have the chance to play on further. So for every single team now, it matters to be in the 1st or 2nd place to move on, to have a chance. Lights Out are now returning back to the competition. They're in the game now, and they're gonna be competing against Monster Pig, Fake House, Golod, and I said Lights Out in the next cash out game. Guys, that is going to be our next game. And we've already had some crazy games. I would say before we yap around too much, we're gonna send you guys to a quick little break. Juice up, get yourself something to drink, to eat, to snack. We'll be right back.
One jump and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Assault brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Os Poos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Yo, welcome back, guys, to the finals, EMEA Cycle 1. And we are really getting into the thick of it now as we are getting close to the end of Stage 2 before we get into the finale. So real quick here, we're going to be taking a look at the bracket again as we have it now. We've seen some pretty crazy matches coming up into this, but guys, we are really getting into it now because this is the last the second to last cash out of the day. This is the elimination cash out. So the teams that are going to get third and fourth in this cash out are going to be gone out of the rest of this tournament. And going into this 3v3, this is the last elimination 3v3 as well. Whoever takes second place coming out of the 3v3 is also going to be eliminated. Whoever takes first place out of this best of 1 3v3 is going to get the last spot in the top 4 before we get into the final stage of the day, which is going to be that one last cash out into a best of 3 3v3 to take home the $2,000 and the 100 points. But everybody in that top 4 is going to be taking home some money too, real quick. But guys, now let's go get into this cash out match that we're going to see here, and it's going to be Monster Pig, Fake Cows, Glod, and Lights Out. And Jerry, this has been going absolutely insane. We're not quite getting into our predictions yet. Is there anything that stood out to you from any of these teams coming into this?
Well, every single one of them has had a good moment or two. Lights Out have been very quiet today, though. 2 lost cash outs. I reckon that the rest will have done them well. But coming into this game, you know, we've pushed out of the bracket Takeo, Boba Slurper, and Five Fears. They're the teams waiting. They're the teams we kind of expected to make it to the finale one way or another. This is the best of the rest, and honestly, I feel like all bets are off coming into this one because there's so little on paper separating these guys. In cash out, perhaps Monster Pig have a slight edge given how well they've done in that format today.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, but let's take a look at the map vetoes real quick here as we go into that and see where we might end up going for this elimination cash out. And it's not going to be Bernal this time, and we are still not going to get Sis Horizon. I don't think we've seen any Sis Horizon yet today. Not Monaco and not Fortune Stadium. So there are only a couple maps left it could land on. It's going to be Nozomi Citadel, which also I think is the first Nozomi Citadel we've seen today, which I'm pretty excited for, honestly, Diana. This is my favorite map in the game. Are you excited for Nozomi?
Absolutely, and here's the fact, Nozomi, it's very easy to create a lot of chaos within that map, and there's 2 teams who benefit quite a lot of chaos, and that's Fake Cows and Golod. So if you're a Fake Cows fan or Golod fan, or you just want to cheer them on because they create a lot of chaos and third party, this is the map to do it on. There's a lot of quick rotations, that a lot of cash outs which could spawn very close to each other, and on top of that, you need to always nearly walk across the whole map. So maybe teams are going to interact with each other a lot more. So I just want to see chaos because that's what those 2 teams need. From the side of Lights Out and Monster Pig, they need calm, they need peace. So we have 4 teams, but 2 each teams want something completely different like the other teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And that is going to bring us into the hardest part. At least for me, this is always the hardest part going into it. It's going to be our predictions. And Jerry, I think I'm going to put you on the spot first for this one.
I'm going to say this is a wild one. I think Golod could make it through because I'm just looking at the other 3 teams in this lobby and I feel as though they will see opportunities to prevent each other from going through, and Golod love that kind of chaos. I think teams are going to underestimate them coming into the cash out, and that is exactly why they're going to have the advantage in it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, you know, I think for me, I think I've been sticking with Monster Pig this whole time, and they've been playing so well in these cash outs. I think they really have a chance to do it. I mean, it's been tough. I've also been rooting for Glad as well, too, and Fake Cows, they're fun to watch. I mean, they go out and they graze in those pastures and chomp on some grass, and you can't tell if they're contestants or cows. And then they show up with a KS and go absolutely crazy. But I'm going to go and pick Monster Pig for this one. What are your thoughts, Diana?
Listen, I could say so much about every single team, right? And there's definitely 2 favorites that I have in Fake Cows and Golod. Those are definitely my 2 favorite teams just because they play and they create so much chaos. But considering this is the last final one, I'm also gonna stick with Jerry here, surprisingly. Golod, they have shown a lot of promise to me, and I think if they create that chaos, they're gonna have a lot of opportunities to get in here, to create that chaos, and also to just be that surprising fact that walking into this, I don't think they're gonna be underestimated from all the teams, but definitely like, oh, it's the last game, probably teams that want to play it safe, and this is the team who doesn't want to play it safe. I think they're gonna make some questionable rotations to create that chaos from beginning on. That's what they need. That's what I want to see from them. And then we could also see a complete switch from Faker. So there's a lot of on the stakes, and I think a lot of question mark what could actually happen.
Okay, well, there it is. Just to, I guess it's only naturally I am the odd man out on the desk. So only naturally we'll bring the two native EMEA casters in to take us into our craziest last elimination cash out of the day. Jerry and Dianic, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dread. Here we go. I couldn't have put it better myself. The best teams remaining and the last elimination cash out of the day. Sort of. We'll get into that detail later. As we have now Monster Pig squaring up against his fake cows. The Battle of the Barnyard Animals. And across the rooftop, we see Monster Pig himself hunting for an early pick. He has a plethora of options, and he decides that Kodaft is the one to drop. Now, can they collect? Can they reform around this block and play out the 3 versus 2? More damage being unloaded by the LH1. Certainly going to put them in a good position. Newok collects Glitch Cafe and Dead Plate down for the count as well. That's that 93R going in and doing the cleanup work, but all off the back of Monster Pig's brilliant pick.
That was the first very, very good pick, and on top of that... Oh. Can't really be standing in front of you, cash out, but at least he got the heal that he wanted. On the other side, there's another fight going on. Golod against Lights Out. Lights Out now have lost 2 of the member. Rubinski is the last man standing. He's in a 1v1 against the Light. He's gonna lose said fight. Rose and Yings are gonna be alive. Now Ali is back up on his feet as well, and both cash outs have been plugged by Monster Pig and Golod, the 2 teams who also we have predicted. But look at this. There's one more team coming in. Fake House are now switching their opponents and going to Golod.
Yeah, benefiting from an earlier wipe and getting that stagger off. Yinks, though, caught completely out of place and drops down. Deadplate is committing to the steal while the rest of his team fight the 2 versus 2. There's a good winch coming out there from Glitch Cafe, and he does collect the kill onto Ali. And now it's only 1 light to deal with. His Yinks has coined back in. They do deal a lot of damage. Yinks would be wise to hold back and wait for a full reset here. He's sitting out in the open with that LH1 just as a cow wanders his way past. He damages him a hell of a lot, but not quite enough. The dome to play around now, the winch to play around too. Yinks punished. Glitch Cafe finds the wipe onto Golod, and that is a huge punish coming out from Fake Cows as they take the box and have already elapsed half of the timer on it.
Oh, but look at on the other side. There's one more fight going on. Lights Out now against Monster Pig, and look at Jörg taking so much damage, and he's gone as well, but same as Person. At least both of these 2 teams have lost 1 of their members. Both times it was the heavy, so it's only 4 lights fighting against each other. New York is gonna lose his life as well. Rubinski against Monster Pig. The 2 people really leading the team alone in a 1v1. Nobody has rest yet, but there is a coin going on from the side of Monster Pig. And also now a quick little res. So we can see Rubinski is getting Person back up on his feet. Monster Pig has been revived completely back up on their 3-man corner. While from the side of Lights Out, they're really trying, but the time is ticking away, Jerry.
They just do not have time to commit to these reses, and unfortunately for them, it means that the money is going to go the way of Monster Pig. We'll see if they can follow it up with the team wipe as well. Lots of damage coming out, and it is a clean now 2 versus 1 as Monster Pig himself cleans up against Rubinski. Lights Out go dark for the 2nd time in this lobby, losing another team fight. They really need to switch on after that long break coming through from the last place in the lower bracket. They don't have any chances beyond this one to make it into the top 4. Monster Pig look like they're containing all of the momentum that they've carried from their near misses throughout this bracket.
Well, the good thing here, though, we can see from the side of Monster Pig, they've started this cash out quite early. Same as on the other side. So we're not quite staggered out if it comes to that. And here again, Fake House and Golod, they do benefit of a staggered cash out if it's really far behind the other one because of those third parties. So if you are Golod or Fake House, you're really hoping here that some of these 2 teams do not get that plug early on. But there's the first one, the second one also with that portal now going through, and also Cash Out C being so close from the looks of it. They're gonna get this plug any second, but there's the winch, and he just missed it. He didn't quite get the plug. Lights Out now bringing in a few seconds later, not quite staggered enough, but Golod, they're really taking their time to get these kills. Rubinski now the last man standing in a 1v3. They can get this swap and the Cash Out under their control quite easily.
Yeah, Golod once again spotting an opportunity to third party and executing it perfectly. That has been their modus operandi today. Lights Out gave them the plug and immediately were punished for it by a couple of kills coming in from the purple team. But now, Golod have the wrath, the fury of both these teams bearing down upon them. It seems as though only Lights Out have bothered to stick around for this fair 3 versus 3. And honestly, when it comes to this sort of situation, you back Lights Out. That's a great winch coming out from Perzon to open it. And now Yink's going down, leaving Rose the sole light. He's out for the count as well. Ali takes out Perzon, his opposite number, but it's only the heavy up against both the lights of Lights Out, and Donkrage seals the deal there. They can get this steal back in time, most likely. Doesn't seem like they have a third party encroaching, and that's what I mean. As soon as they get a fair fight against a lesser opponent, they're gonna win it. Monster Pig, though, still dominating this lobby. As I say that, Kodaf has opened up some kills on the far side. You can see Rubinski just setting up this defense for now with the C4 and the gas barrel containing it.
But also he wants to keep it as open as possible. There we go. The switch is happening from the side of Fake House, and Monster Pig, they're not quite able yet to find that denied. But he finds himself in that corner against the goo. Oh no, he cannot get away. Fake House, they've trapped it in the corner. Glitch Cafe still standing strong, but they're gonna have to get this steal now. And as you said it, the wipe has happened. The time might just be there. Yeah, beautiful. They get it, and with that, the Fake House get themselves all the way to the top of the leaderboard with not even being wiped once. That means they take the lead, and Lights Out also just a few seconds away. There is the steal happening, but there is not enough time. He's trying to steal it yet again, but he has so little time left, and also so little HP. Not enough HP to really survive. Lights Out keep the cash out, and with this Golod, they find themselves at the bottom, and Fake Cows at the top.
That was moments away from devastation for Lights Out, but they do secure that second place for now. Fake Cows running away with it out of nowhere. It feels like they're the only team that have collected both their first 2 boxes. We've been trading blows quite a lot. Golod still the team yet to complete an objective to the end. You can see Monster Pig trying to lay down some damage onto Fake Cows now. And Fake Cows moving that box as far as they can. They do want a plug here just to make sure that they stay ahead in terms of the little money. And then they can maybe avoid a wipe at the very end and stay in a safe first place. They want this block to be split. Oh, but the death right at the last moment. Rubinski gets the plug instead. And that puts Lights Out ahead in terms of cash potential. Newok going for a steal on it immediately, though, on the far side. And it doesn't work. The winch... Vault 6 is moved towards the box.
This is trying to plug this in, but from the looks of it, Monster Pig, I don't want to get this double plug here. They're gonna throw it back away yet again, but he just hit that ledge. As for now, it is in the control of Monster Pig. Fake House, they're a bit far away. But look at it. They're really trying to make sure that this cash out does not come anywhere near the other side, as it's just being played like a ping pong ball and back with it on the roof. As for right now, Lights Out, they really are trying their best here to get back up into the game, but they need this cash out to be, or the vault rather, to be going to the other cash out, while the Fake House are just waiting for this vault box to be going around the other side. Beautiful gateway towards the other end of the bit, and they're just being stopped every single meter there is.
They don't want this plug because a split objective is the only way that they lose here. This is why Fake Cows are playing on the empty objective B with 45 seconds left still to stall it. Rubinski wins the fight against Glitch Cafe. That could be massive, as now it's a 3 versus 2 between Lights Out and Fake Cows, but the flank comes in from Kodaf to even the score. 2 versus 2 here. We have parity between the two sides, but the plug has gone through for Lights Out. That puts them ahead. On the other side, Monster Pig are being stolen from. Is that by Golod? Yes, it is, but it only puts them in third. The fight between these two sides is still ongoing. Brabinski collects another as only Dead Plate remains, and this is surely a wipe against the Fake Cows. Yes, it is. Puts them still in a second after that wipe loss, but Golod may lose more money here as they get wiped and stolen from. Monster Pig stealing on the far side, and this box is about to be completed. No one is going to steal it. Monster Pig are going to secure themselves at least a second place finish.
There was a little bit of hope for the Golod. If they would have gotten that cash out box, it could have been back into the game to then steal the other one. That was their time to shine. Unfortunately, that just means exactly they're completely out with that second swap. But it all now comes down who's going to be in that top 2. It can be Fakos, it can be also Monster Pig, and it also can be Lights Out. One of these teams is 100% guaranteed, and that is Monster Pig. The rest needs to fight for it. And it's just getting closer every single second that it's taken down. And every single team is also here. The first steal is already trying to be attempted, but they're just walking next to each other, not quite realizing what's going on. Galad is gonna get this one beneath their claws. And they're fighting against Monster Pig on the top floor, but look at Fake Cows. They're really doing their best to bring this one back, but there's one on their back shooting them constantly. Galad are gonna keep this one under their control, and it's going to be Lights Out keeping it with Monster Pig going to the last 3v3 of stage 2. With that, we have the elimination. Galad are out, and they caused for an upset.
What a game. Dread, I mean, that was wild. That was absolutely wild at the end. I'm lost for words. I shouldn't have even started talking because I have nothing to say after that.
Wow. I mean, I technically won the prediction, but it did not go in the way that I thought it was going to go. I mean, absolutely insane on that one. But wow. I mean, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard pretty soon here because that was an absolute bloodbath on how that went. And I mean, yeah, look at that. Rybinski with double-digit kills there, 10 and 6. Newok almost on double-digit as well. And Fake Cows were doing so well up until the very end there. Unfortunately, just got caught kind of sandwiched in between a couple teams at just really bad spots. I mean, Jerry, is there anything on here that really stood out to you during that cash out?
Lights Out waking up. I mean, they started really slowly. They were on the back end of a lot of hate from Monster Pig, who just kept winning fights against them, but I think they positioned themselves smartly. They found the fights they needed to. They won a very crucial plug at the very end when Monster Pig were deliberately, or rather when Fake Cows were deliberately screening them away from it. They managed to worm their way through and get that plug and then basically hold it till the end. So really important. Rybinski popping off with 10 kills is massive as well. After the day they've had, losing 2 cash outs in a row, they absolutely needed that. And now, a third chance for Monster Pig to try and book a spot in the finale. But Lights Out are, again, really stiff opposition.
Yeah, and that kind of brings us back to the bracket now, as we see we're going into another 3v3 best of 1 to see who's going to take that last spot in the finale of the top 4 up there. But we are going to say goodbye to Fake Cows and Glowed, unfortunately, today. But congratulations to them. To make it this far in the top 8 is a crazy feat of itself. But now we're going to see who's going to get that last spot. Dianic, do you have any thoughts going into this 3v3 Monster Pig versus Lights Out?
As a Monster Pig, this is their second chance in this stage 2 to bring this aboard, to get themselves a ticket into the top 4 into the next stage. Lights Out on the other side, they have completely surprised me. They had one chance, they made use of that chance, and they went all the way to the top. I could not tell you right now which one of these two teams is really good. I think this is going to be one of the most closest games we have already seen. I don't think this is going to be an overrun, not whatsoever. I think we're going to see really all 3 cash shots being played and this being very, very tight.
Yeah, and that being said, I'm going to bring it to you for the first predictions again, especially kind of picking your analyst brain a little bit going into this map on Nozomi Stadium, which is going to be a little bit different to see for this 3v3. I mean, Lights Out, pretty strong team in the 3v3. Do you think there's anything Monster Pig could do differently that we've seen throughout the day that could maybe clutch this out for them?
Honestly, I think it just comes to support each other, right? When it comes to the cash outs, they perfectly do that, but they're very used to much chaos. They need to make sure that when there isn't as much chaos, that they don't over-rush things or overcomplicate. They don't need to worry about a third party, but I need them to play a little bit more together. I've seen it a few times in 3v3s wander off and do their own thing, which is great, can help you, but if it comes to this, in moments where teamwork is crucial, they didn't do it. So I want them to play a little bit more together. Don't wander off, especially on Nozomi Citadel. There's a lot of rooms, a lot of corners, where if you're a light, yes, you're quick and easy to get away, but your heavy will be left alone, and that is the problem. But my vote is going to be on Lights Out. They've shown a lot, and not gonna lie, it would be a bang of a comeback story if they make it through.
You make some really good points there, Jerry. I'm going to pass the same question over to you.
It's such a tough question. Both of these teams know each other really well as players. We've got a large kind of Eastern European contingent here. There's been a bit of like cross-contamination in terms of the rosters in the past as well. And I think it's so close. based on the one time in that map where we saw these two teams brawl out, I'm going to go with Monster Pig. I think that they have a bit of an edge today. They are putting so many top teams right up against the edge, and I think Lights Out might be the hurdle that they can overcome.
You know, I think I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I think we've done every combination throughout the day between the three of us. I think we've done every combination of agreements and disagreements. I think it's the last one that we haven't done yet with me and Jerry versus Dianic on this one. But like I said, like Jerry was saying too, it is very, very tough. But I think I'm going to have to go with Monster Pig here just because I've been backing them this whole time. I really want to see them succeed. And I think they could clutch it out here. But like you said, I mean, these are absolute titans of the EMEA scene. This is going to be a rough match. So I think I'm going to have to go with Monster Pig as well. But guys, this is going to be a crazy one. And this is going to be going all the way. Who makes it into the top 4 before we get to our stage 3, the finale of EMEA Cycle EMEA Top 8 Cycle 1. And here we go into this one. Take it away, Dianic and Jerry.
Oh, Dread, thank you so much. And I mean, Jerry, last one before we go to stage 3 and another team to be eliminated from stage 2. It's gonna be a spicy one.
It's what we Brits call squeaky bum time. And I really couldn't tell you why. I could not tell you where that saying comes from. Monster Pig? Oh, he knows where you are now. Get out of there. Dashes away. And that's going to be a lot of this game. Lots of sonars, lots of invis, and lots of death as Person wins the heavy battle to start. Or he takes out Newok at least, the light on the side of Monster Pig, or one of them. Person probably the biggest difference in this lobby, if you ask me. Donk Rage dives in, finds one, finds two. That's a brilliant start from Lights Out. Slightly more experienced side, you could argue, coming into this. They have been at the major, a few of these players. But I think Jürgen did. I'll have to go back and check. I might be eating my words there. Either way, there's a lot of experience here across the board. Monster Pig being that kind of newer player in the circle of players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you just count the experience throughout both of these two teams and players, there's a lot more from the side of Lights Out. Maybe that's going to come to them as a benefit, or maybe not. Really just comes down because at the end of the day, it is a shooter. You're gonna have to get those kills, and Monster Pig, that's what they're really, really good at. Being quick and executing very, very fast is one of their big strengths. And it's only 2 or maybe 3 cash outs to decide if they are gonna go through or not.
I like the use of the Vanish Bomb on Person to enable him to try and find that pick with the winch, with the RPG. There's a nice side angle that they've opened up here with the window. A bit of damage emptied onto Monster Pig, but not enough. Jürgen puts out that barricade quickly. Very nice response. Very nice premonition, if anything, because he had that ready. Oh, a lot of damage onto Donk Rage, and Newok finds the opening pick of the 3 versus 3. And Monster Pig at full strength. Has Person managed to duck away with that statue or not? That's the question. He is sticking a res on the bottom floor, and they do manage to get themselves all back up again. With a minute left on this timer, Lights Out still bruised. Monster Pig knocking on the door here as they go for a steal.
Jürgen's now trying to go for that steal, but the barricade will be completely destroyed. That winch not quite hitting, so as for right now, they are still safe. Lights are doing a great job of just defending this one. They put it in a very good spot. Here again, same barricade. They're gonna try to go for it again. But this time they're gonna use the verticality to their benefits. And Jürgen's gonna be found in the midst of the chaos. And there we go, Lights Out. They're just gonna get down with these kills. One more New York, now the last man standing. He is the light. He tries to dash around and do some damage, but it won't be enough. It may find Person in the way, but this cash out box is going to be Lights Out.
Lights Out, hoping to shut the door on Monster Pig here. This is, again, Monster Pig's 3rd chance that they've had in a 3 versus 3 to make it through. And I said that this could be the hurdle that they could overcome, but Lights Out, they've finally arrived on the scene. They've finally woken up after a really rough start to the day. And now they're only 1 box away from joining the big boys, getting in that top 4, getting in amongst the money. Donk Rage overexposing himself slightly, but gets out with 11 HP. That's enough. The H+ Infuser of Babinski will do enough to bring him back up to solidity. Jürgen flanking with the RPG in hand. Oh, he does find his mark, but not for enough damage. And in fact, he takes a lot more himself in response. There's a very gentle probing that's going on between the two teams.
Just chipping away a little bit on each other, and they're not trying to really give each other as much, but right now we can see Lights Out there a little bit distant from each other. At least Monster Pig now very quick and easy to secure the second cash out box as theirs, as they're very fast when it comes to their rotation. That's something that they've been doing all throughout the whole day, very efficient. But Lights Out, they're now also knocking on that door of already rotated in, and Monster Pig, they couldn't quite do anything against it, and now it just comes down to who's gonna get this first pick and who's gonna execute.
Tense standoff here as a chasm over the side of that goo as well makes it nigh untraversable. Or is it intraversable? I don't know. I'll look up in the dictionary after this. It doesn't matter for now. Again, another chasm created and a barricade in the way. This is really nice manipulation of the terrain that Monster Pig have got going. Lights Out are trying so many different approaches and they can't find a safe one. One that doesn't put them through a bottleneck like this. New York easily with the side angle takes out Donk Rage as Lights Out are being funneled through this death corridor. Jurgen unloads with the shack. It's his time to shine. Monster Pig with a perfect setup on the defense collects them a team kill or team fight. And that's going to be it for the first half of this box. Still another chance for Lights Out to close it in and do it in 2 boxes.
I mean, that was a very quick good night from Jörg. I mean, he was ready to just end that fight. What a master overplay. But, as you said, it was only the half, and there is only still one more chance to go from the side of Lights Out if they want to bring the second cash out box to their name and make this a quick one. But they only have a little bit of time left, not too much. And they gotta be quick, execute, steal it, and maybe find a whole elimination on the entire opponent team, which is not an easy task to do. They drop it down one more floor, they bring it up into their favor, they now drag it into the room. They just failed that door a little bit, but one more floor down. This gives them a great opportunity to drop down because it's just so many different rooms. And he's right below the little corner. He cannot be seen. The map is helping him and he's doing so much damage, but it won't be enough. Monster Pig, they find the hole, they find the players, and they find the cash out. It's all up to Donk Rage, and on 1v3, he may find one, but he will be eliminated.
That was terrifyingly close for Monster Pig on the defense there. The terrain was their friend on the first defense. It was almost their demise on the second. Lights Out found a little nook, a little cranny. We love those. Wasn't enough though. Very late denial of that steal, and Lights Out still need to get another as we go to the final box on the Zomi Citadel for the final spot in the grand finale of the day. We see Newark now posted up. Some good positioning. They've got that gateway for a quick deposit on C. And at the moment, it is actually Jurgen who's way out of position as they just weren't expecting Lights Out to come this way. But what is this zip? Why are you leaving the building?
Enemy down.
Oh, he was punished no matter what. I mean, Monster Pig, he got... I mean... Listen, he tried to be Batman, but there was no coming back from that one. At least the vault is...
by the way.
Yeah, the vault is all...
How did they throw the box that far?
We don't...
Am I lost?
Listen... maybe they're playing golf, okay? Maybe they're just really good at playing golf, okay? That's something that we gotta respect. It
works really well for Monster Pig. Monster Pig have managed to delay this and actually create a third or a second team fight around the vault, and it's working so perfectly. Newark picks up 2, and it's going to be a third there for Jurgen as Newark did so much damage with the red barrel as well. He basically carried his team to success there. And look at this building. I forgot we had an entire objective here. And now, instead of going over to C, it seems as though we're heading to D. Why are you going up this way? Oh, he wants the zip? Oh, it's a gateway. That makes perfect sense. There we go.
Look at that. That makes a little bit more sense. You know what? Maybe even the best thing, just bring that vault out of that destroyed building because, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, that's a crazy ass spot. And, not quite. It's still on the balcony, but... they're gonna have to be careful because they cannot be fooling around all too much. Lights Out, they're already knocking on their door down below, rotating around, and that cash out is now on a balcony, very visible to everyone. Could be dropped very easily and then dragged back inside. That's exactly what Lights Out's done before.
Jurgen with that shack dealt a little tickle to everyone. Now he's hunting with the RPG for a bit more than that. Second winch to bring it onto the street level. Much more defensible position for everyone on Monster Pig, and they'll be grateful for the extra time that Lights Out have afforded them here. Lights Out hunting for the high ground instead. Prioritizing the 3 versus 3. Binsky scouting. Out goes the Sonar to cover their backs as he pushes forward. He discovers the stronghold of Monster Pig. Now going to try and get a flank in behind them with this V9S and the Cloak. Being very patient here, Monster Pig, as they hunt for this opening. Or rather, Lights Out are. Monster Pig now have assumed the high ground. And this is great, considering the positioning of the box. There is only going to be time for one more team fight. Dianic, as he gets winched inside, Lights Out try to bait that push.
That was a beautiful winch backward in the close range for the side of Lights Out. Not only did they find one kill, but maybe a second there in New York. There we go. Monster Pig now all alone in a 1v3. He tries to at least get one teammate, but he's going to be hunted down. And there's the wipe. And that decides the whole game, Jerry. Lights Out have secured themselves the last golden ticket to go to stage number 3. And with that, Monster Pig, they have fumbled 3 times in a row. And not even the saying a third time is a charm could have saved them from Lights Out.
Lights Out switched on for their upper bracket. It was brief. They started the day with 2 losses in the cash out. Had the last chance to make it to the big time, and they've done it. You can always reach the finals here in the finals. Trademark. And, yes, I mean, Person, Donkray, Drabinski, like, they're such a good roster. But I backed Monster Pig, and I have to hold my hands up. Dreads.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. Lights Out taking that one, and Dianic taking one over us as well in the predictions. But Monster Pig giving a really good fight at the end there. I mean, dang, there was both those first 2 cash outs went absolutely to the last second. It was insane. I mean, on that second cash out, all of the debris falling on top of it, almost an absolute disaster. It was crazy. I think we're going to take one last look at the scoreboard real quick of this one. But I mean, just, oh, wow. Dianic, walk us through a little bit of the scoreboard there.
I mean, not gonna lie, the scoreboard does not do it justice what we have just seen. We have seen a really close game between these 2 teams. Yes, we maybe have from Monster Pig the exact same kills as from the side of Lights Out, right? Exact same amount. Both of these teams on 12 kills each. When it comes to the reses, we had just a lot more team play from the side of Lights Out. You can see revives. They've done 3 from the side of Monster Pig. They've only done 1, right? And that also then showcased everything. They wanted to go for kills, but they couldn't because Lights Out, they were constantly together. Even when they were trying to steal and everybody was below that floor in that corner, they were all sitting on top of each other, trying to hold on to it. And that is something that makes Lights Out so unique and special. They may have had only 1 chance, but they made the great and the best use of it because they've gotten themselves a ticket to the 3rd stage.
I want to give Monster Pig a bit of a shout out, honestly. Like, they've done so well, right? This is a team that came out of basically nowhere. Monster Pig, a player that's like just so good in ranked as we know him, and he's joined comp and absolutely lit it up. 5th place in EMEA after the first cycle is incredible, Dread.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, they did absolutely insane. Like I was talking about earlier, they made a quick fan of me in the top 8 here, but unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to them now, as this is what we saw in Stage 2, as Team Monster Pig took 5th place, Glowed 6th, Fake Cows 7th, and Wing It got 8th place. All of them getting a little bit of points there in Cycle 1 of the Grand Major 2026. But now we are going to be going to our final stage. We'll go ahead and look at that bracket as well, getting into our top 4 teams. This is where it gets really crazy here, as all 4 of these teams get money, but the first place team is going to get $2,000 to their names and 100 points in this Cycle 1 of the TGM 2026. And this is going to be crazy, guys. We got one last cash out game into a best of 3 3v3. But guys, we're going to have one last break before we go into this final for TGM Cycle 1. We'll catch you guys real quick. Stay tuned.
gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the finals. Grand Major 2026 online series cycle 1. This has been an absolute crazy day, guys. I mean, man, let's take a look real quick at what we've seen so far today and kind of try to wrap our heads around how crazy this has been before we quite get into our final four, which we're just about to get into the finale here. But Dianic, if you will, why don't you walk us through a little bit of what we've seen today?
I mean, there we have it, our top 8. Winged was eliminated first on the first stage, that's why they're at the very bottom. Fakos was next on the elimination based on their performance. Golod, and then Monster Pick. Those are the teams at the bottom. As you guys can see, they have secured themselves some points, so when it comes to the next cycle, they're gonna have an advantage when it comes at least to points, but of course, they're gonna have to go in it like in the open calls like before. Now, as you guys can see, the top 4 is still to be decided. This is now our next stage, stage number 3, and I mean, Dread, I'm already so excited.
Yeah, I absolutely am too. This has been crazy to see, and there you guys have it. This is what we're just about to get into, our final cash-out game of the day, which is going to be Tycho, Team Boba Slurpers, 5 Fears, and Lights Out, which was just our last of the 4 to make it into this final game. And then the top 2 teams coming out of this cash-out is going to be in a final best of 3, 3v3, to take home the W for EMEA Cycle 1 for the TGM26 online series. But Jerry, let's talk a little bit about these teams coming into this last cash-out match.
Oh my god, this is a cash-out game to drool over, and I'll tell you why. We have not seen Tycho, 5 Fears, and Boba Slurper in a cash-out game in any competition for a long time, and they are arguably the big 3 right here. But don't write out Lights Out, because they have held their own so well against every single one of these teams in their own cash-out games, often coming out with first or second places themselves. It's going to be impossible to predict which teams are superior in this. But if you had to go off today's performances, I believe Takeo are the only team with a perfect record in cash-out so far, Dredd.
Yeah, which is interesting to point out, too. They are the only team that has a medium in their roster as well coming into this. But, guys, we are going to be going to our last map vetoes of the day to see where our finale is going to be played on. So, this is going to come up pretty soon here. Is there any thoughts? Is there any map we haven't seen yet today that you... I think, Jerry, you were talking about Vegas earlier. You'd be excited to see Vegas. What about you, Dianic?
I would love a Vegas or a cheeky little Sis Horizon.
Yeah, kind of surprised we haven't seen Sis Horizon yet today, but Bernal's going to be out. Oh, it could potentially be a Vegas or a Sis Horizon potentially coming in here. Let's see what we got. We got no Nozomi Citadel, no Monaco this time, and it is Vegas. And Jerry, very happy about that one. The finale for TGM 26 EMEA Cycle 1 is going to be played on Vegas. Diana, how are you feeling about that? I know Jerry's excited. We'll leave Jerry's thoughts at the very end.
Cash Out is going to be playing on Vegas. Don't worry, guys, for the finals, it's the only best of 3. It's going to be another bump of bands for that. But, guys, listen, I'm so excited. Vegas, we haven't seen it today. There's going to be a lot of gambling going on, and I hope so, because, man, I want to see these teams fight it out in clean fashion and prove who's the better team. And you know what? I know Jerry wants to say something. So, Jerry, what is on your mind, Jerry?
Oh, we haven't had a single team ban Vegas today. We haven't seen it randomly picked either. So that PNG at the bottom might as well have not existed if it didn't show up right now. Thank goodness for Vegas. I love that map, and I wanted to see it all this time. It's a really even battlefield. I think this is a great place to throw it down between 4 of the best in Europe.
Yeah, and so that's going to transition us nicely into the predictions on Vegas here for the last cash-out game of the day. We'll start with you, Diana. How crazy do you think it's going to be? Who's going to take Vegas for this game?
Ooh, listen, I love all of these teams, especially Lights Out, because they're such an underdog team. But My prediction is going to be on Boberslurper being on the top, because Cyborg, he has been popping off from beginning till end. A little bit of a start at the beginning, a little bit rough, but after that, when we came into stage 2, he's dropping double digit nearly every single game he has been part of, and that is something not be underestimated. So I'm gonna say Boberslurper right here coming out on the top.
All right, and for me, I think I'm going to end up going with 5 Fears on this one. It is a really tough choice. I mean, like Jerry was saying earlier, too, these guys are all absolute insane on the EMEA side. I mean, this is literally your top 4 in EMEA currently, and so it's going to be a really tough one. I'm going to go with 5 Fears, though. I think they really want this, and they're going to show us that, especially Treason can really play these rooftops well with that Invis LH1. But Jerry, what are your thoughts?
I think before today, I might have joined you. 5 Fears have been the most consistent out of the big teams historically. But today, it's got to be Tycho. I think Tycho have got the source. I think they can deal with it. I think Boberslurper is a brave pick when they've been really sort of the weaker of the 3 in cash out. The weaker of the 4 even in cash out across PHL. But I mean, Dianic's predictions have been so bang on today, and I don't know how she does it. So it really could go anyway. Lights Out are in the mix. It's probably the most varied predictions we could have imagined for a Final Four, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, I could be nudged literally any way onto any of these 4 teams. It's going to be absolutely insane. And I'm so excited to see how it's going to end up playing out. I mean, I don't think we're going to get any real crazy comp switch-ups or gun switch-ups. I think everybody's going to kind of... Yeah, not for the cash. I agree. I think everybody's going to be kind of sticking to what we know. I think we're going to pretty much see double light heavy across the board, other than Tycho. The Telco's going to be on that medium. And I think that's what we're going to see. I mean, Diana, do you think potentially maybe we might have some gun switch-ups?
I don't think so. I think these teams are going to play it very safe and play that what they're very comfortable on and what they've practiced most of the times. I'll be surprised to see switch up, but I think we're going to see the switch up more when it comes to the actual final 3v3. That's where teams might swap around something, but for cash out, they're going to go with what they're comfortable with.
I completely agree with you, but now it's time to find out, because we're about to go in there, and I'm going to throw it to my amazing casters up here with me on the desk. Jerry, Dianic, take us into it.
Thank you very much, Dread. Here we go. The top 4. A single cash out to determine who will make it to that 3 versus 3 best of 3. And it's as stacked a lobby as you could imagine for EMEA over here on Las Vegas. I'm jubilant about that, as we have Tycho taking on 5 Fears on one side, and an early engage between Boberslurper and Lights Out on this side as well. Lots of heals, lots of damage coming out for Boberslurper. Their bullets connect, and it's a triple kill in the kill feed for Palmer on the Shack. He can do it with anything. SA 1216, Shack, just give him any weapon and he'll make it sing.
Oh damn, that was a quick wipe. I don't even think Lights Out was alive for 10 seconds before they were wiped. Very unfortunate, but here again, let's remember Lights Out are probably the one team that are the warmed up most because they've just recently played, so maybe takes them a little bit. Tycho, on the other hand, they have been in this spot since the beginning of the day, so they might be a little bit cold. They might have to warm themselves up again, but look at this. Aha! Team Boberslurper, who has been not the best at cash out at the top, huh? Well, what about that, Jerry?
Tycho have been... it's early doors, come on. Tycho have been setting up this objective for a while now. They know that their win con is not to try and engage these double light teams on the rooftops. OG being winched in is not a great start, though, for their hopes as they back away. They need to play these positions perfectly to get an edge up over these comps. Treason at a distance is able to do something. They did manage to get the plug in that chaos, and the steal is going to go down. Tycho not overcommitting despite the 3 versus 3. They want to find an opening to win this 3 versus 3 against the 5 Fears comp as cleanly as possible, trying to clear some of that goo as well to enable steal later down the line.
There's a little bit of clearish going on from the side of Tiger here onto 5 Fizz. And meanwhile, Team Bobosloper, they have lost their cash as well against Lights Out. That's now under their possession. But there's still a lot of coverage. There we go. Beautiful winch. Oh, it was just blocked with a barricade. That was absolutely beautiful. So that gives him a little bit of cover to go in to potentially be very sneaky on that steal. In the meanwhile, so we can see Lights Out is fighting against Boboslurper for this cash out. A lot of damage going on. Nigeria nearly losing his life. And here again, the first one to fall might be in jeopardy because that might decide the whole team fight. But Lights Out, they're just healing each other up constantly. And there's no little hole, no little weak spot left in their defense. As now the steal is going on and Lights Out, they're closing in and moving closer. But behind that barricade, there is a steal going on. Team Bobosloper are going to lose their members step by step. But so is Lights Out. 2 of them remaining with very little HP. Another steal trying to be happening, but it's going to be the wipe from Boboslurper going on, and Lights Out will get the first cash out.
And on the far side, it seems as though Tycho managed to stave off enough of 5 Fears for the time being. We jumped over to this box because, of course, it is going to be completed a bit sooner. And 5 Fears are re-establishing themselves in the 2 versus 3 here on the defense. They've managed to get themselves all back up. 20 seconds left. Narco's pushing aggressively, trying to find a winch, but he's already missed one. Can he get a second? The dome comes down. No need to go for the steal, of course. Tycho have it in their hands, but OG goes down. Now it's only Pika on the defense in a 1 versus 2. They're going to try and stick the steal. It's Carney on the defense. Narcos takes a lot of damage. Pika wins the fight, and the second he takes out Carney, denying the steal. 1 versus 2 clutch from the Light on the side of Tycho.
Beautiful timing there to just get in, and even that winch looked very deadly, but he got the player who was stealing. Well done from the side of Tycho and Lights Out if they secured the first cash out. And there's also the second one already being transported. But as we can see, there is 3 teams on this singular vault. And this is what we might have not been expecting, but they're all kind of changing their attention to cash out number C, which is now has been plugged in the meanwhile by Tycho.
Winch coming out, and that's the end of Nigiri as Donkrage chips in with the pistol. And that's the end of Boboslurper as well. A very quick fight there. Tycho still hold control of this box, and now Lights Out don't have to deal with that third party. They maybe would have rather seen Boboslurper take some damage, or deal some damage onto Tycho. Make this a bit easier for them. 3 versus 3, though, should be fair. A nice retreat working here for Tycho as they move as a single unit. They absolutely have to with this medium in their lineup. Goes on raining damage down range as we see Rubinski try and take up a perch position. Tycho are so slippery, though. They aren't allowing a clean team fight here. And I feel like at this point, Lights Out, their team comp is working against them. They're finding it so difficult to stick together as they try to engage onto these 3. Oh, that's Boboslurper on the building.
Yeah, exactly. They're very far away, just shooting a few bullets all the way towards that other side. But I gotta be careful because that's the team currently at the bottom. And Jerry, we both know only the top 2 teams are advancing to the final stage. And it does come around with a lot of money to choose from. So, Boboslurper, they're gonna have to make a decision. And they're rotating from the looks of... No, they're not. What are they doing? They're just waiting.
They need more cover. They're waiting for the goo to refill in Intelco's hands as well, so they can play from above here. Nice range control, taking out Rubinski and then diving out of position. Really nice setup with the gateway there to get them all to safety after the pick. That's going to stall Lights Out even longer. They get a quick res. Palmer jumps in as Boboslurper want to stay in the action as well. But at the moment, Tycho have the high ground. Pika, though, picked off at range by Donkrage. And that means that it's a little bit of a lesser defense here. The res comes through. The defibs proving their worth in the hands of Atelco, getting Tycho back up to full strength on the defense. And these teams are taking chunks out of each other. Pika finds a kill. Rubinski finds a kill. There's kills flying all over the place. OG gets one, and it's actually Boboslurper going for the steal. But down comes the hammer from Tycho. Pika and OG get the kills they need. Only 1 player left on Lights Out. Tycho have dealt superbly with the dual push from Boboslurper and Lights Out. And it looks like they might even clean up Rubinski at the end as a cherry on top. Nope, he's escaped. Classic Rubinski.
Nah, he's just gone. He's slippery like that. I mean, he's perfect positionment. He's in a very tough spot. On the other side, well, 5 Fizz, they're sipping their tea. Nobody is contesting them. there's not enough time to really steal that one. There's still a lot of fights happening. From beginning on in this second cash-out rotation, there have been 3 teams constantly hogging the one from Taiko, maybe trying to sabotage them a little bit, but it has completely, utterly failed from both the teams. Now, Lights Out and Taiko, Lights Out and Boba Slurper are both at the bottom, and again, it really comes down to the fact who's going to be the top 2.
This is a huge vault fight. If Taiko can get a plug here, they essentially book the spot in the top 2, guaranteed. Pika takes out Palmer, and the second, Nagiri trades it out onto a Telco, and now OG the only one left as Rabinski chimes in, and the third party causing problems for both Taiko and Boba Slurper. Lights Out have control of Vault 6 now, and they get it out of the area. They want to take this to B, ideally. A is littered with bodies that are being rezzed gradually. Boba Slurper back up to 2. Taiko should be getting back up to 2 fairly soon as the coins will come in, but they are going to get the plug going as soon as they can. They've met with some resistance as Perzong's in front of them. That's Lights Out. There we go. Finding the kills they need and getting the plug. So Taiko do not get the crucial plug that they needed to keep themselves in first place, and they are suffering. They now need to steal a box. Up to full strength, though, as they take out Perzong. 3 versus 2 against Lights Out. And they might have an opportunity for a steal here, Dianic.
They might have the opportunity, but there is still some people watching from up above. Lights Out, they're just way too far, and constantly there have been 3 teams on this cash out. And here again, 5FaZe, they're just sipping the tea all the way on the other side, not being contested. It is Taiko, Lights Out, and Team Boba Slurper all on the same box, and that might really cause them to lose it. If 5FaZe wants to go crazy, they could come in and maybe do something risky, but there we go. That was absolutely beautiful. Lights Out will lose 2 of their members, gonna set them back even further. Same as Team Boba Slurper. Taiko get the swap under their control, and now it is 5FaZe and Taiko at the top holding the last 2 cash outs.
Boba Slurper taken out there by 5FaZe, who with that wipe onto the pink team have secured their spot in at least second place, so they will be going through to that final 3 versus 3. The question is, who with? Taiko now have a horrible task because 5FaZe do not want to face them in this 3 versus 3. They judge Taiko as worthy adversaries and have a say in who might come through. Taiko now needs a 3v9 to survive and hold this box with 30 seconds left on the timer. Donk Rage finds one. OG goes down as well. It's only a Telco left defending for Taiko. He's hiding as long as he can. He doesn't have a demat or anything. He just has to find the right angle. There's a steal going through from Palmer. Are the other teams going to allow it? No. Rabinski gets the kills. That's 2 huge kills from Rabinski's Lights Out. White Boba Slurper. They're out of it. Can 5FaZe cause an upset here? Are they going to kill Taiko? Everyone on Taiko is coined back in. Lights Out still have an opportunity to steal. Are they going to make it happen? I don't think so. 5FaZe are just here to kill anyone and everyone they see. Lights Out, burn out as they wipe. And Taiko are going to be the team going through with 5FaZe into the final 3 versus 3.
What a game. Taiko and 5FaZe at the end of the day, they make it to the final. The best of 3 is upon them. Lights Out and Boba Slurper, they're gonna have to be happy with their position 3 and 4. But I mean, what a chaotic last cash out thread. I can see it in your face. You are shocked.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that was as crazy as it could have possibly been. And Telco, the hero of mediums around the world, to stay alive there when almost every team was on their box. They were trying to hold that last box of the whole match. And Telco playing that so well, not to hop in too fast, because if he wiped there, that would have been absolutely detrimental for his team. And they were able to coin in at the very last second to make it into the finale. But holy moly, Jerry, walk us through a little bit of the scoreboard here, because look at this. Pika with 10 kills. Donk Rage and Rabinski both with 8. I mean, Jerry, holy moly.
Yeah, Pikachu. I mean, he went electric that round. There was no stopping. He was like a thunderbolt, roaring through everything. I am pretty lost, to be honest. I feel as though I spent my last dime on that final play-by-play, but yeah, Taiko were absolutely in control. You could see at the end, Lights Out, Boba Slurper, they were not happy with how things panned out. They got plenty of kills, but let's just say it this way, they lost control of the game. Taiko and 5FaZe, they put themselves in commanding positions from the start with their cash outs. They dictated it. There were third parties at different points, but you have to be on top. and they made sure they were. It's a rough pill to swallow for Boba Slurper, who fall to 4th, which is a massive loss against the 3rd place finish of Lights Out when you look at the standings. But, I mean, I can't think of 2 more deserving teams to come out on top. And if I were to guess the top 2 teams at the start of the day, these would have been them. Taiko and 5 Fears.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say it better myself. Congratulations, and unfortunately to say goodbye to Lights Out and Team Boba Slurper, getting 3rd and 4th place respectively there. But now, guys, looking up on the screen here, this is it. That was our last cash out of the day. Now we're going to be going into our last 3v3, which is going to be a best of 3 series. Diana, tell me a little bit how excited you are. I know you're excited to watch how crazy this is going to go between Taiko and 5 Fears. We do have a best of 3. Do you think it's going to go all the way?
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to be seeing every single map. I mean, these 2 teams are so close when it comes to those 3v3s, but also not only are they strong in cash out, they're also really strong by just individually playing. Those 2 teams are, in my opinion, the best 2 teams that we currently have in EMEA, not only from previous competitions, but also just here. We have seen how good they are. Taiko have gotten themselves the golden card in the first stage. 5 Fears, they had to fight a little bit. Let's hope they're warmed up. Or maybe this is the point where the exhaustion really starts to come around the corner. Taiko haven't even played half as many games as 5 Fears have to get themselves to this final spot. And at the end, it is a best of 3, and it comes down to the maps as well, because those can make a big difference. Either a huge W for one team or a huge L for the other one. I really need both of these IGLs to lock in and pick the best teams for their teammates.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Make really good points there. Before we get anywhere near the map bans, Jerry, just to kind of pick your analytical brain a little bit here. Taiko, we saw them earlier in a 3v3, and Atelko, I was a little bit worried about how he was going to play against the double light heavies going into the 3v3s, because that's pretty hard as a medium player, but he surprised everybody, and he brought out D-Mat, and he brought out APS, and OG brought out the Lockbolt. Do you think they're going to bring out something similar in this best of 3 series, or do you think they're going to switch it up even more, bring out something even crazier? What do you think?
They could do. I think it's in their closet, and that's the important thing. They have the options, whereas 5 Fears have been a little bit more rigid throughout this process. That game you mentioned of Taiko versus Monster Pig was a crazy one on Skyway, where we knew that Monster Pig were going to be all over the place. Literally, they were running around like headless chickens, and it was working for them a lot of the time. But I think Taiko liked that. They liked to be able to try and control the chaos. 5 Fears are a much more patient side with their HLL play, and so on certain maps, I think a D-Map medium just isn't going to cut it. They're going to have to be very flexible with what they do. They probably do want to leave in maps like Skyway Stadium, maps like Monaco, with plenty of indoors that they can play around in and try to out-brawl 5 Fears with the mediums, with the lock bolts as well, to pin down those lights in the open corridor and open roads. It's genuinely a really exciting best of 3 that we're going to see, because there's going to be so much adaptation. I think it will go the distance. I think a lot of maps will go to 3 boxes as well. I might have cursed it, because there have been times in the past where 5 Fears this side have just 2-0-2-0'd and gone home in time for tea. It's been really rapid sometimes, but they have been off the boil slightly today. I think this could be a real one for the ages, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, guys, this is it. We are getting into the final 3v3 best of 3 of TGM Cycle 1 for EMEA, and it's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, this is literally peak the finals gameplay right here. And guys, I mean, I don't know who cooked up this bracket, wink wink, but whoever they are, definitely geniuses, because this bracket has been absolutely insane, and this is going to be crazy to watch. I mean, Diana, I just want to talk a little bit too. Is there any specific player out of these 6 players between the 2 teams that really stands out to you? For me, Naghost, I think, is a really slippery heavy that can really stay alive as opposed to some of the other heavies. What about you? If you had to pick one player out of these 6?
Ooh, if I would have to pick one player, I think it would be OG. Because throughout the whole day, yes, he hasn't been popping. He hasn't been doing like back-to-back 10 kills, 10 here, 10 that. But he's been doing the important moment decisions when it comes to the winches, when it comes to pushing in, when it comes to making moves. He's the one that really always is reliable to be like, okay, I don't make 200 bazillion kills, but I'm there for the moment when it counts. I'm there for the cash out. I'm there for the objective. And even though he doesn't, again, come on the scoreboard as many times, he's been today, I believe, one time double digit, if I could be completely wrong. But he's been performing off as well. But maybe not like his other people, but he performs in different ways. So I really have to give you a lot of shout out to OG, because he is the heavy you want. He doesn't chase kills, he chases the objective. And it can be seen in throughout the whole team play how important he is to that team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's going to be really insane to watch. Jerry earlier, when one of the games was talking about how it's going to be an absolute chess match between two titans of the scene, and I think it can even be said more for these two teams. I mean, it's going to be absolutely insane. You were talking a little about how Tycho versus Monster Pig earlier, where it was a little bit more of one side on the side of Tycho was a little bit more calculated, whereas Monster Pig was kind of just pedal to the floor, go, 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 and Tycho just kind of reacting around that. But this one, I think, is really going to come down to both teams. I mean, it's hard to say who's going to capitalize on another mistake soon or who's going to make the bigger play first. But I'm going to bring the same exact question back to you, Jerry. Out of all 6 of these players between these two teams, if you had to pick one that's really stood out to you today, who would that be?
I feel like it's Atelko. I think Atelko has been the one to show up and really shine. He's the only person I've typed in our Discord in all caps when he popped off, because I was just in awe at the fact that he picked that dematerializer. He seems to be locked in a different way and ready to kind of push the boundary in terms of the meta and in terms of what is viable strategically at the moment, because we haven't seen demat at all this season from basically any medium, and it was a perfect choice against the HLL. I do wonder if Five Fears are prepared for it. They'll have seen it earlier, of course, but they haven't stratted against it. They haven't had that practice against the dematerializer medium in so long, and he was backing up with kills as well. So yeah, Atelko is definitely my one to watch, particularly because from his perspective, you'll see all the pieces moving in perfect tandem, and I mean, it could be a bloodbath. It could just be a ton of 93R bullets hailing his direction, or it could look like a beautiful ballet.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, he has also been a hero for me, too. Earlier, I called him the hero of mediums around the world, and rocking that F-car as well. I mean, I'm also an F-car enjoyer myself, and it's awesome to see on the big online TGM stage a player such as himself just absolutely popping off with that. But, guys, we talked a lot about the players. So now we're going to go ahead and talk about the maps. So we get our map bands coming in, and we're going to see where we end up playing in this final series of the day.
So we start off on Las Vegas Stadium, because that's the previous map that we had in the pool. And then we have this band face coming through. Fortune Stadium, Nozomi, Sis, and then Skyway. Lots of very meta maps banned out. So that leaves 2 picks then. For, I believe it will be Takeo first, because they finished first place on the last map. Let's see where they were. Where they're going. It's Monaco. They do want to take it indoors. They want to do what they did on Skyway against Monster Pig. And then, of course,
which I think is a great idea.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea. What's that last pick going to be, though, from Lights Out or from Five Fears?
Oh, Bernal. That's a spicy pool. I mean, Vegas, Monaco, and Bernal. Listen, we haven't seen Monaco today whatsoever. It's the second time we see Vegas. And Bernal, not only did we start with the map, but if it comes to a 3-3, we will end with Bernal.
Yeah, which I think is a pretty safe pick for Five Fears, especially with that double light heavy comp. A lot easier for them to move around that map. But now we're going to get into the predictions. I don't know if the maps kind of sway your guys' choices a little bit. I don't think it does for me. Because either way, it's a really, really, really hard one. And I think, I'm just going to start off with this one. I love Five Fears. Naghost is my GOAT, Naghost. But Atelko, my GOAT, medium player. Me being a medium main myself, I got to back him. I got to go with Tycho, taking the series for this one. How are you feeling, Dianic?
Listen, I'm going to agree with you. Tycho is going to be my pick as well. Just seeing how they played even in that whole cash out, considering they've played the least amount of games, they're absolutely popping off, and I would not be surprised if they would just continue their killing spree.
Yeah, and Jerry.
They haven't set a foot wrong today. That's the thing. I have to go with Tycho. And I didn't expect it to be a clean sweep, but based on today's performances, I really think that they could do it. They could even, with this map ban, do it in 2. I'm not joking. Vegas and Monaco seems like really good ground for them to make it happen.
Yeah, it seems like we're all in agreement for the last series of the day. Maybe I have been assimilated into the EU brain a little bit. It's been an absolute blast as a side of the AMER side, going with my fellow EMEA casters here. But guys, we're just about to get into it. This is going to be insane. The final 3v3 series to take the win for TGM26 Cycle 1. We're going to be going into it now. This is going to be absolutely insane. I can't think of anybody better to take it away for these last 2 games as these absolutely goated, amazing, beautiful casters, Dianic and Jerry, as we're getting ready to go into this game. I'm excited.
Listen,
my heart's racing already.
Your heart is racing, my heart's racing. I'm gonna cast the game. I mean, we have 2 really banger teams, and not gonna lie, the fact that we all cheer on the same team, guys, I'm just getting flashbacks from earlier today, okay? Like, I'm just saying, it hasn't ended well. So, Tycho, if we've accidentally cast a curse to you, I'm sorry. I don't know about these 2 guys, but I'm sorry.
It could happen. I think there's every chance that we've cursed them. As the game is loading, we do have that confirmation. It's just going to take a little bit longer than we thought. Dreads, I love your voice. Could you do us the favor of sending us in a second time, because it's going to be
going to go back
an absolute joy.
Yeah, I don't sound as cool as you guys, because you guys are going to be the cool one to take it away for our final series. Take it away, Dianic and Jerry.
Thank you so much, Dread. The best of 3 of tonight. The last match up is here upon us. It's going to be Tycho against 5 Fizz. Heads on against who's gonna crown himself the first champion of TGM cycle number 1 in EMEA.
We have Atelco once again rocking that D-map fresh today. New strats, ladies and gents. Always innovating. We're so far into this season and still the meta is surprising us. One of the only teams not rocking double lights in this entire tournament, and they've pushed themselves through to the final 2. 5 Fizz setting up on the height, as is their prerogative. They've got Treason with the sonar grenades. No tracking dart, interestingly enough, for this map in his pocket. But they're going to be watching these avenues. They've got the gateway, Tycho, to avoid detection on the roads, but Narcos is waiting for them. They dive down on top of them. The barricades come out. Domes come out. Everything is spent already by both heavies. And now it's just a gun game.
Who's gonna come down to those bullets, and who's gonna hit them first from the side of Tycho to take a little bit of damage. Beautiful winch right there. He gets the first one on the Talco. OG also taking a huge amount of damage. He can still get himself back up, but he's just losing that HP. Nagas will be fine in the midst. OG as well. All up to Pika in a 1v2. Both lights really low, but he's not gonna make it. Both just needed a singular bullet. Very unfortunate, but so close.
Pika did fantastically there with the odds stacked against him, but a single HP on both of those lights, and it really came down to that winch. I couldn't contain myself. Narcos making the difference in that fight, taking out a Telco, and that's your medium. That's usually a heal beam, but in this case, it's at least the defib gone. Really stunts the longevity of the HML squad. Now, Tycho spawning back in. Spawned on the far side here, and this is a good situation for 5 Fizz. They'll be able to watch that road. Pika has used this gateway. I think they saw a little bit of that trail, so they will know. Treason now positioning himself behind their approach, try and keep a flank. This is 5 Fizz. What they want to do, they want to keep those cross angles available to them. A good winch by Tycho to take it into some cover, enable a steal. They are always going to push the box first, no matter what. That is what their setup allows them to do. The lockbolt out early, doesn't snag anyone. 5 Fizz patient, but too patient perhaps, as Tycho do find the flip, and now they escape. Moving as one. Can Treason find the kill? No, he's detected the winch and the follow-up with the F-car. Huge for Tycho in the post-steal. Pika takes out Nuggos, and it's just a matter of time. Carnifex cleaned up. Tycho forcing the box. They make it work.
A clean. That was clean. Jerry, we can agree on this. A clean sweep. Not only did they get the swap very early on, putting so much more pressure on 5Fizz, but on top of that, that team play, absolutely beautiful. Tycho, they're probably going to walk away here with first one. We're going to have the spawn back in from 5Fizz any second. They're going to have a little bit of time. We're not at all, because they would have to really rush this one. From the looks of it, they want to give it one more shot, and even maybe one more shot of eliminating Tycho, getting just a wipe, even if they don't get the cash out.
Another winch coming out to stall it as much as possible. Just drag it away from 5Fizz more than anything. They have now too much distance to close. OG follows it up with a kill onto Treason. 5Fizz overcommitting here, if you ask me. They didn't really have much of a chance on this deal. They're just going in to try and win a 3 versus 3. It's not worked out for them. I say that as Nugos picks up 2. He might be able to turn this round. It's a straight brawl between him and OG. OG does get the better of him. About double the HP that Narcos has. A great goo there to stall it. But there's a wall open to the left of it. He keeps him off his regen, and that's massive. OG eventually finding the kill onto Narcos. And a delayed team wipe. He just have to pick up one of his team members and going to get themselves running over towards Vault 2.
That was very dominantly played from Tycho. Here again, we can just rinse and repeat that. And at the end, it was the goo. We saw him opening the door and just the goo being popped in his face. Very well played. 5Fizz, they need to wake up a little bit for me. Like, they have great attempts, but sometimes they just lose that first pick too early. And then they find themselves a little bit in a disadvantage. But doesn't matter, that was only the first box. It is a best of 3, so everything is still in saving.
Tycho a little bit slow to assume a power position after that team wipe, and it has allowed 5Fizz to just move towards the box and get the tap. Of course, it doesn't mean too much in the 3 versus 3 final round format, so Tycho will be happy to hold the high ground here. But now we see 5Fizz doing what Tycho did last, and moving this box towards B via gateway to avoid any sort of detection on the streets.
Oh, no. Oh, that was... No, they got it. There we go.
They're baiting it. They're baiting it. They're trying to force Tycho to move around the map. And they have double gateway set up so that they can manipulate Tycho's movement. So we're holding height. They've managed to create an opening to plug towards C. Oh, that red barrel did not hit its mark. It just lands on his teammate's back. And the plug has been started. Tycho have the height.
They have the height. They also have a little bit of view onto it, but they could also just drop it down. Tycho, all they gotta do is bring this one back to their side. They have a lot of defense. Yes, we can see the barricade and the bubble as well. And there's just so little they can do from the side of 5Fizz. They're gonna have to execute that a little bit as well right now. The steal has been stopped. But here again, Tycho, as long as they can set up a proper lineup and create that defense, they're gonna be nearly unstoppable because just they have so much utility. There we go. Tycho taking a little bit of damage, not expecting 5Fizz to be on the roof. Just gonna heal each other back up, and the steal has been successful. So now the cash out is under the control of Tycho.
Yeah, I think 5Fizz attempted a bit of a steal there, and Tycho were very patient. They knew that it was a bait to try and draw them off the roof. Tried to get a shot onto Treason, who appeared there, but he managed to dart away. So a minute elapsed on this point. See some utility being removed by Narcos as he tries to winch it through, but it hits the jump pad. That's unpredictable as hell, and it's jumping a lot now. It hits it a 4th time, as that's a clear signal that the steal might be coming in. Barricade goes down, though. 5Fizz now committing to this steal behind good cover, and I don't think the deny was there, but the DMAT's enough to bring it down. I forgot that was even a thing. Atelco has Carnifex, and he has the whole of 5Fizz in his hand as he drops them down to his level. They take out Treason, and that's going to be it for the first map, Dianic. Takeo find both boxes, and they go up 1 in the series.
That was not expected. I was expecting such more fight back from 5Fizz, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite working out, especially... Oh no, that jump pad really messed up their plan, because then it got stuck in that middle, like, pipe or something. Like, they couldn't really quite get it over the edge, so they were forced to really go with their steal. And Tycho, they had the setup, simply said, right? They had also the DMAT to drop it down, and that's what I mean. On the side of Tycho, they just have all the manipulations. Like, 5-Fierce, they need more to really control that map or the building, and Monaco is gonna be so much more worse.
Yeah, I agree, because that happened a lot quicker than I thought it was going to happen for that game 1, but I agree. Monaco is going to be so much worse. Jerry, you were talking a little bit, though, that map kind of plays well into a Telco's DMAT.
Yeah, but so does Monaco. Like, this is the thing. This is why I'm like, wait, maybe they could just do it in 2. This is incredible that we've seen in a HLL-dominated meta a team that are just going, you know what, we don't care about the team fight. In 3v3s, we're just going to play the objective. And it's working for them. You know, they've done well in the kills. They got twice the amount that 5-Fierce have, but that was just a strategic victory, as every game has been for Tycho so far today.
Yeah, but Dianic, taking a little bit of a look at the scoreboard here, doesn't quite tell the whole story, but a little bit more kills on the side of Tycho, but they were just kind of holding down that cash box.
Yeah, here again, they have the setup, right? They have the barricades, they have the DMAT, they have so much more to manipulate the whole building and put that cash out into their control. And that's why we see them really rush to the cash out if it's not theirs already. Right, you see them really going in, especially in the first one. We saw them set up the barricade, then the bubble, then all the other stuff from the medium. And it makes so much more sense, right? Because they can just create a little bit of a bunker much more than what 5-Fierce can. 5-Fierce is very flexible. They can rotate around, be quick with the kills. But if the kills are not popping, and if they can't really get into a room because there's just every door is barricaded or everything is just closed off and they have nothing to open up the floor or drop it down, that's where the issue comes in. I want 5-Fierce to adapt to that and needs maybe a little bit more explosive. Look at Monaco, the next map. A lot of rooms, a lot of buildings. They're gonna need to manipulate that a lot if they want to be successful.
Yeah, and that brings me into a good follow-up question. You're talking about adapting. The ball's kind of in 5-Fierce court here to start adapting, or should I bring it to a little bit of a World Cup? What do they say in football? The pitch, the ball on their side of the pitch. There, see, I'm getting a little EU brained here a little bit.
Hey, the
Jerry,
World Cup is in North America, dude. You got to get with the program, you know.
That's true. I still got to go with football terms, though. European football terms.
I'm glad you called it football at the very least. That's the important thing, to be accepted over here. So yeah, great move there, Dredd. I'm sure the EU fans will love you for that one. It's a difficult question though. What do 5-Fierce do to adapt here? Because their entire playstyle revolves around either out-fragging and out-brawling a mirror comp, essentially, in this meta of HLL, or waiting for Tycho to make a mistake. And I don't think they can wait anymore. They have to force it because Tycho are locked in.
And it could be something as simple as, Treason just swapping from the LH1 back over to the V9S again, because they are forced back into those shorter matches. But we're going to get back into it again on Monaco. We're going to go back in, take it away again. Dianic and Jerry.
There we go, the second map of this best of 3 final. You're gonna have Tycho take this one, and they're the champions. They're crowned in the first place on the leaderboard if it comes to that. But now 5-Fierce, they need to really show up. And the real question is, have they made those small adaptations or not completely? That's what it really comes down to.
It's gonna be their playstyle. I don't think they're gonna panic after a one map loss and really change up their loadouts. This is what served them well for so long in this particular meta in this season. The crane being taken down immediately just goes to show exactly what Tycho are thinking. They know that they can't let Treason sit up there for free. They're just going to remove it from the map. Makes it a lot simpler to manage. Tycho have allowed 5-Fierce to tap this vault. Interesting positioning of these objectives. It feels as though they're happy to let it go over to A on this suspended structure variant of Monaco, which is a little bit worrying because that is exactly where 5-Fierce will want to be. Here is a light crow's nest.
Well, there we go, quick and easy plug. Happening from the side of 5-Fierce. Beautiful, they're also going to bring it very much in the open. That's very good for them. Tycho, they're very quick and have already made it into that building, but that sonic grenade is just gonna make them even more be detected and known to their opponents. Look how scattered 5Fierce are. And this is what they're really good at, right? Because they have 2 lights, they can rotate it around and be far away from each other, but still catch up to one another if really needed. Tycho, they don't have that one. And here also, they cannot really bomb rush when it comes to the cash out because they're going to have to play it in a building. And that's not the case. It's in the middle of the open.
It's a really difficult situation. At least they've managed to find that height. Treason has the tracking dart. This is what we wanted to see from him. It's a pressure tool. It's not just for scouting. It forces teams to think, oh no, look at this. He's right on top of all of them. He just has to take his time. Oh, he might have missed his opportunity there as Pika disappears on the cloak. He does still get a whiff of him. Not enough damage to justify the trigger discipline, though. Here's a winch coming out from Narcos. They, of course, have time on their side. They don't need to be hasty. Tycho needs to find some kind of pick. They're prioritizing Narcos here as the weak link, as the heavy. But Pika does take out Treason. That is a massive blow to the 5Fierce defense dynamic.
Absolutely, because now look at Nagos and Carnifex. They're still trying to stand strong, but they're still very scattered away from each other, so they cannot quite support each other. And as I say that, Nagos has been removed. The steal is now happening as well. There's a little bit of damage coming in from all the way, but there's just nothing he can really do. Listen, Barricade and the heavy standing on top of him. That's a cash out for the side of Tycho.
Incredible barricade there. That's what's done it. And we are now basically with 5Fierce having no chance of closing this distance and getting the steal. 1 cash out away, Dianic, from Tycho. Doing this in 2. We said before the series began, oh, it could go the distance. It could be that full dramatic 3 versus 3. But on these maps, with the way that Tycho are playing, it almost seems inevitable at this point. It would be a huge upset throw of massive proportions to let 5Fierce back into this one, surely.
Absolutely. I mean, and let's not forget what it comes down to, right? You get 100 series points in the cycle, and on top of that, you get $2,000. It's not nothing what they're playing for. 5Fierce, they need to lock in because those 100 points can make the difference. It is a huge step from 100 to 75, so they really gotta learn and really gotta adapt. I mean, at least they're here in the second box now and are waiting for their opponent, setting already up a little bit of a weight towards B and making sure nobody's playing there. But Tycho, they're just on their side of C, as they're now playing on the roof, trying to ensure and see where 5Fierce is really gonna play.
That was the perfect objective for 5Fierce to play as well. If they can't win there, then I don't see where they win anywhere on this map. But B is being plugged outside the building. They are sticking to their guns. Even though it hasn't come good yet, it needs to change. Pika lurking beneath. He's going to climb, or try to climb at least. He is detected by that sonar and put off the ascent for now. A tracking dart from Treason out onto Oji. They managed to tackle this kind of defense quite well by picking off a singular light. But it all came from forcing the box in the first place. So Tycho managed to find cover this time and are forcing the box yet again. In goes the whole of 5Fierce, and it's the same story again. Pika picking them up. Treason last alive, and he's nowhere to be seen. The defib comes back up, and it's a 3 versus 1. Dianic, Tycho are going to successfully get the steal, and that leaves 5Fierce with 1 chance left to try and force this back into their hands.
A singular chance to really bring this one back. Treason still standing alone. He's gonna try to wait for his teammates to coin back in. That's gonna happen any second. Now there's Carnifex. Nagos is also gonna use this coin. And there's not much time left, let's be honest. We're currently on the half, a little bit over. And oh my god, they're hiding beneath the stairs. Oh my god, Jerry, this could be brutal.
It's brave. It's very brave. We've seen plays like this before. Narcos is diving in. I don't know. The DMAT, this could be it. If they get a winch on him, that's over.
Oh, there comes the huge winch from the side of Tycho, and it's gonna be successful. Nagos is gonna fall down. Treason is taking so much damage. Carnifex as well, and there we have it. Tycho, they're the champions of the first cycle EMEA, as they claim the first spot. No more chance to come back. It promise. I mean, what a game. Pika, OG, and Italco showing that HML might still be superior than HLL.
What a display from Tycho. 2-0-2-0. Not a single penny handed over to 5Fierce in that entire series. They saw an Invis light meta and said, you know what's better than one hidden light with an LH1? 3 hidden players with a winch, an F-car, and an LH1.
Here again. I mean, I would never expect that. They were just hiding below the stairs. They were like, who needs Invis? We're hiding. We're hiding, seeking these guys. Dread, I've never seen something like that.
Yeah, absolutely insane way to end it. I mean, oh my goodness, that was just crazy. And Tycho, the only heavy, medium, light team in the EMEA side, I believe, coming all the way up into top 8 here. And they take the whole thing, first place. Wow, and look at that, an absolute shutout in the best of 3 as well on the side of Tycho. I mean, Jerry, I know you got some more thoughts here.
I'm looking at this side of Five Fears, and I'm seeing Narcos and Treason, 2 of the best mediums that the game has ever seen. Meta slaves, forced onto heavy and light. The HLL propaganda, that's what it is. Guys, get back on your mains. Do what Telco's doing.
Yeah, wow. I mean, absolutely insane. I mean, that's not a blow to Five Fears at all. I mean, they played absolutely insane as well, and they made it all the way to 2nd place in the TGM Online Series for Cycle 1, which gives them some pretty good points and a little bit of money as well. But let's take a look at the brackets throughout today of what we saw and how everything lined up. If you want to walk us through a little bit of that, Dianic.
Listen, Tycho, Bobosopa, Five Fears, and Lights Out started out on the cash out. I mean, that was on the final stage. Now, if we just have a quick look from the very beginning on, because I want to take you guys on this whole journey yet again, right? We start off with 8 teams and slowly but steady every single time. Tycho in the first stage already proven to be the dominant team in the first cash out, in the second cash out, in the 3v3. Bobosopa, Golo, and Lights Out on the lower ends, but still Lights Out had a fantastic run from beginning on. They were at the bottom, made it all the way to the cash out, but if we look at it, Five Fears, they were so close but couldn't quite get it. They were on the 3rd place when it came to that second cash out. Right, that was only stage 1. We also had a stage 2, and I mean, if we go over stage 2, Jerry, what has happened here today?
Yeah, we had to say goodbye to Wing It at the end of that first stage. Really impressed to see Plopan and his bow make that top 8 in general, but an early exit. Then we had these beautiful cash out games back to back to back, cash out and 3v3s. And this was really, if I have to highlight one storyline throughout this entire bracket, it's Monster Pig. Like, unfortunately, falling victim to not 1, not 2, but 3 versus 3s over the course of this entire bracket. 1 right at the start and then 2 here in front of your eyes against Five Fears and Lights Out. They really had a rough run. But Boboslurper coming immediately back up from the lower bracket, that was pretty huge from them, beating Five Fears. Five Fears then beating Monster Pig in their game, and then Lights Out also beating Monster Pig. You got to feel sorry for Monster Pig is what I'm saying. And then Dread, as we saw, the final cash out in 3 versus 3, it was absolute cinema.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to be a movie today, but it was absolutely insane. Like I talked about earlier, it was peak the finals gameplay. And we saw coming up into these top 4 teams was Tycho, Boboslurper, Five Fears, and Lights Out. We saw Boboslurpers and Lights Out get eliminated on that last best of 1 cash out. And then what we just saw, Tycho winning 2-0 over Five Fears in the final best of 3 3v3s to take first place in the TGM Cycle 1. And I believe now we can look at the entire leaderboard here as we end the day for the top 8 showdown of TGM Cycle 1. And look at that, Tycho take a first place. They get 100 series points there and $2,000 to their name. Atelco, OG, and Pika for taking that first place. And Five Fears taking second place. They get 70 and $1,000. Lights Out taking third. They get 50 points and $750. And then the fourth place is a little bit of a dip from the points and the money there, but they do still get money. And then Monster Pig, Glod, Fake Cows, and Wing It All also getting a bit of series points as well too, because we still have a few more cycles to round out the year before the Grand Major happens, Jerry.
Yeah, 3 more cycles. That's 8 wheels, depending on the type of cycle. Of course, you could have a tricycle. It doesn't actually specify what kind of cycle each of these ones is, but it is what it is. And the most important thing, of course, is that all of these series points get accumulated across all 4 of them. If you finish top, then you got a free invite to the Grand Major 26, so it's a huge deal that Taiko are currently sitting right at the top there. Massive for them. I do believe it's actually 75 points that 5 Fears get as well. Just a tiny correction there, but I'm sure we'll fix that for the future. So, yeah, really, really huge stuff from everyone today. Dianic, I loved that from start to finish. What a day.
What a day. I mean, again, Taiko from beginning on showing their dominance, and not only throughout the first stage, but also now at the last stage. A team that I would like to highlight is Golod and Lights Out. I think those 2 teams definitely showing that with a lot of chaos, a lot is possible. Lights Out making nearly an impossible run possible. It was just a tiny little bit missing for them to really get to that final stage. But 5 Years and Taiko got themselves that final crown. And Golod, listen guys, keep up that chaos, because it was an amazing game to watch every single time when they bring the chaos to the game. And also, all of the teams that played today, they can heavily improve from what their opponents were doing, and maybe, you know, cut off a few slacks from Taiko and learn what they're doing, and maybe adapt it. As Jerry said, maybe it's all just propaganda with HLL being the greatest, and we need to revert a little bit back to the standards.
Yeah, what a crazy storyline to end it out. So many double light heavy teams, but the meta-breaking heavy medium light to take it all. Congratulations to Taiko for winning the TGM Online Series Cycle 1, but congratulations to every team that made it in the top 8 and made a little bit of series points. But that is going to be it for us today. Some quick final thoughts and thanks. There's so many people to thanks here, especially Oscar and Thixie and the rest of everybody at Embark for being absolutely amazing in keeping this comp scene alive and thriving in the finals. And a huge thank to my co-casters, Dianic and Jerry. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for welcoming me to the EMEA side. It's been an absolute blast here. And the production as well, absolutely killing it. And everybody in the viewers as well, showing up, watching the comp scene, rooting for all your favorite teams. I'm so happy to see you guys on the next one as we got more cycles to continue. But that's going to be it for today, guys. Take it easy.
What's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
Now for our top 3 plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct Turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steal is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks. June, I feel the need for Ospoos.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is a too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zapped!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Halto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Halto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Halto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D'Lo Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D'Lo Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Ramalama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's #2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the 2nd episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved 1st place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
Top 3 plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Osfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steel is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks. June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
distance, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The real world can be unfriendly, misleading, confusing. But your world doesn't have to be. Reality Shield will protect you, cutting out the noise, making the world perfect. We do not censor. We cultivate. Engimo.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Halto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Halto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Halto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama-Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our number 1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that number 1 spot.